Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Let your body relax completely as you prepare to journey through time itself. Tonight, you'll discover the mysteries of civilizations that vanished from Earth, leaving behind only whispers in stone, enigmatic ruins, and questions that have puzzled humanity for centuries. From the oldest known temple complex that predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years, to advanced cities with plumbing systems more sophisticated than those of ancient Rome, to legends of continents swallowed by the sea, these are the stories of lost worlds. Let the tension flow out of your muscles, quiet your mind, and let yourself drift into the ancient past as you explore the civilizations that time forgot. Welcome to Explore During Sleeping. Fact 1. Göbekli Tepe, the temple that rewrote history. In 1963, a Kurdish shepherd noticed strange stones protruding from a hillside in southeastern Turkey, near the city of Şanlıurfa. For decades, the site was assumed to be nothing more than an old Byzantine cemetery. Then in 1994, German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt visited the location and immediately recognized that something extraordinary lay beneath the soil. What he discovered would fundamentally challenge everything archaeologists thought they knew about the origins of human civilization. Göbekli Tepe, which translates to Potbelly Hill in Turkish, turned out to be the oldest known temple complex in the world, constructed approximately 11,600 years ago, more than 6,000 years before Stonehenge and 7,000 years before the Great Pyramids of Egypt. The site consists of massive T-shaped limestone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in circular formations. These pillars are intricately carved with reliefs of animals including foxes, lions, scorpions, vultures, snakes, and wild boars, along with abstract symbols whose meanings remain unknown. What makes Göbekli Tepe revolutionary is that it was built by hunter-gatherers, not by an established agricultural civilization. The traditional narrative held that agriculture came first, leading to settlements, which enabled monument building. Göbekli Tepe inverts this sequence entirely. The monument came first, suggesting that organized religion may have actually driven the development of agriculture rather than being its consequence. These people had no pottery, no domesticated animals, no cultivated crops, and no permanent settlements. They were nomadic hunters who somehow marshaled hundreds or thousands of people to quarry, transport, carve, and erect these massive stones. The purpose remains debated, clearly not a settlement, as no habitation evidence exists. The prevailing theory suggests a ritual center where hunter-gatherer groups gathered for ceremonies and feasts. Most mysteriously, after centuries of use, Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried. The ancient builders carefully filled the structures with soil, preserving them. Why invest enormous effort to build monuments only to bury them? Was it ritual closure, religious transformation, protection of sacred spaces? Less than 5% has been uncovered. Ground-penetrating radar suggests at least 20 additional structures remain buried beneath the Turkish hillside. Fact 2. The Indus Valley Civilization's Unbreakable Code. The Indus Valley Civilization flourished across what is now Pakistan and northwestern India from approximately 3300 to 1300 BCE, making it one of the world's oldest civilizations, contemporary with ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. At its peak around 2600 to 1900 BCE, it was the most extensive ancient civilization, covering an area larger than Egypt and Mesopotamia combined, with an estimated 5 million people living in over 1,000 settlements. The major cities of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa showcased remarkable urban planning with grid-patterned streets, advanced drainage systems with covered sewers along every street, standardized fired brick construction, and evidence of sophisticated trade networks extending from Afghanistan to Mesopotamia. Many houses featured private bathrooms connected to the city's sewerage network, technology that wouldn't be matched in the region for thousands of years. Yet despite the civilization's size, longevity, and obvious advancement, one crucial element remains completely mysterious: their writing system. More than 4,000 inscribed objects have been discovered: seals, pottery, bronze implements, and tablets bearing symbols of the Indus script. These inscriptions are frustratingly brief, with most containing fewer than 5 symbols and the longest known sequence containing only 26 symbols. The script contains approximately 400 to 600 distinct signs, suggesting a logosyllabic writing system similar to Egyptian hieroglyphs or Sumerian cuneiform. However, unlike those ancient scripts which were deciphered through bilingual inscriptions like the Rosetta Stone, no such key exists for the Indus script. The language underlying the script remains unknown, with proposed connections to Dravidian languages, Indo-European languages, or isolated language families, but no theory has achieved consensus. Without understanding the symbols, enormous aspects of Indus Valley culture remain inaccessible. We don't know what they called themselves, what their cities were named, what gods they worshipped, how their government was organized, or what historical events shaped their civilization. The civilization declined around 1900 to 1300 BCE, and whatever caused their disappearance took with it the key to understanding one of humanity's most sophisticated ancient cultures. Fact 3. Mohenjo-Daro's mysterious end. Mohenjo-Daro, whose name means Mound of the Dead in Sindhi, stands as one of the most haunting archaeological sites in the world. Built around 2500 BCE in what is now Pakistan's Sindh province, it was one of the largest cities of the ancient world, home to perhaps 40,000 people at its peak. The city showcased extraordinary urban planning with grid-patterned streets oriented to catch prevailing winds, an advanced sewage system, public wells, and large granaries. Houses were constructed from standardized fired bricks, and many featured private bathrooms with drainage connected to the city's sewerage network. At the heart stood the Great Bath, a large pool surrounded by rooms and galleries, possibly serving religious purification purposes, demonstrating both engineering skill and the cultural importance of ritual bathing. Yet this thriving civilization came to an abrupt end around 1900 BCE. The site contains evidence of rapid decline and abandonment. In the city's final layers, skeletal remains have been found lying in streets and buildings in positions suggesting sudden death. People appear to have been going about daily activities when they died. Some skeletons show evidence of violent deaths with cuts and fractures, while others show no obvious trauma. These instant death scenes led early archaeologists to propose dramatic scenarios. One discredited theory suggested a nuclear explosion destroyed the city, but modern archaeology has abandoned such sensational claims. The most widely accepted theories involve environmental changes. The Indus River system appears to have undergone significant alterations, possibly from tectonic activity or climate change affecting monsoon patterns. If the river changed course or rainfall patterns shifted, agriculture would have collapsed. Alternative theories propose invasion, disease epidemics, or multiple factors combining, environmental stress weakening the city, making it vulnerable to disease or conflict. What makes Mohenjo-Daro's fate particularly mysterious is that the Indus people left no decipherable written account, and no successor culture preserved memory of what happened. The city was abandoned and forgotten, buried for nearly 4,000 years. Fact 4. The Antikythera mechanism, ancient computer. In 1900, Greek sponge divers discovered an ancient shipwreck near the island of Antikythera, containing bronze and marble statues, luxury glassware, and amphoras. Among these objects, they retrieved corroded bronze lumps that seemed unremarkable. Months later, one piece split open, revealing something utterly unexpected, a complex system of interlocking gears and wheels unlike anything from the ancient world. The Antikythera mechanism, dating to 6070 BCE, has been called the world's first analog computer. It originally consisted of at least 30 precisely cut bronze gears housed in a wooden frame about shoebox-sized, with dials on front and back and an operating crank. Through decades of study using X-ray imaging and 3D modeling, researchers determined this was an astronomical calculator of extraordinary complexity. It could predict positions of the sun, moon, and planets, show lunar phases, predict solar and lunar eclipses including their times and characteristics, and track the Olympic Games cycle. The gearwork demonstrates advanced knowledge including differential gearing, a technique not seen again until the 16th century, used to model the moon's variable motion across the sky, accounting for its elliptical orbit. The device used inscribed Greek texts as a user's manual, describing each dial's function. The sophistication has profound implications for understanding ancient Greek technology. Historical texts mention that Archimedes created such devices, but scholars assumed these descriptions were exaggerated. The Antikythera mechanism proves those accounts were accurate. Yet only one example has survived. If similar devices existed, why haven't more been found? The ship appears to have been transporting Greek treasures to Rome. If the mechanism was unique, its loss meant the knowledge to create such devices died with its inventor. The technological tradition appears to have been lost during the late Roman Republic. When complex astronomical instruments reappeared in medieval Islamic and European cultures, they had to be independently reinvented, as no direct knowledge transmission survived. Fact 5. The Sea Peoples and Bronze Age collapse. Around 1200 BCE, the entire eastern Mediterranean world collapsed in a catastrophe so complete it ushered in a dark age lasting centuries. The great palace civilizations of the late Bronze Age, which had flourished for hundreds of years, suddenly disintegrated. The Mycenaean civilization of Greece collapsed, with palatial centers abandoned and writing forgotten. The Hittite Empire in Anatolia vanished entirely. Cities along the Levantine coast were destroyed by fire. Egypt, though surviving, was severely weakened. International trade networks were severed. Writing was lost in Greece for 400 years. Archaeological evidence shows widespread destruction across the region, with destruction layers visible at dozens of sites, showing signs of violent attack, burning, and abandonment. Egyptian inscriptions of Pharaoh Ramesses III describe invasions by groups called the Sea Peoples, a confederation of naval raiders attacking from the sea. The inscriptions describe massive battles, with Egyptians claiming victories that saved their kingdom while neighboring lands fell. The identity of these Sea Peoples remains one of archaeology's greatest mysteries. Egyptian records mention groups like the Peliset, Tijeka, and Shekelesh, but these names don't clearly correspond to known peoples. Some scholars link the Peliset to Philistines, the Shekelesh to Sicilians, but connections remain speculative. The Sea Peoples appear to have included entire populations with families, suggesting refugees fleeing catastrophe rather than just raiders. Were they displaced by famine or drought, then attacking civilized lands out of desperation? Growing evidence suggests the collapse resulted from converging factors: severe drought lasting 3 decades, crop failures, economic stress from trade network collapse, and increased warfare. The Sea Peoples may have been diverse, displaced populations, taking advantage of weakening kingdoms, accelerating a collapse already in progress. The result was catastrophic. Great centers burned, literacy vanished, trade stopped, populations declined dramatically. It would take centuries for the region to recover, and when civilization re-emerged, it took fundamentally different forms with no memory of the Bronze Age world that preceded it. Fact 6. Derinkuyu, the underground city. In 1963, a man in Cappadocia, Turkey, was renovating his house when he broke through a basement wall and discovered a room he'd never seen. Behind it was another chamber, and a passage leading deep underground. What he'd discovered was not just a basement, but an enormous underground city, extending more than 85 meters below the surface, capable of sheltering approximately 20,000 people with their livestock. Derinkuyu, meaning deep well in Turkish, is the largest of several underground cities in Cappadocia. The complex descends at least 18 levels, though only 8 are currently open to visitors. The excavated portions contain living quarters, storage rooms, stables, wine and oil presses, chapels, and wells providing fresh water even at the deepest levels. Most remarkably, a sophisticated ventilation system with over 15,000 shafts provides air circulation throughout the underground city, bringing fresh air from the surface to the deepest levels. The engineering knowledge required to ensure adequate ventilation is impressive. Tunnels connect different levels and sections, with massive rolling stone doors, circular stones weighing up to half a ton, that could be closed from inside to seal passages, making the city virtually impenetrable. The dating and original purpose remain uncertain. While some areas show Christian iconography from the Byzantine period, the original excavation likely dates much earlier. The Hittites, who dominated Anatolia from 1600 to 1200 BCE, may have begun carving the complex. The soft volcanic tuff stone is relatively easy to carve, but removing millions of cubic feet would have required enormous labor. The most common explanation involves defense. Populations could retreat underground during invasions, sealing entrances and surviving for extended periods. The region was invaded repeatedly by various empires across centuries. Christian communities certainly used the city during Byzantine-Arab conflicts. The sheer effort required suggests profound need. Entire generations must have worked on expanding the complex. The city connects by tunnels to other underground cities, suggesting a vast subterranean network. What motivated such extraordinary construction? Despite the physical preservation, enormous gaps remain about who built it, how long construction took, and how daily life functioned in the darkness below. Fact 7. The Nazca Lines, Art for the Sky. In the arid Peruvian coastal plain, approximately 400 kilometers south of Lima, lie the Nazca Lines, massive geoglyphs created between 500 BCE and 500 CE by the Nazca culture. These designs consist of hundreds of figures ranging from simple lines to complex zoomorphic representations, created by removing reddish pebbles to reveal lighter ground beneath. The dry, windless climate has preserved these lines for 2 millennia. What makes the Nazca Lines extraordinary is their scale. A hummingbird spans 93 meters, a spider measures 47 meters long, and straight lines extend for kilometers without deviation. The lines are so large they can only be fully appreciated from the air, raising the question: why would an ancient culture without flight create images designed for aerial viewing? The mystery has generated numerous theories. Erich von Däniken famously proposed they were landing strips for ancient astronauts, a theory rejected by archaeologists but persistent in popular culture. Serious scholars propose more grounded explanations. Archaeologist Johann Reinhard suggested the lines served as ceremonial pathways to sacred mountains and water sources. Maria Reich proposed astronomical purposes, though subsequent analysis shows most lines don't align with celestial events beyond chance. Anthony Aveni and other researchers emphasize cultural and ritual significance, suggesting the lines served as sacred pathways for ceremonial processions. Archaeological evidence supports this. Pottery fragments and shells are scattered along the lines, consistent with processional activities. The creation itself may have been the primary purpose, a ritual act of devotion and community labor. Recent research reveals the lines were created in two phases by different cultures. The earlier Paracas culture created hillside images designed to be seen from below, suggesting evolution toward the Nazca's desert floor geoglyphs. The variety of designs suggests multiple meanings over 5 centuries of creation. The Nazca lines remain enigmatic because the culture left no written records. The Spanish conquest disrupted indigenous cultures so thoroughly that knowledge of the line's significance was forgotten, leaving only immense artwork as silent testimony to unknown rituals and beliefs. Fact 8. The Minoans and the Volcanic Apocalypse. The Minoan civilization flourished on Crete and surrounding Aegean islands from approximately 2700 to 1450 BCE, making it Europe's first advanced civilization. The Minoans built spectacular palace complexes, most famously Knossos, with sophisticated multi-story architecture, advanced plumbing including flush toilets, beautiful frescoes depicting dolphins and bulls, and evidence of complex bureaucracy using 2 undeciphered writing systems, Linear A and Cretan hieroglyphics. The civilization engaged in extensive maritime trade throughout the Mediterranean, with Minoan artistic influence visible in Egyptian tomb paintings and artifacts from Mesopotamia to Spain. The palaces served as administrative, religious, and economic centers. The absence of fortification walls suggests the Minoans felt secure, perhaps protected by naval superiority. Yet around 1450 BCE, Minoan civilization collapsed catastrophically. Palaces were destroyed, settlements abandoned, and while Knossos continued under Mycenaean Greek administration, Minoan culture effectively ended. A dramatic natural disaster plays a central role in most theories explaining this collapse. Approximately 110 kilometers north of Crete lies Santorini, known in ancient times as Thera. Around 1600 BCE, Thera experienced one of history's largest volcanic eruptions, estimated 4 times more powerful than Krakatoa in 1883. The eruption caused the island's center to collapse, creating a caldera now filled by the sea. Before eruption, Thera hosted a prosperous Minoan settlement at Akrotiri, preserved under volcanic ash like Pompeii, though no human remains suggest inhabitants escaped. The eruption generated massive tsunamis devastating Crete's northern coast, where major Minoan centers were located. Volcanic ash covered eastern Crete, destroying crops. The eruption's atmospheric effects may have disrupted climate patterns, causing famines. However, dating creates a puzzle. Radiocarbon dating suggests the eruption occurred around 1600 BCE, while Minoan palace destruction dates to 1450 BCE, a 150-year gap. Perhaps the eruption weakened the civilization, making it vulnerable to later invasion or unrest. The Thera eruption and Minoan collapse have become linked with Plato's Atlantis legend. Some propose Atlantis is a distorted memory of Minoan civilization destroyed by volcanic catastrophe. Fact 9. The abandonment of Great Zimbabwe. In southeastern Africa stand the ruins of Great Zimbabwe, built between the 11th and 15th centuries CE as capital of the Kingdom of Zimbabwe, which controlled trade routes between the interior and the East African coast. At its height in the 13th–14th centuries, Great Zimbabwe housed 18,000 people and controlled vast territories, deriving wealth from controlling gold and ivory trade. The city's most striking features are massive stone structures built without mortar using dry stone walling. The Great Enclosure, with walls up to 11 meters high and 5 meters thick, required an estimated 1 million stone blocks. These precisely fitted blocks have stood for centuries despite lacking binding material. The site also includes the hill complex containing elite residences. Archaeological excavations uncovered beads from India, pottery from Persia and China, and glassware from the Middle East, demonstrating connections to Indian Ocean trading networks. The city minted no coins and left no written records, so knowledge comes entirely from archaeology. Around the mid-15th century, Great Zimbabwe was abandoned. Reasons probably involve combined environmental and political factors. The large population concentration led to environmental degradation, deforestation, overgrazing, soil depletion. Climate data indicates increased aridity during the 15th century, political fragmentation occurred as the kingdom grew, with rival power centers emerging. The rise of the Mutapa and Torwa kingdoms suggests political authority fractured, with new capitals redirecting trade. The abandonment was gradual rather than catastrophic. People simply left over time. When Portuguese explorers arrived in the 16th century, they refused to believe indigenous Africans built such structures, attributing them to Queen of Sheba or Phoenicians. British colonizers repeated this racist denial, delaying serious study. Only in the 20th century did archaeology firmly establish that Great Zimbabwe was built by ancestors of modern Shona people. The independent nation gained in 1980 took the name Zimbabwe to honor this pre-colonial achievement. Fact 10. The mystery of Rapa Nui's moai. Rapa Nui, known as Easter Island, is one of Earth's most remote inhabited islands, located over 3,500 kilometers from Chile and 2,000 kilometers from the nearest inhabited island. This tiny island of 163 square kilometers became home to a Polynesian culture that created nearly 900 moai, massive stone statues carved from volcanic rock between approximately 1250 and 1600 CE. The moai depict stylized human figures with elongated faces and enlarged heads. Statues range from 2 meters to over 10 meters tall, with the largest weighing approximately 75 tons. An unfinished statue in the quarry would have stood 21 meters tall and weighed 270 tons, raising questions about whether the Rapa Nui people could actually move such weight. The mystery of transport has puzzled researchers for generations. Recent experimental archaeology demonstrates statues could be walked upright using ropes and coordinated rocking movements. This method requires fewer people than horizontal dragging and explains why abandoned statues stand upright along roads. The moai represented deified ancestors, with construction demonstrating clan power and prestige. Increasing statue size suggests competitive escalation. However, statue building ended abruptly, and by European arrival in 1722, construction had ceased, many moai were toppled, and the population was declining. The traditional ecocide theory holds that the Rapa Nui people deforested their island to transport moai, destroying their ecosystem and causing collapse. However, recent research complicates this narrative. Rats brought by settlers may have prevented forest regeneration by eating palm seeds. Climate change reduced rainfall. Most critically, catastrophic population collapse resulted primarily from European diseases and Peruvian slave raids in the 1860s that killed thousands, including the entire literate elite. The toppling of moai may represent religious transformation, a shift from ancestor worship to the Birdman cult, rather than societal collapse. Environmental stress occurred, but the population may have stabilized sustainably before European contact devastated them with external diseases and violence. Fact 11. The Phaistos Disc, an unbreakable ancient puzzle. In 1908, Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernia was excavating the Minoan palace of Phaistos on the southern coast of Crete when he discovered one of archaeology's most peculiar objects. A disc of fired clay approximately 16 centimeters in diameter, densely covered on both sides, with stamped symbols arranged in a spiral pattern. Dating to approximately 1700 BCE during the Middle Minoan period, the disc contains 241 tokens, comprising 45 distinct signs depicting humans, animals, plants, tools, and geometric shapes. The symbols were not carved or painted, but impressed into soft clay using stamps before firing, making this potentially the world's oldest example of movable type printing, predating Gutenberg by over 3,000 years. The Phaistos disc is unique. No other object using this symbol set or stamping method has ever been found despite more than a century of archaeological work in Crete and throughout the Aegean. This uniqueness makes decipherment nearly impossible. When archaeologists decode ancient scripts, they rely on multiple examples, bilingual texts, or enough text for statistical analysis. The Phaistos disc offers none of these advantages. It's a single object with limited text in an unknown language using a unique symbol set. Attempts at decipherment have produced wildly different interpretations. Some researchers claim it's a prayer to a Minoan goddess, others suggest a geometric theorem, calendar, board game, military list, or even musical notation. The symbols are clearly pictographic, but whether they represent words, syllables, or phonetic sounds remains unknown. The symbol's meaning compounds the mystery. Why create stamps for 45 different symbols to produce just one disc? Creating the stamps required substantial effort, each carefully carved in relief in reverse. This investment suggests intention to produce multiple documents, yet no others have been found. Were other documents written on perishable materials that decayed completely? The spiral arrangement is unusual. Text begins at the disk's outside edge and spirals inward on both sides, with symbols grouped into apparent words separated by vertical lines. But which direction should it be read? Even this basic question lacks consensus. Unless archaeologists discover more examples or bilingual texts, the Phaistos disk will remain an eternal mystery, beautiful but utterly silent. Fact 12. The ancestral Puebloans' exodus from Mesa Verde. In the Four Corners region where Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico meet, the ancestral Puebloan people built one of North America's most impressive pre-colonial civilizations. Between approximately 600 and 1300 CE, they constructed elaborate stone dwellings, developed sophisticated irrigation systems, and built complex communities. The most spectacular achievements are the cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde in southwestern Colorado. Between 1190 and 1260 CE, the ancestral Puebloans constructed entire villages in large alcoves in cliff faces. These structures, built from sandstone blocks and mortar, include Cliff Palace with its 150 rooms and 23 ceremonial kivas, balcony house, and spruce tree house. The cliff dwellings represent extraordinary architectural achievement. Builders transporting heavy stones and water up steep cliff faces constructed multi-story buildings in shallow caves and created living spaces for extended families. The alcoves provided natural protection from weather and maintained stable temperatures year-round. The locations also offered defensive advantages, with access routes that could be controlled or blocked. Yet for all their impressive construction, the Mesa Verde cliff dwellings were occupied for less than 100 years. By 1300 CE, the entire Four Corners region had been abandoned by the ancestral Puebloans, who migrated south and east to the Rio Grande Valley and other areas where their descendants, the modern Pueblo peoples, live today. The migration was complete, tens of thousands left, never to return. The late 1200s brought severe and prolonged drought, one of the worst in the past millennium. Treeing records show dramatically reduced growth, indicating years of substantially below normal precipitation. For a culture dependent on agriculture in an already marginal environment, this drought would have caused crop failures and food shortages. However, the ancestral Puebloans had survived earlier droughts, so climate alone may not fully explain abandonment. Additional factors likely combined to create crisis. By the late 1200s, population had grown substantially, putting pressure on resources. Soil depletion from centuries of farming, deforestation for construction and fuel, game-animal depletion, and reduced stream flows created resource scarcity. Evidence of violence increases in the archaeological record, with some sites showing burned structures and warfare evidence. Rather than mysterious disappearance, modern archaeology emphasizes this was migration and adaptation. The ancestral Puebloans moved to areas with more reliable water sources. Modern Pueblo communities preserve oral traditions about migrations from the north, describing them as spiritually motivated journeys. Fact 13. Hilike, the Greek city swallowed by the sea. In 373 BCE, on a winter night, the ancient Greek city of Hilike on the northern coast of the Peloponnese was destroyed in a catastrophe so complete it vanished and became legend. Hilike was a powerful and prosperous city, leader of the Achaean League, a confederation of 12 cities. It was famous throughout Greece as the seat of worship for Poseidon Heliconios, the patron deity of the Ionian Greeks. According to ancient accounts, Hilike's destruction came suddenly. The historian Pausanias, writing in the 2nd century CE, recounted that 5 days before the catastrophe, all the animals, mice, snakes, weasels, centipedes, and beetles, fled the city in a mass exodus toward the mountains. The citizens, puzzled by this strange behavior, couldn't interpret the warning. Then, on the night of the disaster, a massive earthquake struck. The entire city, with its temples, houses, and population, was swallowed by the earth and then submerged beneath the sea as the coastline subsided and water rushed in. Ancient sources report that not a single building remained above water. The catastrophe was so shocking it echoed through Greek culture for centuries, possibly inspiring Plato's tale of Atlantis. Plato mentioned Hilike's destruction as an example of divine punishment. Strabo, writing in the 1st century BCE, stated that about 250 years after the disaster, submerged ruins could still be seen beneath the water, with a bronze statue of Poseidon still standing, so entangled in seaweed it posed a danger to fishermen. For over 2,000 years, Hilike's location remained lost. The coastline had changed dramatically, the submerged ruins were no longer visible, and the exact location was unknown. Finally, in 2001, Greek archaeologist Dora Katsanopoulou and American archaeologist Stephen Soter discovered remains of a city buried under sediments about 3 kilometers from the modern coast. Excavations revealed a well-planned city with streets, buildings, and pottery dating to the correct period. Confirmation came from finding coins depicting Poseidon and geological evidence of massive earthquake activity. The research revealed what happened. The earthquake triggered massive liquefaction, causing water-saturated sandy soil to behave like liquid, making buildings sink. Simultaneously, coastal subsidence lowered the land, and flooding covered the ruins. Over centuries, sediment from nearby rivers buried the site under meters of deposits, moving the coastline seaward and leaving ancient Helike landlocked beneath agricultural fields. Fact 14. The Olmec colossal heads portraits of lost kings. In the tropical lowlands of southern Mexico, in modern states of Veracruz and Tabasco, archaeologists have discovered 17 colossal stone heads carved from single blocks of basalt, some weighing up to 50 tons and standing over 3 meters tall. These massive sculptures are the most iconic artifacts of the Olmec civilization, which flourished from approximately 1500 to 400 BCE and is considered Mesoamerica's mother culture, the first complex civilization in the region. The colossal heads are extraordinary achievements. Each is carved from a single basalt boulder, shaped to depict a human face wearing what appears to be a tight-fitting helmet with ear flaps and chin straps, similar to protective headgear used in the Mesoamerican ball game. The faces show distinctive features with individualized expressions and details, suggesting they represent specific individuals rather than idealized portraits. Many researchers believe the heads depict Olmec rulers, created as monuments to their power. No two heads are identical. Each has unique facial features, different helmet designs, and varying expressions, reinforcing the interpretation that they are portraits of actual historical persons. The technical achievement is remarkable. Basalt is extremely hard volcanic rock, and shaping enormous boulders into realistic human faces using only stone tools required extraordinary skill, patience, and labor. More mysteriously, the basalt for all 17 heads came from the Sierra de los Tuxtlas Mountains, some located up to 100 kilometers from where the heads were erected. Transporting multi-ton boulders across such distances through tropical terrain with swamps, rivers, and no-pack animals or wheeled vehicles represents an astounding logistical achievement. The Olmec must have used rafts to float the stones along rivers, and then employed hundreds of workers pulling logs and rollers to move them overland. Yet despite extensive archaeological investigation, enormous gaps remain in understanding Olmec civilization. The Olmec left no deciphered written records. They had symbolic systems and what may have been early writing forms, but nothing that can be read. This means we don't know what they called themselves, what language they spoke, how their government was organized, or what their religious beliefs entailed beyond what can be inferred from iconography. Most mysteriously, why do some heads show evidence of deliberate damage and burial? Several heads were found buried, sometimes mutilated with faces damaged, suggesting they were ritually killed or decommissioned. Was this done when a ruler died, when new rulers took power and wanted to erase predecessors, when religious beliefs changed? The answers remain lost with the vanished Olmec culture. Fact 15. The Rongorongo script, Easter Island's lost writing. When missionaries arrived on Easter Island in the 1860s, they were astonished to discover that the islanders possessed a unique writing system, inscribed on wooden tablets called Rongorongo, meaning chants or recitations in the Rapa Nui language. These tablets contained rows of glyphs depicting humans, animals, plants, geometric shapes, and abstract symbols, arranged in a distinctive pattern called reverse boustrophedon, where alternate lines are inverted and read in opposite directions. This was the only independent writing system ever developed in Oceania. By the time scholars began seriously studying Rongorongo, it was too late. The social catastrophe that befell Rapa Nui in the mid-19th century had destroyed the knowledge needed to read the script. Peruvian slave raids in 1862-1863 kidnapped approximately 1,500 islanders, including the king and the entire literate elite who could read and write Rongorongo. Most captives died in Peru from disease and mistreatment. A handful were repatriated, but they brought smallpox back to the island, causing an epidemic that killed all but a few hundred of Rapa Nui's population. By the 1870s, when interested scholars arrived to study the tablets, only fragments of knowledge remained. A few elderly islanders claimed limited ability to chant from the tablets, but their recitations were inconsistent and may have been partially invented or reconstructed from fragmentary memory rather than true reading. Today, only 26 Rongorongo objects survive: tablets, staffs, and one pectoral ornament, scattered in museums worldwide. Many more tablets existed but were destroyed by Christian missionaries who viewed them as pagan objects, or were lost or deteriorated in Rapa Nui's humid climate. The surviving texts contain approximately 15,000 individual glyphs, representing about 600 distinct signs. Without bilingual texts or reliable knowledge of the language and meaning, Rongorongo remains undeciphered despite more than a century of attempts. Researchers have identified some repeated sequences and structures suggesting it is true writing rather than merely decorative symbols, but reading the content remains impossible. The challenge is compounded by questions about the script's antiquity. When was Rongorongo developed? Some scholars believe it predates European contact, possibly by centuries, making it an independent invention of writing. Others propose it was inspired by Spaniards who visited in 1770 and had islanders sign a document. According to this theory, the Rapa Nui, impressed by European writing without understanding its phonetic nature, created their own symbolic system as cultural response. The loss of Rongorongo represents one of history's great intellectual tragedies. An entire writing system, developed independently by a small isolated population, vanished within a single generation due to the violence of slavery and disease introduced by external contact. Fact 16. The Nabatean Kingdom, Masters of the Desert. The Nabatean Kingdom, with its spectacular capital Petra carved into rose-red sandstone cliffs in southern Jordan, controlled vital trade routes from approximately 400 BCE to 106 CE. Their wealth derived from controlling the frankincense and myrrh trade from southern Arabia to the Mediterranean, along with spices, silk, and other luxury goods moving between the East and Rome. The Nabateans were master hydraulic engineers, developing sophisticated systems to harvest and store scarce desert rainfall. They carved cisterns into rock, built elaborate dams and channels to direct flash flood waters into storage facilities, and created an agricultural system that supported perhaps 20,000 inhabitants at Petra, an extraordinary achievement in one of the world's most arid regions. The city itself showcases remarkable rock-cut architecture. While the treasury is the most famous structure, approached through the narrow Sick Gorge, Petra contains hundreds of elaborate tombs, temples, and facades carved directly into multicolored sandstone cliffs. The monastery, even larger than the treasury, sits atop a mountain requiring a climb of 800 rock-cut steps. A large theater carved from rock could seat thousands. The Nabateans developed a unique writing system, a cursive form of Aramaic script that would eventually evolve into the Arabic script used today. Their inscriptions provide some historical information, but much of Nabatean history and culture remains obscure, because few texts were preserved beyond short dedications and tomb inscriptions. The kingdom reached its zenith in the 1st century BCE and early 1st century CE. Then, in 106 CE, the Roman Emperor Trajan annexed the Nabatean kingdom, which became the Roman province of Arabia Petrea. The transition appears to have been peaceful. There's no evidence of military conquest or destruction. Petra continued as a significant city under Roman rule, with Romans adding new structures. But gradually, Petra declined. The Romans reorganized trade routes, developing the port of Ayla and redirecting commerce to sea routes that bypassed Petra. A massive earthquake in 363 CE caused severe damage to the city's structures and, critically, damaged the sophisticated water management system. With water infrastructure broken and declining population unable to invest in repairs, sustaining a large urban population became increasingly difficult. By the 5th-6th centuries, Petra had declined to a small settlement. The Nabateans as a distinct cultural identity disappeared, gradually absorbed into broader regional Arab culture. Petra was forgotten by the outside world until 1812, when Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt convinced Bedouin guides to take him to the rumored ruins. Fact 17. The Yonaguni Monument, Nature or Lost Civilization. In 1987, a local diver exploring waters off Yonaguni, the westernmost island of Japan's Ryukyu archipelago, discovered a massive underwater structure lying at depths of 5 to 40 meters. The formation features what appear to be terraces, right angles, flat surfaces, and stepped platforms resembling a pyramid, all carved from solid rock. The main structure is approximately 50 meters wide and 20 meters high. The discovery sparked immediate debate. Is the Yonaguni Monument a natural geological formation or human-made structure, possibly ruins of an ancient civilization submerged when sea levels rose after the last ice age? Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, has championed the interpretation that the monument is artificial, or at least a natural formation significantly modified by human hands. He points to features that seem inconsistent with pure natural formation: the sharpness of edges and corners, the presence of straight lines and right angles, apparent stairways with regular step heights, holes that appear to be quarry marks, and what he interprets as a carved statue of a human head. Kimura dates the monument to approximately 10,000 years ago, when the area would have been above sea level. Skeptics, including most mainstream geologists and archaeologists, argue that the Yonaguni monument is entirely natural, a product of tectonic activity and erosion acting on sandstone formations that naturally form layered, blocky structures. The rock type found at Yonaguni, fine sandstone and mudstone, naturally fractures along straight planes due to geological stress, creating right angles and flat surfaces. Key arguments against the artificial hypothesis include the lack of any artifacts or tools found at or near the site, the absence of clear evidence of stonework like tool marks or fitted blocks, and the fact that all features identified can be explained by natural geological processes. If the monument were a massive artificial structure, one would expect associated cultural materials, pottery shards, tools, carved statuary, or other evidence of human presence. The debate extends to specific features. The road might be a natural bedding plane exposed by erosion. The pillars could be erosional remnants. The carved head might be pareidolia, human tendency to see faces in random patterns. However, proponents note that some features do appear unusually geometric, with apparently right-angled corners and flat surfaces over substantial areas. The dating depends on when it was submerged. Sea levels were substantially lower during the last glacial maximum approximately 20,000 years ago, with the current depth being above sea level until around 10,000 years ago. If the structure is artificial, it would predate known Japanese monumental architecture by thousands of years, requiring re-evaluation of human cultural development in the region. Fact 18. The Kingdom of Aksum, Africa's Forgotten Empire. In the highlands of northern Ethiopia and Eritrea, the ancient Kingdom of Aksum rose to power around the 1st century CE and became one of the world's great civilizations, a major trading empire linking the Roman Mediterranean world with India and Arabia. Aksum controlled trade routes for ivory, gold, frankincense, and exotic goods, minting its own gold, silver, and bronze coins that circulated throughout the region, one of only 4 ancient African kingdoms to develop its own coinage. The Aksumites built a capital city featuring towering stone obelisks, elaborate palaces, underground tombs, and massive stone thrones. The famous obelisks, or stelae, are among the largest single pieces of stone ever erected by humans. The tallest still standing is 24 meters high and weighs approximately 160 tons. A fallen stela, which collapsed in ancient times, would have stood 33 meters tall and weighed an estimated 520 tons, making it the largest single stone erected in the ancient world. These obelisks were carved from single blocks of granite and transporting from quarries several kilometers away, an engineering achievement rivaling Egyptian obelisks. The stelae feature false doors and window carvings, representing multi-story buildings, and were grave markers for elite tombs. The Kingdom of Aksum was an early adopter of Christianity, with King Ezana converting around 330 CE, making Aksum one of the first Christian kingdoms in the world, predating most European nations' conversion. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church traces its roots to this period. Aksumite Christianity developed unique characteristics, including claims that the Ark of the Covenant was brought to Aksum and remains there, guarded at the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion. At its height in the 6th century CE, Aksum controlled territory spanning modern Ethiopia, Eritrea, parts of Sudan, Yemen, and southern Saudi Arabia. Aksumite kings intervened in Arabian affairs, with King Caleb conquering the Himyarite kingdom in Yemen around 520 CE. Then, beginning in the 7th century, Aksum entered a long decline. The rise of Islam and Arab control of Red Sea trade routes cut Aksum off from Mediterranean trade. The Arab conquest of Egypt, Yemen, and North Africa isolated Aksum, transforming it from a central node in international trade to a marginal highland kingdom. Economic foundations crumbled. Gold coinage ceased production in the early 7th century. Additionally, environmental degradation may have played a role. Deforestation from centuries of construction and fuel gathering, soil erosion in the highlands, and climate changes possibly reducing rainfall would have stressed agriculture. By the 10th century, the kingdom had contracted dramatically. The capital was abandoned, with power centers shifting southward. Ethiopia became isolated from the Christian Mediterranean world for centuries. Fact 19. Elance Orcs Meadows, Vikings in America. For centuries, the Viking sagas told stories of expeditions to a land far to the west of Greenland, a place they called Vinland, where Norse explorers encountered indigenous peoples, abundant timber, and attempted to establish settlements around 1000 CE. Historians debated whether these sagas described real events or were legendary tales. The question was definitively answered in 1960, when Norwegian explorer Helge Ingstad and archaeologist Anstein Ingstad discovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Elance Orcs Meadows on the northern tip of Newfoundland in Canada. Excavations revealed foundations of 8 buildings, constructed in typical Norse style with sod walls laid over wooden frames, a building technique identical to structures in Greenland and Iceland from the same period. Artifacts recovered included a bronze cloak pin of Norse manufacture, a stone oil lamp, iron nails, a soapstone spindle whorl for spinning wool, and other objects unmistakably of Scandinavian origin and dating to approximately 1000 CE. The discovery proved that Norse explorers reached North America roughly 500 years before Columbus, making them the first Europeans to establish a presence in the Americas. The Elance Orks Meadows site appears to have been a base camp rather than a permanent colony. The buildings include large halls that could have housed 70-90 people, along with workshops for iron smelting, woodworking, and boat repair. The presence of a smithy is particularly significant, as iron smelting was unknown among indigenous peoples of the Americas at the time, making it definitively Norse. Archaeologists have found iron slag and bog iron from the smelting process. The settlement was occupied for only a brief period, perhaps 310 years, and then abandoned. No grave have been found, suggesting the stay was temporary and planned as such. The mystery surrounding Elance Orks Meadows involves its relationship to the Vinland described in the sagas. According to the saga of Eric the Red and the saga of the Greenlanders, Leif Erikson and other Norse explorers made several voyages to Vinland, encountering wild grapes, hence the name Vinland or Wineland, self-sown wheat and timber. However, Elance Orks Meadows presents a geographical problem. Wild grapes cannot grow that far north. The climate of northern Newfoundland is too cold for grapes. This has led researchers to conclude that Elance Orks Meadows was likely not Vinland itself, but rather a gateway or base camp from which Norse explorers ventured further south to regions where grapes do grow. Recent archaeological analysis has found butternuts among the artifacts at Elance Orks Meadows. Butternuts don't grow in Newfoundland. Their northern limit is New Brunswick and Quebec, hundreds of kilometers south. This proves the Norse explorers traveled south from Elance Orks Meadows to regions where butternuts grow. Why did the Norse abandon North America after such a brief presence? The sagas describe conflicts with indigenous peoples, and maintaining a settlement so far from Europe, across treacherous North Atlantic waters, with supply lines stretching from Iceland or Greenland, would have been extraordinarily difficult. Fact 20. Cahokia, America's forgotten metropolis. In the Mississippi River Valley, near present-day St. Louis, Missouri, the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico once thrived. Cahokia, at its peak around 1051-200 CE, was home to an estimated 10,000 people, with perhaps 30,000 living in the surrounding region, making it larger than London at the time. The city was the center of the Mississippian culture, a complex chiefdom society that built massive earthen mounds, engaged in long-distance trade, and created sophisticated artwork. Cahokia featured more than 120 earthen mounds, the largest being Monk's Mound, which covers 14 acres at its base and rises to 100 feet in height, making it the largest prehistoric earthen construction in the Americas. The mound required the movement of approximately 22 million cubic feet of soil, all transporting in baskets by human labor, since the Mississippian people had no beasts of burden or wheeled vehicles. The city was carefully planned with plazas, residential areas organized in neighborhoods, and a massive wooden palisade wall surrounding the central precinct. One of Cahokia's most intriguing features is the woodhenge, a series of timber circles used as astronomical calendars. These circles of massive cedar posts aligned with solar events including equinoxes and solstices, demonstrating sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Archaeological excavations have revealed evidence of social stratification, with elite burials showing markedly different treatment than commoners. One burial, known as the beaded burial, contained a male individual lying on a platform of 20,000 shell beads shaped like a falcon, accompanied by sacrificed individuals and massive quantities of grave goods, including hundreds of arrowheads, chunky stones used in a ritual game, and sheets of copper and mica. Cahokia's influence extended throughout the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys through trade networks moving shells, copper, mica, and other valuable materials. The city was a cosmopolitan center, attracting people from wide regions. Then, beginning around 1200 CE, Cahokia entered a period of decline, and by 1400 CE the site was largely abandoned. The reasons for this abandonment remain debated and mysterious. Multiple factors likely contributed. Environmental degradation probably played a significant role. The concentration of a large population required intensive agriculture, extensive woodcutting, and large-scale game hunting. This pressure would have led to deforestation, soil depletion, and depletion of deer and other game animals. Climate change also factored in. The medieval warm period gave way to cooler conditions and increased climate variability. Droughts and floods may have caused agricultural failures. Social and political factors likely contributed as well. Evidence of increasing violence in the later period includes expansion of palisade walls and increased frequency of violent trauma on skeletal remains, suggesting warfare or internal conflict. Disease may have played a role. Dense urban populations create conditions for epidemic diseases. The abandonment appears to have been gradual rather than sudden, a population decline over generations. When European explorers reached the region in the 17th century, Cahokia was abandoned, its mounds overgrown with vegetation. Fact 21. The Hittite Empire, the vanished superpower. For thousands of years, the Hittite Empire existed only as a mysterious name in the Bible, mentioned alongside Egypt and Babylon, but with no physical evidence of its existence. Scholars debated whether the Hittites were a real civilization or merely a minor tribe exaggerated in biblical texts. Then, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, archaeologists made stunning discoveries in central Turkey that revealed one of the ancient world's greatest empires had been completely forgotten by history. The Hittite Empire, which flourished from approximately 1600 to 1200 BCE, was one of the dominant powers of the Late Bronze Age, rivaling Egypt for control of the Near East. Their capital, Hattusa, located in central Anatolia, was a massive fortified city covering 180 hectares with imposing stone walls. Monumental gates decorated with lion and sphinx sculptures, elaborate palaces, temples, and underground water systems. The city's defenses included walls up to 8 meters high with towers, demonstrating sophisticated military engineering. The Hittites were innovators in metallurgy, among the first to extensively use iron for weapons and tools, giving them military advantages over enemies still relying primarily on bronze. They developed advanced chariot warfare tactics and maintained a powerful army. The empire controlled vast territories across Anatolia, northern Syria, and parts of Mesopotamia, with vassal states extending their influence even further. One of the most remarkable Hittite achievements was the Battle of Kadesh fought against Egypt around 1274 BCE, one of the largest chariot battles in history, involving perhaps 5,000 to 6,000 chariots. The battle ended inconclusively, but it led to the world's first known written peace treaty between the Hittite king Hattusili III and Egyptian pharaoh Ramesses II around 1259 BCE. Clay tablets recording this treaty have been found, and a copy is displayed at the United Nations headquarters. The Hittites left extensive written records in cuneiform script on thousands of clay tablets discovered at Hattusa and other sites. These tablets reveal details of Hittite law, religion, diplomacy, military campaigns, and daily administration. Hittite law was remarkably sophisticated and humane for its time, with punishments based more on restitution than revenge, and protections for accused individuals. Yet around 1200 BCE, during the General Bronze Age collapse, the Hittite Empire vanished with shocking completeness. Hattusa was burned and deliberately destroyed, with evidence suggesting the inhabitants themselves dismantled and burned the city before abandoning it. Archaeological evidence shows that the final destruction was systematic rather than the result of sudden conquest. Important buildings were deliberately demolished, suggesting a planned abandonment rather than chaotic flight. The empire fragmented into smaller Neo-Hittite kingdoms in Syria that survived for several more centuries, but the imperial structure disappeared entirely. The Hittite language ceased to be written, the capital was abandoned and forgotten, and within a few generations, memory of the great empire faded so completely that by classical Greek and Roman times, even the location of Hattusa was unknown. Not until the late 19th century were Hittite ruins identified, and not until the 1920s was the Hittite language deciphered. Fact 22. Çatalhöyük, the first city. In central Turkey, archaeologists have excavated one of the world's oldest and most unusual urban settlements, Çatalhöyük, inhabited from approximately 7500 to 6400 BCE during the Neolithic period. With a population estimated at 3,000 to 8,000 people at its peak, Çatalhöyük represents one of humanity's earliest experiments in urban living, predating Mesopotamian cities by thousands of years. What makes Çatalhöyük extraordinary is its unique architecture and layout. The settlement consisted of densely packed rectangular mud brick houses built directly against each other with no streets or lanes between them. Instead, residents entered their homes through holes in the roof, climbing down ladders into the interior. People walked across the flat rooftops to move through the settlement, essentially making the rooftops the streets. This unusual design may have served defensive purposes. With no ground-level entrances or passages, the settlement would be difficult for enemies to penetrate. Inside, houses were remarkably uniform in size and layout, with sleeping platforms, storage areas, and hearths for cooking. Walls and platforms were plastered and frequently repainted with white lime plaster. The people of Çatalhöyük created elaborate artwork and religious symbolism. Many houses contained wall paintings depicting hunting scenes, geometric patterns, and mysterious symbols. Bulls and cattle appear frequently in the art, suggesting their importance to the culture. Perhaps most strikingly, many houses contained burials beneath the floors and sleeping platforms. Residents literally lived above their deceased ancestors, suggesting strong ancestor veneration. Archaeological excavations have revealed sophisticated crafts including obsidian tool-making, pottery, weaving, and basket-making. The settlement engaged in long-distance trade, with obsidian from Çatalhöyük found hundreds of kilometers away and shells from the Mediterranean discovered at the site. Despite its size and density, Çatalhöyük shows remarkably little evidence of social hierarchy. Houses are similar in size and wealth, with no palaces or obviously elite residences. Burials show little differentiation in grave goods. This apparent egalitarianism is unusual for settlements of this size and has led researchers to suggest Çatalhöyük may have had a relatively flat social structure without kings or centralized authority. The settlement was eventually abandoned around 6400 BCE for reasons that remain unclear, possibly environmental changes, resource depletion, or social reorganization. The people dispersed, but Çatalhöyük stands as evidence of humanity's early urban experimentation. Fact 23. The mysterious disappearance of the Minoans. Minoan civilization on Crete developed Europe's first literate culture and built magnificent palaces, yet their final chapter remains shrouded in mystery. While the massive Thera eruption around 1600 BCE certainly impacted the Minoans, evidence suggests the civilization continued for another 150 years before its ultimate collapse around 1450 BCE. What happened during those crucial years remains one of archaeology's most debated questions. The final destruction of Minoan palaces shows a pattern that puzzles researchers. While some sites like Knossos show evidence of fire, others appear to have been abandoned more peacefully. Significantly, after 1450 BCE, the palace at Knossos continued to function, but with a crucial change. The administrative records were now written in Linear B, an early form of Greek, rather than the Minoan Linear, a script. This linguistic shift indicates that Mycenaean Greeks from mainland Greece had taken control of Crete, either through conquest or perhaps through more gradual infiltration and eventual political takeover. Some archaeologists argue for military invasion, pointing to destruction layers at various sites and the presence of weapons. Others suggest a more complex scenario where Minoan civilization, weakened by the Thera eruptions, long-term economic and environmental impacts, gradually lost power to emerging Mycenaean influence. The Mycenaeans may have initially been trading partners and cultural admirers of the Minoans, adopting Minoan writing systems, artistic styles, and religious practices. Over time, as Minoan power waned and Mycenaean power grew, the balance shifted until Mycenaeans dominated Crete politically while preserving many aspects of Minoan culture. What happened to the Minoan people themselves? They didn't vanish. Genetic and cultural evidence suggests they were gradually absorbed into the Mycenaean world. The Linear script disappeared, Minoan artistic styles were modified to incorporate Mycenaean elements, and distinctly Minoan religious practices evolved or were replaced. Modern Cretans show genetic continuity with ancient Minoans, indicating population continuity despite political and cultural transformation. The mystery of the Minoan collapse involves not just the event itself, but our inability to read their own accounts. The undeciphered Linear, a script, means we cannot access Minoan perspectives on their own history. We see them only through Greek sources written much later or through silent archaeological remains. Whatever the Minoans thought, believed, and recorded about their civilization's transformation died with the last person who could read their script. Fact 24. Poverty Point, America's ancient earthwork enigma. In northeastern Louisiana, along the banks of the Mississippi River, lies one of North America's most mysterious ancient sites, Poverty Point, a massive earthwork complex built by Native Americans between approximately 1700 and 1100 BCE, during a period when most North American societies were small, mobile hunter-gatherer bands. Poverty Point challenges assumptions about what pre-agricultural societies could achieve. The site's centerpiece is a series of 6 concentric C-shaped earthen ridges, each standing about 1.5 to 2 meters high, arranged in a semicircular pattern spanning over 1.2 kilometers across. These ridges would have supported houses and other structures, creating an amphitheater-like community space. The scale is staggering. The earthworks contain approximately 750,000 cubic meters of soil, all moved by human labor using baskets, without domesticated animals or wheeled vehicles. Additionally, the site includes several large mounds, the largest being Mound A, which rises 22 meters high and was shaped like a bird with outstretched wings, though this interpretation is debated. The construction required enormous coordination and labor, suggesting a complex society with leadership capable of organizing large-scale public works. What makes Poverty Point even more remarkable is that the people who built it were primarily hunter-gatherers, not farmers. They lived in a resource-rich environment where rivers, swamps, and forests provided abundant fish, shellfish, game, and wild plant foods, allowing them to support a relatively large, semi-sedentary population without agriculture. Archaeological evidence shows they engaged in extensive trade networks spanning much of eastern North America. Artifacts at Poverty Point include stone tools made from materials sourced from hundreds of kilometers away, copper from the Great Lakes region, stone from the Appalachian Mountains, and other materials from distant sources. They created distinctive baked clay objects called Poverty Point objects, small fired clay balls in various shapes used for cooking by heating in fires, and then placing in containers to boil water or cook food, a technique used before pottery became common. Yet despite its impressive scale and the sophisticated society it represents, Poverty Point was eventually abandoned around 1100 BCE. The reasons remain unclear, possibly environmental changes, resource depletion, social reorganization, or shifts in trade networks. The culture that built Poverty Point left no written records, so we know them only through their monumental earthworks and the artifacts they left behind. The site challenges the traditional narrative that complex societies only emerged after the development of agriculture. Fact 25. The Kingdom of Kush, Egypt's southern rival. For much of ancient history, Egypt dominated narratives of African civilization, but to Egypt's south along the Nile, in what is now Sudan, another powerful civilization rose and fell, the Kingdom of Kush. Flourishing from approximately 1070 BCE to 350 CE, Kush was at various times Egypt's rival, conqueror, trading partner, and cultural heir. The Kingdom of Kush emerged in Nubia, a region rich in gold, ivory, and other resources that Egypt had long coveted and periodically controlled. During Egypt's periods of weakness, Kushite power grew. The most dramatic reversal came around 750 BCE when Kushite King Pai conquered Egypt itself, establishing the 25th dynasty of Egypt, sometimes called the Nubian dynasty or Black Pharaohs period. For approximately 75 years, Kushite kings ruled both Kush and Egypt, controlling the entire Nile Valley from the Mediterranean to deep into Africa. They presented themselves as restorers of traditional Egyptian culture, building pyramids, worshipping Egyptian gods, and using Egyptian hieroglyphics, while maintaining distinct Kushite cultural elements. The Kushite pharaohs built more pyramids than all other Egyptian dynasties combined, though Kushite pyramids were smaller and steeper than their Egyptian counterparts. Assyrian invasion eventually drove the Kushites from Egypt around 656 BCE, but the kingdom continued to flourish in Nubia. The capital moved south from Napata to Meroe, where the civilization entered a new phase. Meroitic Kush developed its own unique writing system, Meroitic script, which remains only partially deciphered despite being written in a known alphabet. The inability to fully read Meroitic texts means enormous gaps remain in our understanding of Kushite history, religion, and culture. Meroe became a center of iron production, with archaeological evidence showing extensive iron smelting that gave the kingdom military and economic advantages. The Kingdom of Kush maintained trade networks connecting sub-Saharan Africa with the Mediterranean world and beyond, trading gold, ivory, ebony, and enslaved people for luxury goods. The kingdom's decline began in the early centuries CE. A combination of environmental degradation from deforestation caused by extensive iron smelting, desertification reducing agricultural productivity, and pressure from the rising kingdom of Aksum in Ethiopia to the east weakened Kush. Around 350 CE, Aksumite King Ezana invaded and apparently destroyed Meroe, though the exact circumstances remain unclear due to limited historical sources. The kingdom of Kush disappeared from history so completely that for centuries, its achievements were largely forgotten or attributed to Egypt. Only modern archaeology has revealed the extent of Kushite civilization and its role as an independent African power that rivaled and even conquered Egypt. Fact 26. The Moche civilization, masters of metal and sacrifice. Along the northern coast of Peru, the Moche civilization flourished from approximately 100 to 800 CE, building an impressive culture known for sophisticated metallurgy, elaborate ceramics, massive adobe pyramids, and complex religious practices that may have included large-scale human sacrifice. Despite leaving no written language, the Moche left extensive artistic records that provide glimpses into their world, while raising disturbing questions about their ritual practices. The Moche built monumental platform mounds using millions of adobe bricks, each stamped with maker's marks that may have indicated which community or labor group produced them. The largest, the Huaca del Sol, or Temple of the Sun, contained an estimated 130 million adobe bricks and rose to a height of about 40 meters, making it one of the largest pre-Columbian structures in South America. These pyramids served as temples, elite residences, and administrative centers. Moche artisans were master metalsmiths, creating sophisticated objects from gold, silver, copper, and alloys using techniques including gilding, alloying, and lost wax casting. The royal tombs of Sipan, discovered in 1987, revealed the spectacular burial of a Moche lord buried with vast quantities of gold and silver ornaments, jewelry, ceremonial weapons, and sacrificed retainers, demonstrating extreme social stratification and the wealth of Moche elites. Moche pottery is among the most artistically sophisticated in the pre-Columbian Americas, with realistic portrait vessels depicting individuals with such detail that some researchers believe they represent actual people. Erotic pottery depicting sexual acts in graphic detail was also common, suggesting complex attitudes toward sexuality and possibly ritual significance for these objects. Most controversially, archaeological evidence suggests the Moche practiced human sacrifice, possibly on a large scale. At several sites, mass graves have been found containing remains of young men showing evidence of violent death, dismemberment, and defleshing. Some researchers interpret Moche art as depicting sacrifice rituals, with scenes showing warriors, priests, and supernatural beings consuming blood or presiding over executions. The reasons for these apparent sacrifices remain debated. Were they war captives sacrificed to appease gods, ritual participants in religious dramas, responses to environmental crises like El Niño events that devastated coastal Peru? The Moche civilization eventually collapsed around 800 CE, possibly due to a combination of environmental disasters, including earthquakes, El Niño flooding, and prolonged drought, along with internal political fragmentation. The collapse was not complete abandonment, but rather transformation, with Moche culture evolving into successor cultures. Fact 27. The Dilmun civilization, Mesopotamia's mysterious trading partner. Ancient Mesopotamian texts frequently mention a mysterious land called Dilmun, described as a sacred place, a trading partner, and sometimes as a kind of paradise. For decades, scholars debated Dilmun's location and whether it was a real place or mythological. Archaeological discoveries in Bahrain and the Arabian Gulf region have revealed that Dilmun was indeed real, a sophisticated Bronze Age civilization that served as a crucial middleman in trade between Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Arabia from approximately 3000 to 330 BCE. Dilmun's location on the island of Bahrain and surrounding Gulf areas gave it strategic control over maritime trade routes. Dilmun merchants traded copper from Oman, ivory and carnelian from the Indus Valley, dates and pearls from the Gulf, and various goods from Mesopotamia, growing wealthy as intermediaries in this international commerce. Archaeological excavations have uncovered extensive burial mounds, over 170,000 burial mounds. Bahrain, representing one of the world's largest prehistoric cemeteries, suggesting a substantial population and wealth. Mesopotamian texts describe Dilmun in almost mystical terms, sometimes as a pure and sacred land, a place of eternal life where there was no sickness, death, or sorrow. The Epic of Gilgamesh mentions Dilmun as the home of Utnapishtim, the Mesopotamian Noah figure who survived the Great Flood. This mythological significance, alongside its commercial importance, suggests Dilmun held special status in Mesopotamian consciousness. The civilization developed its own distinctive pottery styles, architecture, and burial practices, while showing cultural influences from Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and local Arabian traditions. Dilmun appears to have been relatively peaceful. Archaeological sites show little evidence of fortifications or warfare, suggesting either effective diplomacy, protection by geography, or a period of regional stability. The civilization's writing system remains poorly understood. Dilmun used a script related to cuneiform for administrative purposes, but few texts have been discovered, and many remain untranslated. This limits our understanding of Dilmun politics, religion, and culture. We see Dilmun primarily through Mesopotamian eyes rather than hearing Dilmun's own voice. Dilmun's importance declined as trade routes shifted, particularly after the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization around 1300 BCE cut off one of Dilmun's major trading partners. Various empires, Assyrian, Babylonian, Persian, conquered the region at different times, and Dilmun gradually lost its independence and distinct identity, eventually becoming absorbed into larger empires. By the Islamic period, memory of ancient Dilmun had largely faded, preserved only in ancient texts until modern archaeology rediscovered this vanished trading civilization. Fact 28. Carol, the oldest city in the Americas. In the Indus Valley of Peru, approximately 200 kilometers north of Lima, archaeologists have uncovered Carol, a monumental city that has revolutionized understanding of early American civilization. Dating to approximately 2600 BCE, Carol is the oldest known city in the Americas, contemporary with the great civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia, yet flourishing in complete isolation thousands of years before previously assumed dates for complex society in the Americas. Carol covers about 66 hectares and contains 6 large platform mounds arranged around a central plaza, along with numerous smaller structures, residential complexes, and an amphitheater. The largest pyramid rises to about 18 meters high and covers an area roughly the size of 4 football fields. The construction required enormous labor to quarry, transport, and position massive quantities of stone, all without metal tools, wheels, or draft animals. What makes Carol particularly remarkable is that this complexity arose without several features often considered prerequisites for civilization. The Carol people had no pottery, they used gourds and baskets for containers. They had no apparent warfare or defensive fortifications, suggesting a relatively peaceful society. They appear to have had no visual art tradition in the form of sculpture or painting, and no obvious writing system has been identified. Instead, Carol's economy appears to have been based on fishing, agriculture, and particularly cotton cultivation for making fishing nets and textiles. The location allowed exploitation of both marine resources from the nearby Pacific coast and agricultural products from the fertile river valley. Trade with coastal fishing communities and highland agricultural communities created an economic network that sustained the city. Archaeological evidence suggests sophisticated social organization with clear class distinctions. Elite residences on the pyramid platforms contrast with simpler structures in lower areas. The society organized large-scale public works, coordinated labor, and maintained long-distance trade networks, all characteristics of complex civilizations. Mysteriously, Carol was eventually abandoned around 1800 BCE after approximately 800 years of occupation. The reasons remain unclear, possibly environmental changes such as earthquakes or El Niño events disrupting the coastal environment, or perhaps social and economic reorganization. The abandonment appears to have been relatively peaceful, with no evidence of violence or sudden catastrophe. Carol's discovery has forced archaeologists to reconsider timelines for American civilization. Complex society in the Americas emerged far earlier than previously thought, developing independently from Old World civilizations. Yet despite Carol's impressive achievements, the civilization left no obvious descendants. No clear continuity links Carol to later Peruvian cultures. The knowledge and organizational systems that built Carol's pyramids apparently did not transmit directly to successor cultures, leaving Carol as a remarkable but isolated achievement in the deep American past. Fact 29. The Etruscans, Rome's mysterious predecessors. Before Rome dominated Italy, the Etruscan civilization flourished in the region now called Tuscany, ruling much of central Italy from approximately 900 to 100 BCE. The Etruscans were sophisticated, literate, and influential. They taught the Romans engineering, religion, and governance. Yet they remain mysterious because their language, though written in a script adapted from Greek, is only partially understood and appears unrelated to any other known language. The Etruscans built wealthy city-states including Veii, Tarquinia, and Servitory, each governed independently but sharing language, religion, and culture. They were master engineers and architects, building temples, roads, drainage systems, and the first true arches in Italy, technology the Romans would later adopt and perfect. Etruscan cities featured sophisticated urban planning with paved streets, sewers, and monumental gates. Etruscan art and culture show both local originality and influences from Greek and Near Eastern civilizations. They created beautiful bronze sculptures, elaborate gold jewelry using sophisticated techniques like granulation, and colorful tomb paintings depicting banquets, music, dancing, athletics, and scenes from daily life that provide invaluable glimpses into their society. Etruscan religion profoundly influenced Roman practices. The Etruscans practiced divination through reading lightning strikes, interpreting the flight of birds, and examining animal entrails, practices the Romans adopted. Many Roman gods have Etruscan origins or influences. Elaborate Etruscan tombs, some carved into rock and decorated with paintings and sculptures, suggest strong beliefs about the afterlife. What makes the Etruscans particularly mysterious is their language. Although thousands of Etruscan inscriptions survive, mostly short funerary texts and religious dedications, the language remains only partially deciphered. The alphabet can be read, but the language's structure and vocabulary are largely opaque because it appears to be a linguistic isolate with no clear relationship to Indo-European languages or other known language families. This linguistic barrier means enormous aspects of Etruscan culture remain inaccessible. We can read names and identify some basic words, but cannot understand Etruscan literature, historical records, or religious texts in any depth. We see the Etruscans primarily through Roman and Greek sources, which are often biased or incomplete. The Etruscans gradually lost power as Rome expanded from the 5th century BCE onward. Rome conquered Etruscan cities one by one, absorbing their territories into the growing Roman state. By the 1st century BCE, Etruscan language and culture were disappearing, replaced by Latin language and Roman culture. The Etruscans were assimilated into Roman society so thoroughly that their distinct identity vanished, leaving only archaeological remains, undeciphered texts, and the influences they bequeathed to Roman civilization. Fact 30. The Khmer Empire, jungle temples and lost cities. In the dense jungles of Cambodia and surrounding regions, the Khmer Empire ruled from approximately 802 to 1431 CE, building one of the most extensive temple complexes in the world and controlling a vast territory across mainland Southeast Asia. The empire's capital at Angkor became one of the largest pre-industrial cities in the world, yet it was eventually abandoned and reclaimed by jungle, remaining largely unknown to the outside world until French explorers rediscovered it in the 19th century. The Khmer Empire's most famous legacy is Angkor Wat, built in the early 12th century as a Hindu temple dedicated to Vishnu, later transformed into a Buddhist temple. Angkor Wat is the largest religious monument in the world, covering over 162 hectares. The temple complex showcases extraordinary architectural and engineering achievement with its towering spires, extensive bas-reliefs depicting Hindu mythology and historical events, precisely carved stonework, and vast scale. But Angkor Wat is just one structure in a sprawling urban complex. Angkor, the city, covered over 1.0 square kilometers at its peak, housing perhaps 750,000 to 1 million people, making it one of the world's largest pre-industrial cities. The city contained hundreds of temples and monuments connected by roads, with residential areas, markets, and administrative buildings constructed primarily from wood, which has since rotted away, leaving primarily the stone religious structures. The Khmer achieved their empire's scale through sophisticated water management. They constructed elaborate hydraulic systems including massive reservoirs called barrays, canals, and irrigation networks that controlled monsoon flooding, stored water for the dry season, and enabled multiple rice harvests per year. This agricultural surplus supported the large population and funded temple construction. The empire's power peaked in the 12th-13th centuries under kings like Jayavarman VII, who expanded territories and built extensively. However, the empire began declining in the 13th-14th centuries. Environmental factors played a significant role. The water management system apparently became overextended and then failed during periods of severe drought and flooding associated with climate variability. Additionally, the rise of Theravada Buddhism changed religious practices and royal ideology, reducing emphasis on monumental Hindu temple construction that had been central to royal legitimacy. Thai kingdoms to the west grew in power and repeatedly attacked Angkor. In 1431, Thai forces sacked Angkor, and the Khmer court abandoned the city, relocating the capital to Phnom Penh near the Mekong River. Angkor was not completely abandoned. Buddhist monks continued inhabiting some temples, and local people lived in the area, but the great city of the empire's height gradually succumbed to jungle, with trees growing through temple structures and vegetation covering monuments. The capital never returned, and Angkor faded from widespread knowledge until French naturalist Henri Mauhot publicized it to the West in the 1860s, sparking international fascination with the lost jungle temples. Fact 31. The Tiwanaku Empire, high-altitude mystery. High in the Bolivian Andes, at an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters above sea level near Lake Titicaca, the ancient city of Tiwanaku flourished from approximately 300 to 1000 CE. This location presents an immediate puzzle. How did a major civilization develop in such an extreme environment where the thin air makes physical labor exhausting and agriculture challenging? Yet Tiwanaku became the capital of an empire that controlled vast territories across the Andes and influenced cultures throughout the region. The city's monumental architecture demonstrates sophisticated engineering despite the harsh environment and lack of metal tools or wheeled vehicles. The most famous structure is the Akapana Pyramid, a massive stepped platform covering over 200 square meters and originally standing about 18 meters high. The pyramid was built from enormous stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, transporting from quarries many kilometers away. The Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single block of andesite stone weighing approximately 10 tons, features intricate relief carvings including a central figure often interpreted as a creator god or sun deity, surrounded by smaller figures and geometric designs. The precision of the stonework is remarkable. Blocks are fitted together so tightly that a knife blade cannot fit between them, achieved without mortar or metal tools. Tiwanaku's economy was based on innovative agricultural techniques adapted to the challenging high-altitude environment. They developed raised field agriculture, creating elevated planting surfaces separated by water-filled canals. This system protected crops from frost, improved soil fertility, and extended the growing season, crucial adaptations for farming at such extreme altitude. The civilization developed sophisticated long-distance trade networks, with Tiwanaku goods and cultural influences found hundreds of kilometers away in coastal Peru and lowland Bolivia. They traded textiles, ceramics, and possibly religious ideology and practices, suggesting significant cultural influence beyond their political control. Yet around 1000 CE, Tiwanaku collapsed. The city was abandoned, the empire fragmented, and the population dispersed. Evidence suggests prolonged drought struck the region, devastating the agricultural systems that sustained the high-altitude civilization. Tree-ring data and sediment cores from Lake Titicaca confirm a severe drought lasting decades during this period. Without reliable rainfall to fill the canals of the raised field system, agriculture would have failed, causing famine and forcing population dispersal. The collapse appears to have been gradual rather than catastrophic, with people leaving over time as conditions deteriorated. Tiwanaku left no written records, so we know them only through archaeology and through influences on later Andean cultures including the Inca, who regarded Tiwanaku as a sacred site associated with their creation mythology. Fact 32. The Mycenaean Palatial Collapse. The Mycenaean civilization of Late Bronze Age Greece, which flourished from approximately 1600 to 1100 BCE, created the world described in Homer's epics, the Greece of Agamemnon, Achilles, and the Trojan War. Mycenaean kingdoms built massive stone palaces at Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, and other centers, developed the linear B writing system, and engaged in Mediterranean trade and warfare. Yet around 1200 BCE, Mycenaean civilization collapsed suddenly and completely. Within a generation or two, the great palaces were burned and abandoned. Linear B writing ceased, Greece would be illiterate for 400 years. Trade networks collapsed, populations declined dramatically, and Greece entered a dark age from which it would not emerge until the rise of the classical Greek city-states centuries later. The archaeological evidence shows systematic destruction. At Pylos, the palace burned so intensely that clay tablets being written at the moment of destruction were accidentally fired, preserving them for modern archaeologists to read. These tablets record last desperate attempts to organize defenses and muster forces against some threat. At Mycenae and Tiryns, fortification walls were strengthened just before the collapse, suggesting growing insecurity. What caused this collapse? Multiple theories exist. Some scholars argue for invasion by the mysterious Sea Peoples or by Dorian Greeks migrating from the north. Others emphasize internal factors, social unrest, civil wars between rival kingdoms, or peasant revolts against the palatial elite. Environmental factors may have contributed, with drought and crop failures creating conditions for collapse. Most likely, the Mycenaean collapse resulted from multiple converging pressures, similar to the broader Late Bronze Age collapse. The palaces depended on complex economic systems involving agricultural surplus, specialized craft production, and long-distance trade. When drought disrupted agriculture, when trade networks broke down, when military threats multiplied, the entire system became unsustainable. The palatial elite, who controlled resources and organized society, could not maintain their position. The writing system, used exclusively for palace administration, became useless when palaces fell and was forgotten. The population dispersed into smaller, simpler communities focused on subsistence farming. The collapse was so complete that later Greeks preserved only mythological memories of the Bronze Age, which Homer transformed into epic poetry. Not until modern archaeology did the historical reality of Mycenaean civilization emerge from myth. Fact 33. Great Zimbabwe's Sister Cities. While Great Zimbabwe is the most famous stone city in southern Africa, it was not alone. The region contains hundreds of stone ruins from the same general period, representing a widespread tradition of dry stone architecture and complex political organization. Sites like Kami, Danangom, and Nalatale demonstrate that the Zimbabwe culture extended across vast territories with multiple important centers. Kami, located near modern Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, succeeded Great Zimbabwe as a major power center after the latter's abandonment around 1450 CE. Kami's architecture shows evolution from Great Zimbabwe's building traditions, but with distinct innovations. Instead of freestanding walls like the Great Enclosure at Great Zimbabwe, Kami builders constructed platforms and terraces against natural hills, creating elaborate multi-level complexes. The stone walls at Kami feature decorative patterns including chevrons, checkerboards, and chord patterns, artistic elaboration beyond the relatively plain walls of Great Zimbabwe. This suggests increasing architectural sophistication and possibly different aesthetic values or symbolic meanings attached to the decorative patterns. Like Great Zimbabwe, Kami's wealth derived from controlling gold trade and regional exchange networks. Archaeological excavations have uncovered imported goods from the Indian Ocean trade network, including Chinese porcelain, Persian pottery, and glass beads, demonstrating continued participation in long-distance commerce after Great Zimbabwe's decline. Other important sites include Danangom, which features massive stone walls and evidence of extensive gold working, and Nalatale, known for particularly fine decorative stonework with intricate geometric patterns. These sites show regional variations in architectural style while maintaining the core dry stone building tradition. The existence of multiple contemporary stone centers raises important questions. Were these independent kingdoms competing for trade and resources? Were they part of a larger political confederation? Did power shift between centers over time, with different cities rising and falling in importance? Portuguese documents from the 16th century describe multiple African kingdoms in the region, suggesting political fragmentation rather than unified empire. Environmental factors that contributed to Great Zimbabwe's abandonment, soil depletion, deforestation, climate change, would have affected the entire region, but not uniformly. Some locations may have had better access to water or more resilient agricultural land, allowing them to continue longer or even benefit from Great Zimbabwe's decline by capturing its trade networks. The Zimbabwe culture tradition finally ended in the 19th century during the upheavals of the Mfecking period and subsequent European colonization. The stone ruins stood as silent testimony to African achievement until archaeology revealed their true origins and significance. Fact 34, the Chacon phenomenon. In the arid San Juan Basin of northwestern New Mexico, between approximately 850 and 1150 CE, the ancestral Puebloan people built a mysterious complex of massive stone structures centered on Chaco Canyon. This Chacon phenomenon represents one of the most sophisticated pre-Columbian cultures in North America, yet its purpose and the nature of Chacon society remain intensely debated. Chaco Canyon contains over a dozen great houses, multi-story stone buildings far larger than needed for residential purposes. Pueblo Bonito, the largest, contained over 600 rooms and rose 4 or 5 stories high, covering nearly 2 acres. The construction required enormous labor and resources. Builders transporting over 200,000 wooden beams from forests 50 to 80 kilometers away to serve as roof supports and ceiling materials, an astounding feat in a treeless desert environment. The great houses show precise astronomical alignments. Windows, doorways, and wall niches align with solar and lunar events including solstices, equinoxes, and lunar standstills. Elaborate astronomical markers and observatories suggest sophisticated celestial knowledge and the importance of tracking seasonal cycles. Most mysteriously, Chaco was connected to over 150 outlying communities across 100,000 square kilometers by a network of unusually straight roads. These roads, some over 10 meters wide, run for dozens of kilometers in perfectly straight lines, even when this requires cutting through difficult terrain rather than following easier routes. The roads connected outlying great houses to the canyon's center, suggesting Chaco functioned as a hub of some larger system. Yet despite the massive construction, evidence of permanent residential occupation at Chaco is surprisingly limited. The great houses contain relatively few domestic artifacts, and population estimates suggest far fewer people lived there than the structures could house. This has led researchers to propose various interpretations. Some argue Chaco was primarily a ceremonial center and pilgrimage destination, where people gathered periodically for religious festivals, astronomical observations, and social bonding, but did not permanently reside. Others suggest it was a trade and redistribution center, collecting and redistributing goods across the region. Still others propose it was the capital of a complex chiefdom or early state, with administrative and religious functions. Around 1150 CE, Chaco was abandoned. Construction ceased, the great houses were left empty, and the regional system collapsed. Severe drought struck the region during this period, as documented by Treering records. The Chacon's elaborate agricultural systems, including terraces, irrigation channels, and water control features, apparently could not sustain the population through prolonged drought. The abandonment of Chaco did not end Puebloan culture. People migrated to other areas where water was more reliable. But the specific Chacan phenomenon of great houses, straight roads, and centralized organization never reappeared, leaving us to wonder what exactly Chaco was and what motivated its extraordinary constructions. Fact 35. The Zapotec Writing Mystery. The Zapotec civilization of Oaxaca, Mexico, developed one of the earliest writing systems in the Americas, with inscriptions dating to as early as 600 BCE. For over a millennium, from approximately 500 BCE to 900 CE, the Zapotecs built a sophisticated civilization centered on the hilltop city of Monte Alban, engaging in warfare, trade, and monumental construction, while recording their history and achievements in carved stone inscriptions. Monte Alban, perched on a flattened mountaintop 400 meters above the valley floor, was one of Mesoamerica's first true cities, housing perhaps 25,000 people at its peak. The Zapotecs leveled the mountaintop and constructed massive platforms, pyramids, palaces, ball courts, and an astronomical observatory, demonstrating impressive engineering despite the challenging location. The site contains hundreds of carved stone monuments with hieroglyphic texts and images. Many depict conquered enemies. The famous danzantes, or dancers, show contorted human figures that scholars now interpret as defeated, possibly sacrificed captives rather than dancers. Accompanying hieroglyphic texts apparently record names, dates, and possibly the circumstances of conquest. The Zapotec script uses a combination of logographic and phonetic signs, with symbols representing both complete words and syllabic sounds. The system shares some structural similarities with Maya hieroglyphic writing, but developed independently and uses different specific symbols. While scholars can identify some repeating patterns and understand the general nature of many inscriptions, calendrical information, place names, personal names, full translation remains impossible. The challenge in deciphering Zapotec writing stems from several factors. The number of surviving inscriptions is relatively small compared to Maya texts. Many inscriptions are short and formulaic, limiting the ability to identify grammatical patterns. Most critically, the relationship between ancient Zapotec language and modern Zapotec languages is unclear, making it difficult to use modern languages as decipherment keys. Some progress has been made. Researchers can identify calendrical signs and understand the Zapotec 260-day ritual calendar system. Some glyphs have been identified as place names based on later historical documents. But the content of most texts, the narratives of Zapotec history, the names of specific rulers, the details of conquests and rituals, remains locked in undeciphered stone. Monte Alban was eventually abandoned around 850-900 CE, with the population dispersing to smaller centers in the valleys below. The reasons for abandonment remain debated, but likely involved political fragmentation and competition from rival centers. The Zapotec script continued to be used in some locations for several more centuries, but eventually disappeared, replaced by Mixtec influence and later by Spanish conquest and alphabetic writing. The inability to read Zapotec texts means we see this sophisticated civilization primarily through archaeological remains rather than through their own historical narratives. Fact 36. The Hopewell Exchange Network. Across the eastern woodlands of North America, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, and from the Atlantic coast to the Great Plains, a remarkable cultural phenomenon flourished from approximately 100 BCE to 500 CE, the Hopewell Exchange Network, also called the Hopewell Interaction Sphere. This was not a unified empire or even a single culture, but rather a vast network of societies sharing similar religious practices, artistic styles, and most significantly, engaging in long-distance trade on a scale unmatched in pre-Columbian North America. Hopewell peoples built elaborate earthworks including burial mounds, geometric enclosures, and effigy mounds shaped like animals. Some earthwork complexes covered hundreds of acres with geometric precision. The Great Hopewell Road, a parallel-walled earthwork pathway, extended for approximately 90 kilometers connecting the Newark earthworks to the Chillicothe area in Ohio, demonstrating sophisticated surveying and coordinated construction. But the most remarkable Hopewell achievement was their exchange network. Archaeological excavations of Hopewell burial mounds have uncovered materials from across the continent. Obsidian from Yellowstone over 2,000 kilometers away, copper from Lake Superior, mica from the Appalachian Mountains, shells from the Gulf Coast and Atlantic, shark teeth from coastal waters, and grizzly bear teeth from the Rocky Mountains. These exotic materials were crafted into elaborate ceremonial objects. Copper ornaments shaped as animals or geometric designs, mica cut into intricate silhouettes of hands, claws, and serpents, obsidian blades, and pearl and shell beads. The craftsmanship demonstrates sophisticated artistic traditions and technical skills. The burial mounds containing these treasures show clear social differentiation. Some individuals were buried with vast quantities of exotic goods, elaborate copper ornaments, and carved pipes, while others had minimal grave offerings. This suggests Hopewell societies had elite classes, possibly chiefs or religious leaders, who controlled access to long-distance trade goods and used them to demonstrate status. What makes the Hopewell network mysterious is how it functioned. These were not centralized states with bureaucratic administration, but rather independent local societies. How did they coordinate trade across such vast distances? Was exchange conducted through chain trading between neighboring groups? Did specialized traders journey along established routes? Were goods moved primarily through elite gift exchange between leaders? The religious and ceremonial purposes of exotic materials suggest trade was not purely economic, but deeply embedded in ritual and social practices. The effort to obtain materials from thousands of kilometers away suggests they held powerful symbolic or spiritual significance beyond practical utility. Around 500 CE, the Hopewell phenomenon declined. Long-distance exchange decreased dramatically, monumental earthwork construction ceased, and the shared artistic and religious traditions fragmented. The reasons remain unclear but may involve environmental changes affecting key resources, social reorganization, or the rise of new cultural patterns that emphasize different values and practices. Hopewell culture did not disappear, but transformed into various regional cultures that no longer participated in the vast exchange network. Fact 37. The Scythians, nomadic empire of the steppes. For centuries, the Scythians existed primarily in Greek historical accounts, describing fierce nomadic warriors from the steppes north of the Black Sea. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, described their customs, warfare, and exotic practices, including scalping enemies and making drinking cups from skulls. These accounts were often dismissed as exaggeration until modern archaeology revealed that Scythian culture was even more sophisticated and widespread than Greek sources suggested. The Scythians were Indo-European nomadic peoples who dominated the Eurasian steppes from approximately 900 to 200 BCE, ranging from modern Ukraine through Kazakhstan and into Siberia. They were master horsemen and archers, developing composite bows and cavalry tactics that made them formidable warriors. Their society was highly mobile, following herds of horses, cattle, and sheep across vast grasslands in seasonal migrations. Despite their nomadic lifestyle, Scythians developed sophisticated culture and art. The Scythian animal style featured intricate gold ornaments depicting animals, deer, eagles, panthers, griffins, in dynamic, stylized forms. These artworks demonstrate both remarkable craftsmanship and complex symbolic systems, with animals likely representing spiritual or mythological concepts. The most spectacular evidence of Scythian culture comes from frozen tombs in the Altai Mountains of Siberia, where permafrost preserved organic materials normally lost to decay. Excavations at sites like Pazyryk revealed astonishing artifacts: elaborate felt wall hangings with complex designs, leather and fur clothing, wooden furniture with carved decorations, tattoos preserved on mummified skin showing elaborate animal designs, and even preserved food and cannabis seeds. These frozen burials also revealed evidence of horse sacrifice. Multiple horses were buried with elite individuals, complete with elaborate tack decorated with gold ornaments. Some burials contained dozens of sacrificed horses, demonstrating both the importance of horses in Scythian culture and the wealth and status of the deceased. Scythian society was clearly stratified, with warrior elites controlling vast herds and wealth, including gold obtained through trade or tribute. They engaged in trade with Greek colonies on the Black Sea coast, exchanging furs, slaves, and other steppe products for wine, olive oil, and luxury goods. Greek craftsmen created elaborate gold objects specifically for Scythian tastes, blending Greek artistic techniques with Scythian iconography. The Scythians left no written records of their own. We know them through Greek accounts and through archaeology. By the 2nd century BCE, Scythian power declined under pressure from other nomadic groups, including the Sarmatians. Some Scythian groups were absorbed into new confederations, others were displaced or conquered. The Scythian language disappeared, leaving only archaeological remains and their influence on later steppe cultures. Their legacy as fierce mounted warriors influenced military tactics across Eurasia and left lasting impressions on cultures they encountered. Fact 38. The Pueblo Bonito Mysteries. Within Chaco Canyon, Pueblo Bonito stands as the most enigmatic of the great houses. Built primarily between 850 and 1150 CE, This massive D-shaped structure contained over 600 rooms and numerous kivas, circular ceremonial chambers, covering nearly 2 acres and rising up to 5 stories in some sections. Yet the more archaeologists study Pueblo Bonito, the more questions emerge about its true purpose and the nature of Chacon's society. Excavations have revealed puzzling patterns. Despite its enormous size, evidence of residential occupation is surprisingly sparse. Relatively few domestic artifacts like cooking pots and everyday tools have been found compared to what would be expected for a building housing hundreds or thousands of people. Many rooms show no evidence of fires or cooking, suggesting they were not living spaces. Instead, many rooms were filled with enormous quantities of specific materials. Some rooms contained hundreds of ceramic vessels, far more than any household would need. Other rooms held vast quantities of turquoise, tens of thousands of pieces in some cases, along with shell beads, copper bells from Mesoamerica, and macaw feathers from tropical regions. These materials were clearly valuable trade goods or ceremonial objects, but why were they stored in such quantities? The burials found at Pueblo Bonito add to the mystery. In the northern section, excavations uncovered 2 richly furnished tombs containing individuals buried with extraordinary quantities of turquoise, shell ornaments, carved staffs, and other valuable objects. These burials suggest powerful elites, possibly ruling families or high-ranking priests. Yet only a handful of such elite burials have been found. Where are the other high-status individuals one would expect in a major center? Some researchers propose that Pueblo Bonito was not primarily a residence, but a storage facility and ceremonial center, where goods were collected from across the Chacan region and stored for redistribution during periodic gatherings and ceremonies. The great houses may have served as pilgrimage destinations, administrative centers, and warehouses combined, occupied by relatively small populations of caretakers and elites, but visited periodically by large numbers of people. Recent studies using strontium isotope analysis on burials reveal that many individuals buried at Pueblo Bonito were not born in Chaco Canyon, but came from distant regions. This supports the idea that Chaco attracted people from across the region, possibly as a pilgrimage center or capital requiring service from distant communities. Another mystery involves Pueblo Bonito's cosmology and astronomical orientations. The building's layout incorporates precise alignments with solar and lunar events. The central wall dividing the structure into 2 sections aligns north-south with astronomical precision. Windows and doors align with solstice sunrises and sunsets. This careful orientation suggests astronomical observation was central to Chacan religion, and that Pueblo Bonito functioned as both observatory and ceremonial space. Fact 39. The Chimu Kingdom Empire of Chan Chan. On the northern coast of Peru, the Chimu Kingdom flourished from approximately 900 to 1470 CE, building the largest pre-Columbian city in South America, Chan Chan, which covered over 20 square kilometers and housed perhaps 60,000 people. The Chimu created a powerful conquest state that controlled nearly 1,000 kilometers of Pacific coastline before being conquered by the expanding Inca Empire. Chan Chan was built entirely from adobe, sun-dried mud bricks in a desert environment receiving almost no rainfall. The city consisted of 10 great walled enclosures called ciudadelas, rectangular compounds with walls up to 9 meters high and covering areas of several acres each. These ciudadelas served as royal palaces, administrative centers, and burial compounds for Chimu kings. Inside each ciudadela, open plazas, storage rooms, wells, and elaborate burial platforms housed the king's body after death along with sacrificed retainers and vast wealth. The walls featured intricate relief decorations, geometric patterns, fish, birds, and marine mammals, all carved into the adobe surfaces. The Chimu were master metalsmiths, creating elaborate gold and silver ornaments, ceremonial knives, and decorative objects using sophisticated techniques. What makes the Chimu particularly significant is their water management system. The arid coast required extensive irrigation to support agriculture and urban populations. The Chimu constructed massive irrigation canals, some extending over 50 kilometers from rivers in the Andes to coastal fields, demonstrating impressive engineering and organizational capacity. The Chimu developed what may have been a bureaucratic state with specialized administrators managing irrigation, tribute collection, craft production, and military affairs. Evidence suggests they practiced a unique succession system where each new king built a new ciudadela. While previous kings' ciudadelas became tomb complexes maintained by cult groups devoted to the deceased ruler's memory. This created an ever-expanding capital as successive generations of kings built new palaces. The Chimu kingdom expanded through military conquest, subjugating neighboring valleys and incorporating them into a tribute system. Their military success was partly due to organizational efficiency and partly to control over water, they could cut irrigation canals to conquer resistant communities. Around 1470 CE, the Inca Empire under Topa Inca Yupanqui conquered the Chimu kingdom. Inca oral tradition preserved in Spanish chronicles describes the conquest, with the Incas cutting water supplies to force Chimu surrender. The Chimu king and royal family were taken to Cusco, the Inca capital, and Chimu craftsmen were relocated to serve Inca rulers. The Chimu as an independent political entity disappeared, though their artistic and technological innovations influenced Inca culture. Fact 40. The mystery of Nan Madol. On the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia lies one of the Pacific's most mysterious archaeological sites, Nan Madol, a sprawling complex of nearly 100 artificial islets built on a coral reef lagoon. Constructed between approximately 1200 and 1500 CE, Nan Madol served as the ceremonial and political center of the Sordelur dynasty, but how and why this remarkable site was built remains puzzling. The islets are constructed from massive basalt columns and boulders, some weighing up to 50 tons, stacked to create walls, platforms, and structures. The total amount of stone used is estimated at 750,000 metric tons, all transporting from quarries on Pohnpei's main island and somehow moved through the lagoon to their final positions. How a society with no metal tools, no wheels, and no large animals moved such massive stones across water remains mysterious, though researchers suggest they used rafts and coordinated many workers. Nan Madol's islets served various functions. Some were residential areas for chiefs and elites, others contained temples and ceremonial centers. Still others served as burial sites, food preparation areas, or specialized craft production locations. The most impressive structure, Nan Dawas, features walls up to 8 meters high enclosing a central tomb where rulers were apparently buried. The site's layout appears to reflect social and ritual organization, with different islets designated for specific activities and social groups. The artificial islets created distinct spaces separated by canals, controlling movement and access, a form of spatial social hierarchy. Local oral traditions describe Nan Madol's construction and the Sordelur dynasty that built it. According to legend, 2 sorcerers, Olisipa and Olisopa, came from the west and used magic to make the basalt stones fly through the air to construct Nan Madol. While clearly mythological, these legends may preserve memories of the extraordinary effort required for construction and the awe it inspired. The Sordelur dynasty ruled Pohnpei from Nan Madol for several centuries, apparently centralizing power and requiring tribute from communities across the island. However, their rule ended around 1500 CE when a warrior named Isoklekel from a neighboring island invaded, defeated the Sordelur, and established a new dynasty. After the conquest, Nan Madol was gradually abandoned. The new rulers did not maintain the site, and it became primarily a burial place, an occasional ceremonial location, rather than a living political center. The effort to maintain the complex artificial islets against tropical weather and vegetation became unsustainable without the centralized authority and labor force the Sordelurs had commanded. By the time Europeans arrived in the 19th century, Nan Madol was abandoned except for occasional use in burials and rituals. The site became overgrown with vegetation, with trees growing through walls and structures, slowly deteriorating. Local people maintained knowledge of the site through oral traditions, but its original function and the full extent of Sordelur power were partially forgotten. Modern archaeology and oral history, together, have begun to reconstruct Nan Madol's significance as one of the Pacific's most ambitious architectural achievements. Fact 41. The Harappan seals encrypted messages from the past. Among the most intriguing artifacts from the Indus Valley civilization are the thousands of carved seals discovered at sites like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa. These small square or rectangular objects, typically measuring about 2-3 centimeters per side, were carved from steatite stone with remarkable precision and artistry. Each seal features an animal, often a unicorn-like creature, bull, elephant, tiger, or other animals, along with a brief inscription in the undeciphered Indus script. The seals were apparently used for marking goods in trade, pressing into clay to create impressions that would identify ownership or origin of merchandise. Archaeological evidence shows seal impressions on clay tags that were probably attached to bundles of goods. The standardized nature of the seals and their widespread distribution across Indus cities suggests a sophisticated commercial system requiring reliable marking and identification. What makes these seals particularly mysterious is the enigmatic unicorn creature that appears on the majority of seals. This animal, shown in profile with a single horn, doesn't correspond to any known real animal. Some researchers suggest it might be a stylized representation of a bull shown from an angle that makes 2 horns appear as one. Others propose it could be a composite mythological creature with religious or symbolic significance. Without decipherment of the accompanying inscriptions, we cannot know what this creature represented to the Indus people. The inscriptions on the seals are frustratingly brief, typically containing only 4-5 symbols. These short texts might be names of individuals, families, or trading organizations, or they might indicate the type or origin of goods. The symbols include representations of fish, jars, plants, geometric patterns, and abstract signs whose meanings remain completely unknown. Some seals show more elaborate scenes beyond the standard animal plus inscription format. A few depict human figures in ritualistic poses, trees that may be sacred, or narrative scenes whose meanings are lost to us. One famous seal shows a figure seated in what appears to be a yogic posture, surrounded by animals, leading to speculation about Proto-Hindu religious continuity, though this remains unprovable without readable texts. Fact 42. Teotihuacan, the City of the Gods. In the Valley of Mexico, about 50 kilometers northeast of modern Mexico City, stand the ruins of Teotihuacan, one of the largest cities in the ancient world. At its peak around 450 CE, Teotihuacan housed perhaps 125,000 to 200,000 people, making it larger than contemporary Rome. The city's massive pyramids, the Pyramid of the Sun and Pyramid of the Moon, still dominate the landscape, yet the civilization that built them remains profoundly mysterious. The name Teotihuacan means place where the gods were created in Nahuatl, but this was not the city's original name. The Aztecs, who encountered the ruins centuries after the city's abandonment, gave it this name because they believed it was where the current world and sun were created. What the original inhabitants called their city, we do not know. Teotihuacan was a carefully planned city laid out on a grid aligned to astronomical observations. The main avenue, called the Avenue of the Dead by the Aztecs, runs roughly north-south for over 2 kilometers, lined with temple platforms, palaces, and residential compounds. The Pyramid of the Sun, one of the largest structures in the pre-Columbian Americas, rises to about 65 meters and contains approximately 1 million cubic meters of material, all constructed without metal tools or wheeled vehicles. The city's influence extended across Mesoamerica through trade, warfare, and cultural exchange. Teotihuacan-style pottery, architecture, and religious iconography appear at sites hundreds of kilometers away. The city apparently controlled obsidian sources and distributed this valuable material throughout the region, giving it economic power. Most mysteriously, we don't know what language the Teotihuacanos spoke, what they called themselves, or even their political organization. The city left no deciphered written records. Unlike Maya cities with extensive hieroglyphic texts, Teotihuacan has very limited writing, mostly numerical and calendrical symbols. This absence of texts means we see the city only through archaeology and through how others portrayed it. Around 556-50 CE, Teotihuacan underwent a catastrophic transformation. Major buildings along the Avenue of the Dead were deliberately burned and destroyed, particularly structures associated with the elite. This appears to have been systematic destruction, possibly resulting from internal revolt, conquest, or intentional abandonment. The city's population declined dramatically, though it was not completely abandoned immediately. By 750 CE, Teotihuacan was largely empty, its great pyramids already becoming ruins that would inspire awe and myth in later cultures. Fact 43. The Mississippian chiefdom's mound builder mystery. When European settlers first encountered the thousands of earthen mounds scattered across the eastern United States, they refused to believe that Native Americans could have built such sophisticated structures. Elaborate theories attributed the mounds to lost tribes of Israel, Vikings, ancient Egyptians, or other non-native peoples. Only in the 20th century did archaeology firmly establish that the mounds were indeed built by ancestors of modern Native American peoples, specifically the Mississippian culture that flourished from approximately 800 to 1600 CE. The Mississippian peoples built complex chiefdoms centered on large towns with platform mounds supporting temples, elite residences, and public buildings. These were not burial mounds, but flat-topped earthen pyramids similar in function to Mesoamerican pyramids. The largest Mississippian center was Cahokia, but hundreds of other mound centers existed across the southeast and midwest. Mississippian society was hierarchical, with powerful chiefs controlling resources, organizing labor for mound construction and agriculture, and conducting elaborate religious ceremonies. Chiefs were sometimes treated as divine or semi-divine figures with authority derived from their relationship to supernatural forces. Elite burials show dramatic differences from commoner burials, with chiefs buried with numerous grave goods, sacrificed retainers, and elaborate ceremonies. The Mississippian economy was based on intensive maize agriculture supported by the rich bottomlands of major river systems. This agricultural surplus supported specialized craftspeople, priests, and administrators, allowing the development of complex social structures. Mississippian peoples engaged in extensive trade networks, moving shells from the Gulf Coast, copper from the Great Lakes, and other materials across vast distances. Mississippian religious practices appear to have shared common themes across the region, sometimes called the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex. Artistic motifs including weeping eyes, forked eyes, hands with eyes, serpents, and raptor imagery appear on pottery, copper plates, and stone sculptures from multiple sites, suggesting shared religious beliefs or mythologies. Yet by the time European explorers and colonizers arrived in the 16th and 17th centuries, the great mound centers were mostly abandoned. Cahokia had been empty for over a century. Other centers were in decline or had been abandoned. European diseases, introduced through early contact, devastated native populations before extensive European settlement, accelerating the collapse of remaining chiefdoms. The mound-building tradition ended, and later Native American societies, while culturally continuous with Mississippian ancestors, did not maintain the large mound centers or chiefdom political structures. Fact 44. The Hopewell Burial Mounds Elite Mysteries. Within the broader Hopewell Exchange Network, the burial mounds themselves present fascinating mysteries about Hopewell society, religion, and social organization. These mounds, built by piling earth into large conical or elongated shapes, sometimes reaching heights of 10 meters or more, and containing elaborate burial chambers, reveal a society with complex beliefs about death, the afterlife, and social hierarchy. Excavations of Hopewell mounds have uncovered extraordinary burial practices. Some individuals were buried in log tombs, structures built from wooden logs creating enclosed chambers within the mound. These tombs were often burned before the earth was piled over them, cremating the remains and associated grave goods. The heat from these fires was sometimes intense enough to fuse clay into ceramic-like material and to oxidize copper artifacts, creating vivid colors. The goods placed with burials reveal long-distance exchange and artistic sophistication. Copper was hammered into thin sheets and cut into elaborate shapes, headdresses, breastplates, and ornaments depicting animals and geometric designs. Mica, a mineral that cleaves into thin translucent sheets, was carefully cut into silhouettes of hands, claws, serpents, and geometric patterns, requiring remarkable skill given mica's fragility. Some of these mica cutouts are over 30 centimeters across. Platform pipes carved from stone depict animals with extraordinary realism and artistry. Otters, birds, bears, and toads, rendered with attention to anatomical detail and natural postures. These pipes were functional smoking instruments, but clearly also artistic and possibly religious objects. The labor invested in creating them and their deposition in burials rather than use in daily life suggests powerful symbolic significance. Some mounds contain multiple burials, sometimes dozens of individuals, while others contain only one or two. The variation in burial treatment within single mound complexes shows clear social differentiation. Some individuals received elaborate grave goods and careful burial treatment, while others were interred with minimal ceremony and few or no grave goods. This stratification suggests Hopewell society had elites, whether chiefs, religious leaders, or wealthy families, who controlled resources and labor. The effort to construct these mounds was substantial. Moving thousands of cubic meters of earth using baskets, organizing communal labor, and coordinating ceremonies required social organization and leadership. The mounds were not just burial places, but monuments proclaiming social status, religious devotion, and community identity. Yet we know almost nothing about Hopewell religion, mythology, or beliefs about the afterlife that motivated these elaborate practices. Fact 45. The Maltese megalithic temples, Europe's ancient sanctuaries. On the small Mediterranean islands of Malta and Gozo stand some of the world's oldest freestanding stone structures, megalithic temples built between approximately 3600 and 2500 BCE, predating Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids. These remarkable structures demonstrate sophisticated architecture and religious practices from a prehistoric island culture about which we know remarkably little. The temples were constructed using massive limestone blocks, some weighing over 20 tons, carefully shaped and fitted together. Despite the enormous weight of these stones and the technological limitations of Neolithic society, builders created multi-room structures with architectural features including corbelled roofing, decorative carved stones, and careful orientation to astronomical phenomena. The temple complexes typically follow a trefoil plan with a central corridor leading to semicircular chambers on either side, creating a cloverleaf shape. Some temples have multiple such units connected together, creating increasingly elaborate structures. The interiors contain altars, decorated screens, and stone furnishings suggesting elaborate ritual activities. Decorative carvings include spirals, animals, and mysterious patterns. Some temples contain representations of the human form, including so-called fat lady statues showing corpulent female figures. These have been interpreted as fertility goddesses or representations of abundance, though their exact significance remains unknown. The temples clearly served religious purposes. Their scale, decoration, and lack of domestic debris indicate they were sanctuaries rather than dwellings. One of the most impressive temples, Hagakim, is aligned so that the rising sun on the solstices illuminates specific chambers, indicating astronomical knowledge and the importance of celestial events to temple rituals. The builders possessed sophisticated understanding of both stoneworking and astronomical observation. Around 2500 BCE, the temple-building culture suddenly ended. The temples were abandoned, and new cultural patterns replaced the old. Why this happened remains mysterious. Climate change, environmental degradation, invasion, disease, or internal social transformation might explain the end of the temple period. The subsequent Bronze Age cultures on Malta show no continuity with the temple builders, suggesting complete cultural replacement. The temples stood as mysterious ruins until modern archaeology revealed their extreme antiquity and sophistication. Fact 46. The Adena culture, Ohio's first mound builders. Before the Hopewell culture flourished in the Ohio River Valley, an earlier culture now called Adena built burial mounds and established trade networks across the region from approximately 1000 BCE to 200 BCE. The Adena represent one of North America's earliest complex societies, transitioning from mobile hunter-gatherer lifestyles to more sedentary communities with emerging social hierarchies. Adena burial mounds were typically conical earthen structures built over burial chambers containing one or several individuals. While smaller and less elaborate than later Hopewell mounds, they still required substantial communal labor and organization. The practice of mound burial and the presence of grave goods with some individuals, but not others, indicates developing social stratification and beliefs about the afterlife. Adena grave goods, while less elaborate than Hopewell, still demonstrate craftsmanship and participation in trade networks. Copper ornaments, stone pipes, shell beads, and mica pieces appear in some burials. The presence of materials from distant sources, copper from Lake Superior, marine shells from the Atlantic or Gulf coasts, shows Adena peoples engaged in exchange across hundreds of kilometers. Adena peoples also constructed earthen enclosures, geometric earthworks creating circles, squares, and other shapes. These enclosures, sometimes encompassing several acres, probably served ceremonial purposes, creating sacred spaces for rituals, gatherings, and possibly astronomical observations. The effort to construct these enclosures indicates organized labor and shared cultural practices. Adena subsistence was based on a combination of hunting, gathering, and increasingly, cultivation of native plants. They grew squash, sunflowers, and other plants, though maize agriculture had not yet been adopted. This transitional economy, not purely hunter-gatherer but not fully agricultural, supported semi-permanent villages and seasonal aggregations for ceremonies and communal activities. Around 200 BCE, Adena culture transitioned into or was replaced by Hopewell culture. The relationship between Adena and Hopewell remains debated. Was it cultural evolution, migration, or conquest? Hopewell clearly built upon Adena traditions of mound building and exchange networks, but elaborated them to much greater scale and sophistication. Adena represents an important step in the development of complex societies in eastern North America, showing how mound-building traditions began and evolved. Fact 47. The Sanxingdui culture, China's Bronze Age mystery. In 1986, construction workers in Sichuan province, China, accidentally discovered two large pits filled with extraordinary artifacts: massive bronze masks with bulging eyes and huge ears, bronze trees decorated with birds and ornaments, gold masks, jade blades, elephant tusks, and cowrie shells. These finds revolutionized understanding of ancient Chinese civilization, revealing a sophisticated Bronze Age culture centered at Sanxingdui that flourished around 1200 BCE, but was previously unknown to history. The Sanxingdui culture, named after the archaeological site, existed contemporary with the better-known Shang dynasty centered in northern China, but developed independently with distinctive artistic styles and cultural practices. The site covers several square kilometers and includes city walls, residential areas, and specialized workshop zones, indicating a complex urban center. The bronze artifacts are particularly remarkable for their size and unique style. Bronze masks reach over 60 centimeters wide with exaggerated features, protruding eyes sometimes mounted on stalks extending 10 centimeters beyond the face, huge ears with pierced holes, and mysterious smiles. These clearly do not represent realistic human faces, but rather mythological beings, gods, or spirits central to Sangsingdu religion. The bronze trees are equally extraordinary. The largest reconstructed tree stands about 4 meters tall with multiple branches, each supporting bronze birds, flowers, and ornaments. These trees may represent the mythical world tree or cosmic tree connecting heaven and earth, a concept found in many ancient religions. The craftsmanship required to cast such large and complex bronze objects demonstrates advanced metallurgical knowledge. What makes Sangsingdu particularly mysterious is its apparent sudden end. Around 1000 BCE, the site was abandoned, and many bronze artifacts were deliberately broken and buried in pits. The 2 major pits discovered in 1986 and others found subsequently. Why would valuable bronze objects be destroyed and buried rather than reused? Possible explanations include ritual closure when religious beliefs changed, protection of sacred objects during invasion, or deliberate termination of a religious tradition. The Sangsingdu culture left no written records that have been discovered or deciphered, so we know them only through archaeology. Their relationship to other ancient Chinese cultures remains unclear. Some researchers suggest connections to Shu Kingdom mentioned in later Chinese texts, but definitive links are elusive. Recent discoveries of additional pits in 2022-021 have revealed more artifacts including gold masks and silk fragments, continuing to expand understanding of this enigmatic culture. Fact 48. The Sican culture, Lords of Gold. On the northern coast of Peru, following the decline of the Moai civilization, the Sican culture, also called Lambiek culture, flourished from approximately 900 to 1100 CE. The Sican became renowned for their extraordinary goldsmithing, creating some of the most spectacular gold artifacts in pre-Columbian America and developing metallurgical techniques of remarkable sophistication. The Sican capital at Batan Grande in the Lambiek Valley became a major production center for gold and other metal objects. Archaeological investigations have revealed elaborate shaft tombs where elite individuals were buried with astonishing quantities of gold. Some tombs contained over a ton of gold and silver objects, masks, crowns, cups, ornaments, ceremonial knives, and ritual objects. Sican goldsmiths mastered techniques including alloying gold with copper or silver to create different colors and properties. Depletion gilding to create surfaces appearing to be pure gold from alloys, lost wax casting for complex three-dimensional objects, and sheet metal work to create masks and decorative plaques. The technical knowledge required for these processes indicates specialized craft production and generational transmission of metallurgical expertise. The most iconic Sican artifact is the ceremonial knife or tumi, a semicircular blade with a handle topped by an elaborate figure, usually depicting a deity or lord with large almond-shaped eyes, elaborate headdress, and ornaments. These knives appear in burials and may have been used in sacrificial rituals or as symbols of authority. Sican religion apparently centered on a principal deity, represented in art with the distinctive almond eyes and elaborate regalia. This deity appears on pottery, textiles, and metal objects throughout Sican territory, suggesting shared religious beliefs across the culture. Major ceremonial centers featured pyramid mounds and plazas where rituals were conducted. Around 1100 CE, Sican culture underwent dramatic transformation. Many sites show evidence of burning and deliberate destruction. Climate data indicates this period experienced severe flooding related to El Niño events, which would have devastated coastal agriculture and infrastructure. Additionally, evidence suggests political upheaval, possibly rebellion against the ruling elite. The Sican culture transformed into the Chimu culture, which would eventually build Chan Chan and dominate the north coast until Inca conquest. The transition involved both continuity, Chimu built upon Sican traditions, and rupture, with major ceremonial centers abandoned and political reorganization. Fact 49. The Dorset culture, Arctic hunters of the ice. In the harsh Arctic regions of Canada, Greenland, and Alaska, the Dorset culture adapted to one of Earth's most extreme environments from approximately 500 BCE to 1500 CE. These were the people the later Inuit called Chuniat, giants of legendary strength preserved in oral traditions. The Dorset developed remarkable technologies for Arctic survival, yet mysteriously disappeared when the Thule culture, ancestors of modern Inuit, expanded into their territory. The Dorset were primarily marine mammal hunters, taking seals, walruses, and whales using sophisticated technologies adapted to ice and water hunting. They hunted seals at breathing holes in the ice, waiting silently for hours in extreme cold for seals to surface. They developed specialized harpoons with toggling heads that penetrated seal skin and then turned sideways, preventing the seal from escaping. They hunted in kayaks and probably used larger umiak boats for whale hunting. Remarkably, the Dorset apparently lacked several technologies that characterized both their predecessors and their successors. They did not use bows and arrows, relying instead on spears and lances for hunting. They apparently did not use dogs for transportation or hunting assistance, unlike the Thule who used dog sleds. They may not have used boats in later periods, though earlier Dorset did. These technological absences are puzzling. Did they lose technologies their ancestors had, or did they deliberately abandon certain practices? Dorset people created extraordinary art carved from ivory, bone, and wood. Small sculptures depict polar bears, birds, humans, and spirit beings with remarkable detail and artistry. Some carvings show humans with skeletal features visible, suggesting shamanic or spiritual significance. These artworks were probably used in religious rituals, as talismans, or as representations of helping spirits in shamanic practice. Archaeological evidence suggests Dorset society was relatively egalitarian without strong social hierarchies. Settlements were small, typically housing extended families or small groups. They lived in semi-subterranean houses insulated with snow and turf, heated with seal oil lamps. During summers, they used skin tents. Around 1300 CE, the Thule culture expanded from Alaska eastward across the Arctic, bringing new technologies including larger boats, dog sleds, improved harpoons, and bows and arrows. As Thule peoples moved into Dorset territories, the Dorset disappeared. Whether this involved conflict, disease, assimilation, or displacement into marginal areas where they eventually died out remains unclear. Inuit oral traditions preserve memories of the Tuniat as powerful people who were eventually driven away or absorbed. Fact 50. The Jomon culture, Japan's ancient potters. For over 10,000 years, from approximately 14,000 BCE to 300 BCE, the Jomon culture flourished across the Japanese archipelago, creating some of the world's oldest known pottery and developing a remarkably stable hunter-gatherer-fisher society that persisted for millennia without transitioning to agriculture until very late. This longevity and sophistication challenges assumptions about hunter-gatherer societies being simple or primitive. The name Jomon means cord-marked in Japanese, referring to the distinctive decoration on their pottery, created by pressing cords into wet clay before firing. Jomon pottery is among the oldest in the world, with some vessels dating to 14,000 BCE or earlier, contemporary with the end of the last ice age. These ancient pots predate agriculture in Japan by thousands of years, demonstrating that pottery invention did not require agricultural societies. Jomon pottery evolved stylistically over millennia, with different periods showing distinct decorative styles. Some periods produced remarkably elaborate vessels with flame-like rims, intricate designs, and sculptural elements. These were not purely utilitarian objects, but also artistic expressions. Some vessels were clearly ceremonial rather than practical cooking pots. Jomon's subsistence was based on fishing, hunting, and gathering the rich resources of Japan's diverse environments: forests, rivers, coasts, and mountains. They hunted deer and wild boar, caught fish and shellfish, and gathered nuts, particularly chestnuts, acorns, and walnuts. The abundance of resources, particularly nuts that could be stored, allowed relatively sedentary villages and larger populations than typical hunter-gatherer societies. Archaeological evidence shows Jomon people lived in pit houses, semi-subterranean dwellings with wooden frames covered by thatch or bark. Villages contained dozens of houses arranged around central plazas. Some settlements were occupied for centuries, indicating long-term stability. The size and permanence of settlements suggest complex social organization. Jomon people created distinctive clay figurines called dogu, small sculptures depicting humans, often with exaggerated features, elaborate decoration, and mysterious expressions. These figurines, numbering in the thousands found across Japan, probably had ritual or religious significance, possibly representing deities, ancestors, or serving in healing or fertility rituals. Despite their long success, Jomon culture eventually declined as new populations migrated to Japan from the Asian mainland around 300 BCE, bringing rice agriculture, metal tools, and different cultural practices. These Yaya culture migrants gradually replaced or absorbed Jomon populations, though genetic studies show modern Japanese retain Jomon ancestry alongside Yaya. The Jomon way of life, successful for over 10,000 years, ended as agricultural society transformed Japan. You're still here, still drifting through the ancient dark, carried by a river of forgotten worlds. You've already walked the streets of Mohenjo-Daro, stood beneath the pillars of Göbekli Tepe, and listened to the silence of Easter Island. But the past is not finished with you yet. There are more civilizations waiting, people who built empires so vast they bent the edges of the known world, and vanished so completely that for centuries no one knew they had ever existed. Let your breathing slow. Let the world outside fall away. There are 10 more stories waiting for you in the dark. Fact 51. The Göbekli Tepe culture, the villages that burned themselves. Between 5500 and 2750 BCE, across the fertile lands of modern Ukraine, Moldova, and northeastern Romania, one of the most sophisticated Neolithic civilizations in the world quietly built enormous cities, and then, every 60 to 80 years, burned them to the ground. The Göbekli Tepe culture is barely known outside academic circles, yet it produced some of the largest settlements of the prehistoric world. Cities so expansive they challenge our entire understanding of what civilization looked like before writing, before bronze, and before kings. The Tripilia settlements were vast. Sites like Talienki and Maidanetsk in modern Ukraine covered between 300 and 450 hectares, housing populations estimated at 10,000 to 15,000 people. These were not scattered campsites. They were organized. Carefully planned settlements laid out in concentric oval or circular patterns, with houses arranged in rings and open communal spaces at the center. Some settlements featured 2-story houses built from wooden frames covered in clay plaster and painted with vivid geometric patterns in red, black, and white. The artwork alone, swirling spirals, animal motifs, abstract shapes, speaks to a culture with deep symbolic and spiritual life, a culture thinking carefully about meaning. The most perplexing thing about these people is not how they built their settlements. It is what they did to them. Roughly every 60 to 80 years, the inhabitants burned every single structure to the ground, deliberately, systematically, starting from the outside and working inward. They sometimes placed ceramics, figurines, and ritual objects inside before lighting the fires. The blazes were intense enough to bake clay walls almost to brick hardness, preserving remains in extraordinary detail for archaeologists thousands of years later. Then, after the ashes cooled, the people rebuilt on top of the ruins or moved entirely and started again somewhere new. Researchers have debated this for over a century. Some propose a ritual explanation that burning symbolized the death and rebirth of the community or the closing of a cosmic cycle. Others suggest practical motivations such as clearing accumulated parasites and disease from long-occupied structures. Some researchers propose the burnings were tied to the deaths of important community leaders, with the entire settlement ritually killed alongside them. The truth is, we do not know and may never know. The Göbekli Tepe people left no written records, and their rich symbolic system has not been deciphered. Around 2750 BCE, the culture declined and disappeared. Climate change, incoming steppe populations moving westward, or internal collapse may each have contributed. The settlements were burned one final time, and no one rebuilt. The vast circular cities sank into the Ukrainian soil, forgotten for nearly 5,000 years, until archaeology finally began uncovering their strange, beautiful, self-immolating world. Fact 52. The poverty point enigma, hunter-gatherers who built a monument. There is a persistent assumption embedded deep in how we teach history that complexity follows agriculture. First humans farm, then they settle. Then from stability, they develop hierarchies, monumental architecture, and civilization. Poverty Point in northeastern Louisiana, USA, dismantles that assumption completely, and it does so with startling force. Between 1700 and 1100 BCE, a group of people living along the lower Mississippi River built one of the most remarkable earthwork complexes in North American history. They raised massive mounds from the earth using only hands, baskets, and human muscle. The largest, now called Mound A, stands 22 meters high and covers a footprint comparable in scale to the Great Pyramid of Giza at its base. Recent LADAR studies published in 2021 confirmed it was constructed in a shockingly short period, possibly within weeks or a few months, requiring the movement of over 750,000 cubic meters of soil in a campaign of organized labor that staggers the imagination. The people who built all of this were hunter-gatherers. They farmed little or nothing. They had no domesticated animals, no metal tools, no wheel, and no writing system. And yet they organized communal labor on a scale that many agricultural civilizations never achieved, and they maintained trade networks stretching over 1,500 kilometers, drawing copper from the Great Lakes, stones from the Appalachian Mountains, galena from Missouri, and shells from the Atlantic and Gulf coasts. The site features 6 concentric C-shaped earthen ridges sweeping around a central open plaza, each originally supporting structures whose precise purposes we can only guess at. The geometry of these ridges required careful surveying and coordinated planning on a remarkable scale. Hundreds of thousands of small baked clay balls, called poverty point objects, litter the site. These were cooking stones, heated in fires and dropped into containers to boil water, a technique common before pottery became widespread. Their sheer abundance suggests dense habitation and intense communal activity spanning centuries. The people here lived well, sustained by the rich bounty of rivers, swamps, and forests. Then, around 1100 BCE, Poverty Point was abandoned. The reasons remain unclear: climate shifts, resource exhaustion, or the natural fragmentation of a society with no centralized political structure to bind it together may all have contributed. The earthworks stood empty and slowly lost themselves beneath vegetation and soil, not rediscovered and understood until the mid-20th century. Poverty Point still challenges archaeologists with a question that cuts to the heart of what civilization means. What else have we assumed incorrectly about the past? Fact 53. The Lydian Kingdom, inventors of money. In the western region of ancient Anatolia, in what is now modern Turkey, a small but enormously consequential kingdom once gave the world one of its most transformative inventions: coined money. The Lydian Kingdom, flourishing from approximately 1200 to 547 BCE, is remembered not for monumental architecture or sweeping military conquest, but for the quiet economic revolution it unleashed upon the ancient world, a revolution so foundational that we still live entirely inside it today. The Lydians were enriched by the gold-bearing sands of the Pactolus River flowing through their capital Sardis. Ancient Greek legend explained this wealth through the story of King Midas, whose golden touch curse was washed away in the Pactolus. Whatever the mythological framing, the reality was that alluvial gold and electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, made Lydia spectacularly wealthy. Around 600 BCE, an unnamed Lydian administrator or inventor stamped small lumps of electrum with official marks certifying their weight and purity. This was the invention of coinage. For the first time in history, value could be stored in a portable, standardized, state-guaranteed object requiring no weighing or individual negotiation at every transaction. Commerce accelerated, trade expanded, markets multiplied. Every coin in your pocket today is a direct descendant of those first Lydian stamps, pressed into electrum 2,600 years ago. The Lydians also pioneered fixed-price retail commerce, selling goods in shops at standardized prices rather than through individual barter, a practice Herodotus described with some amazement as distinctly Lydian. King Croesus, ruling from approximately 560 to 547 BCE, became the first to mint pure gold and pure silver coins separately. He grew so wealthy his name entered legend as the eternal symbol of riches. Rich as Croesus remains a living phrase today. Yet wealth could not save the kingdom. In 547 BCE, Persia's Cyrus the Great conquered Lydia, capturing Sardis and absorbing the kingdom into the Achaemenid Empire. The Lydian language gradually died out and is now only partially understood, a neolinguistic isolate whose full literature and religious thought remain inaccessible to us. The kingdom that gave the world coinage was itself eventually reduced to a footnote in Persian administrative records, remembered mainly for the single invention that changed every economy on Earth. Fact 54. The Garamantes, desert empire of the Sahara. In the scorching sands of the Fezzan region in modern Libya, one of history's most improbable civilizations built an empire in the middle of the world's largest desert. The Garamantes, flourishing from approximately 500 BCE to 700 CE, were not nomads scraping survival from a hostile landscape. They were conquerors, traders, city builders, and extraordinary engineers, sustained by one of the most audacious water harvesting systems the ancient world ever produced. The Garamantes controlled vast territory across the Central Sahara, linking sub-Saharan Africa to the Mediterranean world through trans-Saharan trade routes. Roman writers knew them well and described them with a mixture of admiration and caution. The Roman general Cornelius Balbus launched a military expedition against them in 19 BCE and celebrated a triumph afterward, a rare and significant honor, confirming that the Garamantian state was considered a genuine military adversary of Rome. They traded gold, enslaved people, exotic animals, and precious stones northward to Roman North Africa and Mediterranean markets, importing Mediterranean luxury goods in return. This was no peripheral society, but an active participant in ancient world commerce. The true miracle of the Garamantes was water. A vast aquifer of ancient fossil water lay deep beneath the Saharan surface, remnant of a wetter era thousands of years earlier. The Garamantes found it. Then, through an engineering feat of extraordinary ambition, they built a system of underground aqueducts called fagaras, tunnels dug by hand through soft sandstone to channel water to the surface by gravity, without pumps or machinery. The Fugara network eventually comprised an estimated 1,400 kilometers of tunnels across the region, allowing irrigated agriculture in the deep desert. Their capital, Garama, was a substantial city with stone architecture and public buildings. The civilization's decline came when the fossil water ran out. Each generation drew the water table further down. By the 7th century CE, the aquifer was simply too deep to reach, agriculture collapsed, and the population scattered. The Arab conquest of the region encountered a civilization already in terminal decline. The Garamantes faded from history entirely, their tunnels collapsing and cities filling with sand, undiscovered and unmapped until aerial photography and modern archaeology revealed the full scale of their underground empire. Fact 55. The Sintashta culture, birthplace of the chariot. On the Eurasian steppe east of the Ural Mountains, in what is now the southern Urals of Russia and Kazakhstan, a remarkable Bronze Age culture emerged around 2100 to 1800 BCE. The Sintashta culture made two world-changing contributions in rapid succession: the war chariot and possibly the ancestral language that eventually gave rise to most of the languages spoken across Europe, Iran, and South Asia today. The Sintashta people lived in fortified circular settlements of striking geometric precision. Sites like Arkham, discovered in 1987 when it was nearly flooded by a Soviet reservoir project, reveal carefully planned towns with radially arranged houses, central streets, and defensive ditches. These were not primitive camps but organized urban environments housing hundreds of people, built around craft production, ritual activity, and military preparation. Over 20 such sites have now been identified across the region, forming what archaeologists call the Land of Towns, a network of Bronze Age communities operating with surprising coordination and sophistication. The discovery that most electrified researchers came from burial mounds. In Sintashta Grave, dated to approximately 2000 BCE, excavators uncovered vehicle remains with paired horses, and the evidence indicated light, fast, two-wheeled chariots built for speed and combat. These are the oldest confirmed chariots in the world, predating their documented appearance in Egypt and the Near East by several centuries. The Sintashta invented the war chariot, the weapons system that would dominate battlefield tactics across Eurasia and North Africa for over 1,000 years, and change the outcome of countless wars. Chariots were buried alongside warriors with elaborate weapons and sacrificed horses, reflecting both practical military mastery and deep spiritual significance. Linguists and archaeologists have increasingly connected the Sintashta culture to Proto-Indo-European, the reconstructed ancestral language from which Sanskrit, Persian, Greek, Latin, Germanic, Celtic, and Slavic all descended. If correct, these steppe warriors were not just the inventors of the chariot, but the linguistic ancestors of billions of people alive today. Yet they left no writing, so this extraordinary connection remains built on inference rather than certainty. Fact 56. The Clovis people, America's first mystery. For decades, the Clovis people were considered the definitive first Americans, the original settlers of the entire Western Hemisphere. Their distinctive fluted stone spear points, found from Canada to South America, in sites dated to roughly 13,000 years ago. The model was confident. Clovis people crossed from Siberia to Alaska during the last ice age via a land bridge exposed by falling sea levels, then spread southward through melting ice corridors to populate two entire continents within a few thousand years. It was a clean, satisfying story. Then the sites started appearing. Monte Verde in Chile, definitively dated to at least 14,500 years ago, 1,000 years before Clovis. Meadowcroft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania, with debated dates suggesting human presence as early as 16,000 years ago. Chiquihuec Cave in Mexico, yielding stone tools from deposits dated to 26,000 years ago, though interpretation remains highly controversial. Pageladson in Florida, with butchered mastodon bones dated to 14,550 years ago. Site by site, the Clovis first model has been dismantled, replaced by a complex and still deeply contested picture of multiple migration waves, possible coastal routes bypassing ice sheets, and human presence in the Americas far earlier than the textbook maps suggested. The Clovis people themselves remain remarkable even if they were not the first. Their technology, the Clovis point, a precisely fluted projectile tip napped from flint or obsidian, was among the most sophisticated stoneworking traditions in prehistoric North America. These points brought down mammoths, mastodons, giant ground sloths, enormous bison, and American camels and horses. Then, around 12,900 years ago, the Clovis culture vanishes from the record almost simultaneously with the extinction of most North American megafauna. What caused this double disappearance remains fiercely argued. Did humans hunt the animals to extinction? Did climate collapse at the onset of the Younger Dryas Cold period kill them? Did a comet exploding over the ice sheet trigger both megafaunal collapse and cultural disruption? A theory supported by a thin layer of shocked minerals, nanodiamonds and platinum found across 3 continents, though still highly contested. The Clovis people likely transformed rather than vanished, their descendants becoming diverse ancestral cultures across the Americas. But the world they had hunted was gone, and with it, a chapter of American prehistory we are still only beginning to read. Fact 57, the Aksumite stele, tombstones raised for giants. We visited the kingdom of Aksum earlier in our journey, but one aspect of Aksumite civilization is so singular and so technically audacious it demands its own chapter. The obelisks of Aksum, the stele, are among the most astonishing engineering achievements in the ancient world, and the story of what happened to the greatest of them stretches from the ancient highlands of Ethiopia all the way to modern Rome and back again. The Aksumites quarried enormous single blocks of granite from nearby hillsides and carved them into architectural monuments, full-store obelisks decorated with carved windows, beams, and structural details making each stele resemble a multi-story building compressed and frozen vertically in stone. These served as grave markers above underground royal tomb chambers. The largest surviving stele stands 24 meters tall and weighs approximately 160 tons. But Stele 1, which toppled in ancient times and shattered catastrophically on the ground, would have stood 33 meters tall and weighed an estimated 520 tons if successfully raised. No single stone this large was ever erected anywhere else in the ancient world. The Egyptians built their obelisks from multiple sections. Only the Aksumites attempted monoliths of this staggering, almost reckless scale. How they quarried, transporting, and attempted to raise these stones remains deeply puzzling to modern engineers who have studied the problem. No direct evidence of the ramp systems, lever mechanisms, or labor organization used has been found. The effort required was extraordinary, suggesting profoundly organized labor and the kind of centralized will that moves mountains, sometimes literally. Then there is the modern story. In 1937, Mussolini's forces looted Stele 2, nearly 25 meters tall, cut it into pieces, and shipped it to Rome as a trophy of Italian colonialism, re-erecting it near the Circus Maximus. For decades, Ethiopia demanded its return. In 2005, Italy finally agreed, dismantled the Stele, and flew it back to Aksum aboard cargo aircraft in 3 sections. It was re-erected on its original site in 2008. The story made global headlines. The stele of Aksum are proof that the wounds of lost civilizations are not always fully healed, and that the past reaches forward, alive and contested, into the present. Fact 58, the Tartessian civilization, Atlantis before Atlantis. In the far southwestern corner of Europe, where the Guadalquivir River empties into the Atlantic in what is now southern Spain and Portugal, an ancient civilization flourished that captured the Greek imagination so powerfully it may have become one of history's most enduring myths. The Tartessians, thriving from approximately 900 to 500 BCE, were wealthy, sophisticated, literate, and then vanished with shocking completeness. Many historians believe Tartessos, not any sunken Atlantic continent, was the true kernel inside Plato's legend of Atlantis. Tartessos occupied a position at the very edge of the known world. For Greek and Phoenician sailors, the Strait of Gibraltar, the Pillars of Hercules, marked the boundary between the familiar Mediterranean and the terrifying, unknown Atlantic. Tartessos lay just beyond that threshold, giving it mythological weight. It controlled the metal-rich mines of the Iberian interior, copper, tin, silver, and gold that flowed outward to Mediterranean markets in astonishing quantities. The Greek historian Herodotus described the Tartessian king Arganthonios as fabulously wealthy and extraordinarily long-lived, ruling 80 years and reaching age 120 according to tradition. The wealth was real. Archaeological sites have produced spectacular gold jewelry, silver ceremonial vessels, and bronze figurines demonstrating mastery of materials and artistry. The Tartessians developed their own writing system, the Southwestern script, one of the oldest alphabets in Western Europe. The letters are readable, scholars can sound them out phonetically, but the underlying language remains almost entirely opaque, apparently a linguistic isolate with no known relatives. We can pronounce Tartessian words but cannot understand them. Every inscription is a locked door with a readable keyhole and no key. Around 500 BCE, Tartessian civilization collapsed. The Babylonian destruction of Phoenician Tyre may have severed the commercial networks sustaining Tartessian prosperity. Rising Carthaginian power in the Western Mediterranean changed old trading relationships. Internal fragmentation may have accelerated decline. Within a generation or two, Tartessos was gone, its cities empty, its people absorbed into broader Iberian cultures, its memory surviving only as a faint echo in Greek texts, and perhaps as the ghost city at the heart of the most famous lost civilization story ever told. Fact 59. The Chalcolithic cultures, civilizations hidden. Between the Neolithic age of polished stone tools and the Bronze Age of metal alloys, there exists a period history textbooks often compress into a brief paragraph: the Chalcolithic, or Copper Age, roughly spanning 5000 to 3000 BCE across different regions. It was not merely a transitional footnote. It was a period of explosive social transformation that laid the groundwork for everything that followed. The cultures of this era in the Balkans, the Caucasus, the Levant, and Iberia developed the first metallurgy, established early long-distance trade networks, built the first fortified towns, and created the social hierarchies that would eventually solidify into kingship and empire. The Varna culture of modern Bulgaria, active around 4600 to 4200 BCE, offers one of the most spectacular windows into this pivotal moment. The Varna Cemetery, discovered accidentally in 1972 during construction work, contained over 300 grave and several held quantities of gold that astonished the entire archaeological world. Grave 43, belonging to a male believed to be a high-ranking chief or proto-king, contained over 6 kilograms of gold objects: a golden scepter, rings, plaques sewn onto garments, a golden penis sheath, and extraordinary ornamental items. This is the oldest worked gold assemblage ever found anywhere on Earth, dating to nearly 7,000 years ago, predating Egyptian goldworking traditions by over 1,000 years. The Varna Cemetery reveals something profound. Social inequality, the concentration of extreme wealth in specific individuals, was already deeply entrenched in European society 5 millennia before Rome. Some grave contained virtually nothing, neighboring grave overflow with gold and copper. Elites needed to maintain power through display, through trade networks, and eventually through military force. The first fortified settlements of European prehistory appear in the Chalcolithic period, as communities with accumulated wealth needed defense against those who wanted to take it. Many of these cultures collapsed or transformed dramatically around 3000 BCE. Climate disruption, steppe migrations bringing new languages and cultural patterns, and epidemic disease may all have played roles. Their individual identities were lost, languages unrecorded, names unknown. But the metallurgical knowledge, the trade networks, and the concept of hierarchy embodied in golden grave all passed forward invisibly into the Bronze Age civilizations that the history books actually remember. Fact 60. The Tocharians, blonde mummies of the Silk Road. In the dry deserts of the Tarim Basin in what is now China's Xinjiang region, archaeologists have recovered one of history's most unexpected finds: the mummies of a population that appears, genetically and physically, to have come from Western Eurasia rather than East Asia. The Tarim Basin mummies, dating from approximately 1800 BCE to 200 CE, were found with naturally preserved features including reddish-brown or blonde hair, tall stature, and long facial features. Their clothing, woven in tartan-like patterns, similar to textiles from Europe and the Caucasus, made them look strikingly out of place in the heart of Central Asia. The people scholars call Tocharians spoke languages belonging to the Indo-European family, specifically an unusual branch-sharing features with Celtic and Italic languages of Western Europe, suggesting their ancestors migrated from somewhere near the Pontic steppe, perhaps 4,000 years ago. Their presence thousands of kilometers from any other Indo-European speakers of that era is extraordinary. How they reached the Tarim Basin and what kind of civilization they built there in isolation is only partially understood. The mummies are strikingly preserved. The desert's extreme dryness desiccated bodies before decay could begin. Some individuals retain clothing intact: plaid wool garments, felt boots, leather items, and elaborate headdresses. One famous individual, known as the Beauty of Lulan, was found with her belongings arranged around her, wearing a felt hat with a single feather, her face peaceful after nearly 4,000 years in the sand. These communities occupied a crossroads of ancient trade routes, long before the Silk Road was formally organized by Chinese imperial expansion. They may have helped transmit chariot technology, bronze-working knowledge, and early religious concepts between the Western steppe and East Asia. By the first millennium CE, Tocharian-speaking city-states along the Silk Road produced Buddhist art of extraordinary beauty and translated Sanskrit texts into their own language. Between 800 and 1000 CE, Turkic migrations gradually absorbed and displaced these communities. The Tocharian languages went extinct. The people were assimilated into the populations that replaced them, and the blonde mummies lay undisturbed in the desert for 1,000 more years, waiting to overturn our assumptions about who traveled where and when at the dawn of the world's first connected age. Fact 61. The Hurrians, the forgotten shapers of the ancient Near East. In the ancient Near East, sandwiched between the great empires of Egypt, Babylon, and the Hittites, a people known as the Hurrians built kingdoms and shaped civilizations in ways far exceeding their modern name recognition. Flourishing from approximately 2300 to 1200 BCE across modern Syria, Iraq, Turkey, and Iran, the Hurrians were among the most culturally influential peoples of the Bronze Age, yet they remain almost entirely unknown to general audiences, eclipsed by the more famous civilizations that surrounded and ultimately absorbed them. Their greatest achievement, the Mitanni Kingdom, came within reach of matching Egypt itself in regional power, and their religious traditions left fingerprints on beliefs from Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean. The Hurrians spoke a language unrelated to any neighboring tongue, not Semitic like Akkadian, not Indo-European like Hittite, not Sumerian. Hurrian appears to be a language isolate, possibly related only to Urartian, spoken centuries later in the Armenian highlands. Thousands of Hurrian cuneiform texts have been discovered, and while the language has been partially decoded, much of its religious poetry and historical literature remains resistant to full translation, leaving substantial portions of Hurrian thought permanently inaccessible. The Mitanni Kingdom, established around 1550 BCE in northern Syria and southeastern Turkey, became one of the great powers of the Late Bronze Age. At its peak, Mitanni engaged Egypt as an equal, pharaohs married Mitanni princesses, and diplomatic letters preserved on clay tablets reveal a world of sophisticated international relations. Intriguingly, the Mitanni ruling class contained a clear Indo-European element. Their horse-training texts used Sanskrit-like terminology, and their kings swore oaths by gods matching Vedic deities: Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Nasatya. This remarkable connection suggests the same Indo-European populations who eventually reached India also passed through the Near East, leaving traces in Mitanni royal culture. The Mitanni collapsed around 1240 BCE under Assyrian and Hittite pressure. The broader Hurrian cultural world faded in the chaos of Bronze Age collapse. Their mythological traditions, the storm god Teshub, the monster Ulikami, generational wars among divine beings, were borrowed by the Hittites and may have influenced Greek myths of the Titans and Olympians. The Hurrians disappeared as a distinct people, but their stories traveled forward through every culture they had touched. Fact 62. The Picts, Scotland's painted mystery. In northern and eastern Scotland, a people the Romans called Picts, likely from the Latin picti, meaning painted or tattooed, dominated the landscape from approximately 300 to 900 CE. They successfully resisted Roman conquest, withstood Viking raids, and built a sophisticated kingdom with its own distinctive art, language, and culture. Then in the 9th century, the Picts vanished as a distinct people with a speed and completeness that has puzzled historians ever since. No major conquest is clearly documented. No catastrophic plague is recorded. Yet within a generation or two, the Picts were simply gone, their language extinct, their unique cultural identity dissolved into the emerging kingdom of Scotland. What survives of the Picts is both magnificent and maddeningly incomplete. Scattered across the Scottish landscape are roughly 300 carved standing stones featuring some of the most extraordinary abstract art of the early medieval world. These Pictish symbol stones display precisely carved symbols, crescents, double discs, mirrors, combs, serpents, and elaborate interlaced animals, arranged in repeating combinations that clearly carried consistent meaning. The same symbols appear across stones separated by hundreds of kilometers, suggesting a shared symbolic grammar deliberately maintained. They may represent personal names, clan identities, territorial markers, or funerary dedications, but without a key, their precise meaning remains locked away, silent testimony to a sophisticated communicative tradition the world can no longer read. The Pictish language, preserved in a small number of Ogham script inscriptions, is almost entirely undeciphered. Some researchers classify it as a Brittonic Celtic language related to Welsh and Cornish. Others argue for non-Celtic elements, suggesting either a pre-Celtic substrate language or a fundamentally separate tongue. Without a sufficient body of surviving text, scholarly consensus remains unreachable. The Picts effectively disappear from historical records after the political merger with the Scottish kingdom under Kenneth Mac Alpin around 843 CE. Modern genetics confirms their biological descendants still populate eastern Scotland in significant numbers. The Picts did not vanish as people, only as a culture. But their language, their intricate symbolic system, and their distinct identity were erased within living memory, leaving only the carved stones watching silently from the edges of Scottish fields and roadsides, covered in symbols the modern world still cannot decipher. Fact 63. The Xiongnu, the empire that made China build its wall. In the vast grasslands north of China, from approximately 209 BCE to 93 CE, a powerful confederation of nomadic peoples, known as the Xiongnu, built an empire stretching from Manchuria to Central Asia. and threatened the newly unified Chinese state so severely that China undertook one of the greatest construction projects in human history to keep them at bay. The Great Wall of China, in its various phases and massive expansions, was built substantially in response to the Xiongnu threat. Without them, the world's most iconic structure might never have been built. Under their first great leader Modu Chanyu, who seized power around 209 BCE through a calculated campaign of ruthless consolidation, the Xiongnu created a sophisticated imperial structure with clear hierarchies, administrative divisions, and a tribute system that extracted enormous quantities of silk, grain, and luxury goods from the Han dynasty. The relationship between China and the Xiongnu was complex, sometimes open warfare, sometimes uneasy diplomacy, frequently both at once. The Han sent imperial princesses to marry Xiongnu leaders in peace marriage arrangements acknowledged even at the time as a form of tribute. Chinese emperors privately seethed at the humiliation, while publicly framing the arrangements as generosity. The Xiongnu left almost no written records of their own. Everything we know of their world comes filtered through Chinese sources that were often hostile, dismissive, or simply baffled by steppe culture. The Xiongnu language is completely unknown, not a single text in their native tongue survives. The few Xiongnu words preserved through Chinese phonetic transcription have not been confidently assigned to any language family, though Turkic and Mongolic connections have been proposed without consensus. An empire that dominated the eastern steppe for over 2 centuries left no voice of its own for history to recover. The Confederation fractured around 48 CE, weakened by succession disputes, Han military campaigns, and pressure from rival confederations. Some historians propose that the northern Xiongnu's subsequent westward displacement set off cascading population movements that eventually contributed to the Hunnic invasions of Europe in the 4th and 5th centuries CE, the very forces that would accelerate Rome's collapse. Whether the Huns were Xiongnu descendants, closely related peoples, or an entirely separate group, remains one of the most fascinating open questions in ancient history. Fact 64, the Ethiopian Ark, history's most guarded secret. Among the most extraordinary claims at the intersection of archaeology and religious tradition is the assertion maintained by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church that the original Ark of the Covenant, the sacred chest containing the stone tablets of the 10 Commandments, described in the Book of Exodus as built by the Israelites during their desert journey, rests today inside a small treasury chapel in the ancient city of Aksum in northern Ethiopia. It is reportedly guarded by a single monk whose sole lifelong duty is its protection, and who is never permitted to leave the chapel compound under any circumstances. The claim is ancient, Ethiopian tradition, recorded in a 13th century text called the Kebra Nagast, meaning the glory of kings, holds that the Ark was brought to Ethiopia by Menelik I, the son born of the legendary union between King Solomon of Israel and the Queen of Sheba, called Makeda in Ethiopian tradition. According to the text, Menelik visited his father Solomon in Jerusalem and secretly transporting the Ark home to Ethiopia, where it has remained under continuous guard ever since. The Kebra Nagast is regarded as sacred national history and foundational to Ethiopian Orthodox theology. The archaeological and historical record cannot confirm or deny this claim. No outside researcher has ever been permitted to examine what rests in the treasury chapel. The guardian monk is the only living person allowed to enter. Critics note that the Hebrew Bible references the Ark as present in Jerusalem's temple until the Babylonian conquest of 586 BCE, after which it vanishes from all written records. Its ultimate fate is genuinely unknown, and multiple competing traditions in Jordan, Egypt, and Ethiopia each claim its location. What makes the Ethiopian tradition remarkable is not just its age, but its theological consistency and depth. Christianity took root in Aksum in the 4th century CE, one of the earliest national adoptions of Christianity in world history. The centrality of the Ark concept to Ethiopian Christianity, reflected in the Tabot replica present in every Ethiopian Orthodox church, suggests a relationship unlike anything in Western Christian tradition. Whether the original Ark rests in Aksum, was destroyed long ago, or never existed in the form described, this remains one of history's most genuinely unresolvable mysteries, standing precisely at the boundary between faith, archaeology, and the absolute limits of what can ever be verified. Fact 65, how Angkor really fell, climate and the hydraulic city. The image of Angkor's jungle-swallowed temples, stone faces peering through strangler-fig roots, towers emerging from dense forest canopy, has defined how the world pictures lost civilizations since French naturalist Henri Mauhot publicized the site to Western audiences in the 1860s. But modern archaeology has fundamentally revised what actually happened to Angkor, replacing the image of dramatic, mysterious abandonment with something more complex. And in many ways, more directly relevant to the challenges facing major cities in our own time. Angkor was not simply a collection of impressive temples. At its peak, the Khmer capital covered over 1,000 square kilometers and housed perhaps 750,000 people, making it one of the largest pre-industrial urban complexes in world history. What sustained this enormous population in a monsoon-dominated landscape, with dramatic seasonal floods and long dry periods, was an extraordinary hydraulic infrastructure. Canals, embankments, and massive reservoirs called barrays that stored monsoon rainfall and distributed irrigation water through the dry season. The largest barray held enough water to cover Manhattan several meters deep. This system was the empire's true beating heart. When it functioned, it enabled multiple rice harvests per year and fed a vast urban population. When it failed, nothing else could sustain the city. LIDAR surveys published from 2012 onward, using airborne laser scanning to see through jungle canopy and reveal buried features, showed that Angkor was far larger and its hydraulic infrastructure far more complex than previously known. They also revealed extensive evidence of improvised repair and modification in the system's later phases. A civilization visibly struggling to maintain infrastructure it could no longer fully control or properly staff. Paleoclimate data from sediment cores and treeing records identified the mechanism of final collapse. The 14th and 15th centuries brought severe multi-decade droughts alternating with catastrophic monsoon floods, precisely the worst possible pattern for a hydraulic-dependent civilization. Infrastructure was overwhelmed, channels silted, embankments failed, and agriculture became fatally unreliable. Population declined, administration weakened, and the royal capital relocated southward toward the Mekong. The temples were not abandoned in a single dramatic catastrophe, but depopulated slowly over more than a century as the environmental foundations of a great civilization quietly, irreversibly gave way. Fact 66. The Sumerians, the first civilization's unanswered questions. Sumer, the civilization of southern Mesopotamia in what is now southern Iraq, is widely regarded as humanity's first civilization. The first to develop writing, build true cities, create organized law, and produce recorded literature. The Sumerians gave the world the wheel, the 60-minute hour, the 360-degree circle, and the earliest known written story, the Epic of Gilgamesh, a tale of a king's search for immortality that predates Homer by 15 centuries. Their achievements are foundational to virtually every complex society that followed. Yet despite their centrality to human history, the Sumerians harbor mysteries that remain stubbornly, deeply unsolved. The first mystery is their origin. The Sumerian language is a complete isolate. It bears no demonstrable relationship to any other known language, living or dead. It is not Semitic like the Akkadian of their Babylonian neighbors. It is not Indo-European. It shares no clear ancestry with any African, Asian, or Caucasian language family. Sumerian stands entirely alone. This means we cannot determine where Sumerian-speaking people came from, how long they inhabited Mesopotamia before writing began, or whether they were indigenous to the region or arrived from somewhere else entirely. The origin of the world's first literate civilization is linguistically invisible, a profound and permanent gap. The second mystery is the Sumerian king list, a cuneiform document listing rulers from when kingship first descended from heaven through historical times. The early portion gives reigns of tens of thousands of years. One king reportedly ruled for 43,200 years, another for 36,000. These antediluvian kings ruled before a great flood that the text states destroyed everything. After the flood, kingship descended again and reigns became plausible. This flood narrative directly connects to the later biblical account of Noah. The impossible timescales before the flood suggest mythological overlay on whatever ancient historical memory originally existed. Sumerian ceased to be a spoken language around 2000 BCE as Akkadian became dominant, but it continued to be written, studied, and used in religious contexts for another 2,000 years, much as Latin persisted in medieval Europe. The last known Sumerian cuneiform tablets date to around the 1st century CE. Then the language fell silent for nearly 2,000 years, until 19th century archaeologists began recovering it from the desert clay where it had waited, patient and incomprehensible, since antiquity. Fact 67. The Bell Beaker culture, Europe's Bronze Age population wave. Across Western and Central Europe, between approximately 2800 and 1800 BCE, a distinctive set of artifacts began spreading with remarkable speed. Elaborately decorated pottery shaped like inverted bells, specific copper daggers, wrist guards, and gold ornaments. These bell beakers and the culture associated with them spread from the Iberian Peninsula to Britain, Ireland, the Netherlands, and as far east as Hungary and Poland. For over a century, archaeologists debated whether this spread represented actual human migration or merely the diffusion of fashionable objects through existing populations. Ancient DNA analysis, developed from the 2010s onward, delivered a definitive and dramatic answer. The Bell Beaker phenomenon involved one of the largest population replacements in European prehistory. The genetic evidence from Britain is particularly striking. Studies published in 2018 showed that within a few centuries of the Bell Beaker arrival, approximately 90% of the genetic ancestry of Britain's population was replaced. The Neolithic farmers who had built Stonehenge and the great megalithic monuments were largely displaced, genetically if not necessarily violently, by incoming Bell Beaker populations from the continent, who themselves carried substantial ancestry from Pontic steppe pastoralists of Eastern Europe. The Stonehenge builders' genetic descendants effectively vanish from the British archaeological record. Bell Beaker society is associated with specific values and practices. Individual burials under round mounds with personal possessions including weapons, archery equipment, and drinking vessels, and a social world where personal prestige and martial identity were highly valued. This contrasts sharply with the communal burial traditions of the preceding Neolithic, suggesting the incoming populations brought not just new genes, but a fundamentally different ideology about identity, status, and the relationship between individuals and their communities. Who were these people, and what language did they speak? Genetic evidence connects them to the broader steppe migrations associated with Indo-European language spread. Many researchers now believe the Bell Beaker movement was the mechanism by which Celtic and related Indo-European languages reached Western Europe, making the Bell Beaker culture the vehicle by which ancestral Welsh, Irish Gaelic, and Scottish Gaelic arrived in the places where they are still spoken today, over 4,000 years later. Fact 68. The Wari Empire, forgotten predecessor of the Inca. In the central Andes of Peru, between approximately 600 and 1000 CE, an empire rose and fell that history largely overlooked for centuries, its achievements either attributed to or simply eclipsed by the far more famous Inca Empire that came after it. The Wari, sometimes spelled Huari, built one of the first true empires in South American history, constructed planned administrative cities across vast territory, and established organizational and artistic traditions that the Inca would later inherit and dramatically expand. To understand the Inca Empire fully, you must first understand the Wari, yet the Wari remain profoundly unknown compared to their more celebrated successors. The Wari capital, located near modern Ayacucho in the Peruvian Andes at roughly 2,800 meters elevation, covered at least 15 square kilometers and may have housed 40,000 to 70,000 people at its height. The city featured orthogonal street grids, large enclosed residential and administrative compounds called canchas, multi-story stone buildings, and evidence of specialized craft production across weaving, pottery, and stoneworking. The scale and careful planning of this capital reflects sophisticated urban administration, well beyond anything previously achieved in the Andean world. The Wari expanded their influence through a network of provincial administrative centers, built in a distinctive, recognizable architectural style across their territory. Sites like Piquilacta near modern Cusco, a vast planned compound of hundreds of rooms constructed in the landscape that would later become the Inca heartland, demonstrate the empire's remarkable organizational reach and ambition. These centers appear to have functioned as redistribution hubs within a tribute economy, strikingly similar to the system the Inca would later perfect and expand to continental scale. Wari textile art stands among the most technically accomplished in pre-Columbian history, intricate tapestries woven from alpaca and vicuña fiber using demanding techniques, encoding cosmological meanings in dense abstract geometric forms that scholars are still working to interpret. Without a deciphered writing system or surviving oral tradition directly linked to the Wari, fully reading their iconographic programs remains impossible. Around 1000 CE, the Wari Empire collapsed from internal fragmentation, likely worsened by prolonged drought documented in climate records. Within a few centuries, the Inca emerged from the same Andean heartland, building upon Wari foundations that the wider world had almost entirely forgotten. Fact 69. The Harappan decline, what the evidence really shows. The decline of the Indus Valley civilization, between approximately 1900 and 1300 BCE, is one of archaeology's most studied and contested problems. For decades, the dominant narrative was dramatic. Aryan invaders swept down from the northwest, overwhelming Harappan cities and replacing their civilization with new cultural and linguistic traditions. This theory was partly driven by colonialist-era interpretations and partly by a misreading of the physical evidence on the ground. Modern archaeology has dismantled this narrative and replaced it with something more complex, more gradual, and in some ways more unsettling. The skeletal evidence from Mohenjo-Daro's upper layers was central to the invasion narrative. Archaeologist Mortimer Wheeler, excavating in the 1940s, found scattered skeletons in streets and upper occupation layers and interpreted them as massacre victims, people cut down by invaders where they stood. Later and more careful analysis cast serious doubt on this reading. The skeletons do not cluster in patterns consistent with a simultaneous mass killing. They span different time periods rather than a single event. Some show evidence of disease rather than violence. What Wheeler called a massacre now appears to be a series of natural deaths, hasty burials, and social breakdown occurring over an extended period of decline rather than a single catastrophic attack. What actually happened is now understood as a multi-century process, driven primarily by environmental change. Climate data from cave formations, lake sediments, and pollen records indicates a significant weakening of the Indian summer monsoon beginning around 2100 BCE. Reduced and unreliable rainfall would have progressively devastated the agricultural systems sustaining Harappan cities. The Gagahakra river system, often identified with the legendary Sarasvati River, appears to have shifted course or dried substantially, potentially eliminating the primary water source for hundreds of settlements across the region. The population response was gradual dispersal rather than sudden flight. People moved eastward into the Gangetic Plain and southward into Gujarat, developing smaller rural settlements adapted to new environments. Urban life declined, standardized brick construction ceased, and Harappan material culture fragmented into regional variants. The writing system was simply abandoned, not adapted or replaced, just gone, as if the social structures that had required it dissolved silently into the changing land around them. Fact 70, Minoan Linear A, the script that defeated everyone. Of all the world's undeciphered writing systems, none has attracted more sustained scholarly effort or more confident false starts than Minoan Linear A in use from approximately 1800 to 1450 BCE across Crete and the Aegean. Linear A recorded the administrative, religious, and commercial life of Europe's first literate civilization. Hundreds of texts survive on clay tablets, stone offering tables, and ceramic vessels. Despite over a century of intensive study by accomplished linguists and archaeologists, not a single sentence has been definitively translated. Linear A remains the most tantalizing locked door in ancient scholarship. The cruel irony is that Linear A's successor, Linear B, was brilliantly deciphered in 1952 by British architect Michael Ventris. Linear B, used by Mycenaean Greeks who controlled Crete after 1450 BCE, borrowed roughly 80% of its signs directly from Linear A. This means scholars already know what sounds many linear as symbols represent. We can read the script aloud. We can identify probable number and commodity words from their position and context, but reading a script phonetically and understanding the underlying language are entirely different achievements. The Minoan language, its grammar, its vocabulary, its relationship to any known language family, remains completely unknown. No bilingual linear text has ever been discovered. Without a Rosetta Stone equivalent, phonetically readable symbols yield only sounds without meaning. One recurring inscription found on ritual offerings reads approximately Yasasarami, possibly a divine name, but this cannot be confirmed. Every proposed connection to Luwian, Semitic languages, or hypothetical Aegean families has failed to achieve scholarly acceptance. When Mycenaean administration replaced Minoan culture after 1450 BCE, knowledge of Linear A died within a generation. It was not adapted, archived, or passed on, it simply stopped, the way a flame goes out when no one is left to tend it. Europe's first literate civilization left records perfectly preserved in clay and permanently, completely unreadable. Their prayers, their histories, their own account of who they were and what they believed remain sealed in symbols we can sound but not understand. Of all the losses the ancient world has handed down to us, Linear A may be the most quietly devastating. Not a burned library, not a destroyed monument, but a living language that fell silent mid-sentence and never finished what it was trying to say. Fact 71, the Urartu Kingdom, the Forgotten Mountain Empire. High in the volcanic highlands of eastern Anatolia, around the shores of Lake Van in what is now eastern Turkey, Armenia, and northwestern Iran, the kingdom of Urartu rose between approximately 860 and 590 BCE to become one of the great powers of the ancient Near East. At its height, Urartu rivaled Assyria, one of antiquity's most formidable military machines, for regional dominance. Yet today, Urartu is barely a footnote in popular history, despite leaving behind monumental fortresses, sophisticated metalwork, and a written language that only partially yields its secrets to modern scholars. The Urartians were master builders, constructing massive stone fortresses on dramatic rocky outcrops throughout their mountainous homeland. Their capital, Tushpa, perched on the steep volcanic rock above Lake Van, was an imposing walled city built from enormous blocks fitted with remarkable precision, some walls still standing to considerable height today. Dozens of other fortresses controlled mountain passes and agricultural valleys. The kingdom's strength derived from its command of resources and trade routes connecting Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and the Caucasus, making Urartu a rich intermediary in the Bronze Age world's commercial networks. Urartu was renowned throughout the ancient world for its metalwork, bronze cauldrons with elaborate griffin head handles, intricately decorated bronze belts, and weapons of exceptional quality. Urartian bronze objects have been found as far west as Italy and Greece, demonstrating the reach of their commercial networks and the influence of their art on early Greek artistic traditions. Urartu and Assyria fought across 2 centuries in campaigns documented by both sides. Around 714 BCE, the Assyrian king Sargon II recorded the sack of the sacred Urartian city of Musacia and the capture of enormous treasures, including thousands of bronze and gold objects. The kingdom ended around 590 BCE, possibly at the hands of the Medes combined with Scythian raids from the north. The Urartian language, written in cuneiform borrowed from Mesopotamia, is related to Hurrian, but represents its own distinct linguistic branch. Many inscriptions record military campaigns, construction projects, and religious dedications, but the full texture of Urartian culture and belief remains only partially accessible. Urartu's collapse was so complete that the Armenians, who later occupied the same highland territory, preserved almost no historical memory of the powerful kingdom that had preceded them there. Fact 72. The Pazyryk frozen tombs, preserving the nomadic world. In the high Altai mountains of southern Siberia, where Russia, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and China converge at one of the world's most remote crossroads, the permafrost performed a miracle of preservation that archaeologists are still marveling at today. The frozen tombs of the Pazyryk culture, a Scythian-related people inhabiting this harsh highland region between approximately 500 and 300 BCE, preserved organic materials that normally vanish entirely from the archaeological record: textiles, leather, wood, food, and most stunningly, the tattooed skin of the people themselves. Pazyryk burials were constructed as large log chambers sunk deep into the earth. Wooden roofs allowed water to seep in during spring thaws, which then froze solid as temperatures dropped, creating a permanent ice seal. When Russian archaeologist Sergei Rudenko excavated the Pazyryk mounds beginning in the 1920s, he found contents perfectly preserved for over 2,400 years. The finds were extraordinary: elaborate felt wall hangings depicting mythological scenes with swirling animal figures, a fragment of Chinese silk, and a carpet from Persia, the oldest known pile carpet in existence, all demonstrating that these highland nomads participated in trade networks spanning the entire Eurasian continent. Their world was far larger and more connected than their remote mountain location might suggest. Human remains were equally remarkable. Several Pazyryk mummies displayed elaborate tattoos covering their arms, shoulders, and torsos, stylized animals in the Scythian tradition, depicting deer with exaggerated antlers, predatory cats, and mythological creatures. A woman excavated in 1993 from the Yukok Plateau, now called the Ice Maiden, displayed tattoos on her left arm showing a fantastic deer with griffin-like features. She was approximately 25 years old at death, buried with 6 sacrificed horses, mirrors, an elaborate headdress, and food for the afterlife. These frozen burials provide an irreplaceable window into a nomadic culture that left no written records. The Pazyryk people emerged from the permafrost as real individuals, with specific artistic tastes, trade connections spanning a continent, beliefs about death expressed through elaborate ritual, and bodies decorated with art carrying deep personal meaning. Without permafrost, every trace of this world would have been lost entirely. The ice preserved not just objects but people, and through them, a glimpse of how the ancient steppe nomads truly lived. Fact 73. The Elamite civilization, Mesopotamia's ancient rival. In the highlands and lowlands of what is now southwestern Iran, one of the ancient world's longest-lasting civilizations flourished alongside Mesopotamia for over 3,000 years, the Elamites. From approximately 3200 to 539 BCE, the Elamite civilization engaged in perpetual interaction with the great Mesopotamian cultures of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria, as trading partners, cultural borrowers, military rivals, and occasionally conquerors. Despite this longevity and geographical centrality, the Elamites remain relatively obscure compared to their neighbors, partly because their early writing system remains largely undeciphered and their records less well preserved. The Elamites were centered on the capital Susa, one of the world's oldest continuously occupied cities, situated on the edge of the Mesopotamian lowlands, where the highlands of Iran meet the flat alluvial plain. At various times, Elam was organized as a federation of highland and lowland regions, sharing power between a king and local rulers, a distinctive political structure, unlike the more centralized Mesopotamian kingdoms. This federal character gave Elam remarkable resilience. Even when the capital was sacked and a dynasty overthrown, the highland regions continued to function and Elamite power recovered. The most dramatic Elamite moment came around 1155 BCE, when King Shutruk-Nahant sacked Babylon and carried off spectacular trophies including the Stele of Hammurabi, the famous law code monument, back to Susa, where French archaeologists found it in 1901. Elam was capable of projecting military power deep into Mesopotamia, and did so repeatedly across its long history. Conversely, the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal devastatingly sacked Susa around 647 BCE, recording his triumph in graphic royal inscriptions that describe the destruction in vivid detail. The Elamites developed their own writing system, Proto-Elamite, used from approximately 3200 to 2900 BCE, which produced thousands of tablets and remains one of the world's largest completely undeciphered archives. Linear Elamite, a later script, was only partially deciphered in 2022, finally opening new windows into Elamite culture. But the full depth of Elamite literature, mythology, and historical perspective remains elusive, leaving us to know this 3,000-year civilization largely through the records of neighbors who wrote about Elam primarily when they were fighting it. Fact 74: Göbekli Tepe's hidden layers, what we still don't know. We visited Göbekli Tepe in the first part of our journey, the world's oldest known temple complex, built 11,600 years ago by hunter-gatherers in southeastern Turkey. But the more archaeologists excavate and analyze this extraordinary site, the more questions multiply rather than resolve. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed that less than 5% of the site has been uncovered. At least 20 additional enclosures remain buried beneath the hillside, and what lies beneath the soil may completely transform our understanding of early human religious and social organization. The already excavated structures raise profound questions that decades of study have not resolved. In the quarry near the main site, an unfinished pillar still lies in the bedrock, approximately 7 meters long and weighing perhaps 50 tons, abandoned before it could be erected. Why was it left there? Did the builders run out of labor, change plans, or encounter an unforeseen structural problem? We do not know. The animal carvings on erected pillars have been intensively studied for symbolic meaning, and interpretations continue to multiply. Some researchers propose that specific animal combinations encode astronomical information, that foxes, scorpions, vultures, and other creatures serve as star map markers for specific celestial events. One study proposed that a particular pillar records a comet impact around 10,900 BCE that caused global cooling. This remains hotly contested among researchers. The question of who built Göbekli Tepe and how they organized the effort remains deeply puzzling. Hunter-gatherer bands typically number 20 to 50 people. Quarrying, transporting, and erecting 20-ton pillars required hundreds or thousands of coordinated workers. How did nomadic people organize such effort without agriculture, permanent settlement, or the administrative infrastructure traditionally associated with large-scale labor? Were workers fed at the site? The enormous quantities of animal bones found, aurochs, gazelle, wild boar, suggest large-scale communal feasting, raising the possibility that Göbekli Tepe was not just a sacred site, but a feast site where labor was compensated with food and ceremony. These questions are only beginning to yield partial answers. The unexcavated 95% of the site still waits beneath the Turkish hillside, holding the potential to overturn every current theory. Göbekli Tepe is perhaps the most significant archaeological site on Earth, and the vast majority of it remains unopened. Fact 75: The Nabatean writing legacy, how Arabic was born. When most people think of lost civilizations, they imagine cultures that vanished without trace, their cities buried, their languages dead. But occasionally, a civilization's greatest legacy is not what it built in stone, but what it passed on invisibly to every culture that followed. The Nabatean kingdom, which we visited earlier for its spectacular rock-carved capital at Petra, left behind a legacy so profound that it shapes the written language of over 1 billion people today. Yet almost none of those billion people know the Nabateans were responsible for what they hold in their hands when they read or write. The Nabateans developed a flowing, cursive form of Aramaic script adapted for their commercial and administrative needs. Aramaic was the international written language of the Near East, used from Egypt to Central Asia as a commercial and governmental script. The Nabateans, as master traders controlling routes connecting Arabia, the Levant, and the Mediterranean, were prolific and consistent writers, inscribing tombs, religious dedications, and commercial correspondence in this cursive style. As centuries passed, the letter forms evolved through the natural drift that affects all handwritten traditions. By the 4th and 5th centuries CE, as the Nabatean political entity had dissolved into the Roman province of Arabia Petrea, the evolved script had become recognizably distinct from its Aramaic ancestor. This evolved Nabatean script, carried by Arab trading communities across the region, became the direct ancestor of the Arabic script. When Islam emerged in the 7th century CE and Arabic became the sacred and administrative language of a rapidly expanding civilization, Arabic script, Nabateans' direct descendant, spread from Spain to Central Asia. Today it is used to write Arabic, Persian, Urdu, Pashto, and many other languages by over 1 billion people worldwide. Every time a page of the Quran is opened, every time a Persian poem is written, every time an Urdu novel is published, the ghost of the Nabatean script is present in every single letter on the page. A kingdom absorbed quietly into the Roman Empire in 106 CE, whose traders once led caravans of frankincense through vast desert silence, left behind a writing system that went on to carry a world religion across continents and centuries. Petra may be the Nabateans' most famous monument, but Arabic script is their most enduring and most consequential one. Fact 76. The Longshan culture, China's forgotten Jade Age. In the Yellow River region of northeastern China, between approximately 3000 and 1900 BCE, a remarkable Neolithic culture flourished that laid crucial groundwork for the Bronze Age civilizations of Shang and Zhou dynasty China. The Longshan culture, named after the site where it was first identified in 1928, developed sophisticated social hierarchies, specialized craft production, and a profound preoccupation with jade that would become one of the defining characteristics of Chinese civilization for the next 4,000 years, persisting through dynasties, revolutions, and radical transformations that changed almost everything else about Chinese life. The Longshan people are most recognizable from their pottery, which is among the most technically accomplished of any Neolithic culture anywhere in the world. Their black burnished pottery, made on fast wheels and fired to extraordinary thinness, sometimes barely a millimeter thick with walls as fine as an eggshell, demonstrates mastery that specialist potters today struggle to replicate. These vessels were clearly prestige objects used in elite ritual contexts rather than everyday cooking, and their consistent technical excellence across many sites implies highly specialized, likely full-time craft workers dedicated exclusively to this production across multiple generations. Social stratification is visible in burial evidence. Some individuals were interred in large wooden chambered tombs with significant grave goods including jade objects, elaborate pottery, and other high-status items. Others received minimal burial treatment. By 3000 BCE, Chinese society was already developing the hierarchical structures that would intensify dramatically in the Bronze Age and define Chinese civilization for millennia. Jade holds a place in Longshan and subsequent Chinese civilization, unlike its role anywhere else in the ancient world. The Longshan produced elaborate jade ritual objects, bai discs, kong tubes, zhang blades, whose precise ceremonial functions are not fully understood. Jade was valued not for practical utility, but for spiritual associations. Its hardness suggested moral strength and permanence, its translucence connected it to heavenly realms. These jade-working traditions directly shaped the ritual industries of Shang and Zhou dynasties, creating an unbroken continuity of material culture across 2,000 years. The Longshan culture declined around 1900 BCE, but its jade legacy flowed forward unbroken into the deep heart of Chinese civilization. Fact 77. The Aksumite decline when trade routes die. The kingdom of Aksum, which we have visited twice in our journey, for its Christianity and its extraordinary obelisks, provides one of history's most instructive lessons in how civilizations fall not through dramatic conquest or natural catastrophe, but through the slow, grinding erosion of economic foundations. Aksum's decline, beginning in the 7th century CE and accelerating through the 8th and 9th centuries, is a case study in how even a powerful and sophisticated regional civilization can be brought low by changes happening far beyond its own borders. At its peak in the 5th and 6th centuries CE, Aksum was a genuine world power. Its gold coins circulated throughout the Indian Ocean world. Its merchants traded from ports in India to markets across the Mediterranean. Its kings launched military campaigns across the Red Sea into Arabia and corresponded with the Byzantine emperor as a fellow Christian sovereign and equal. Aksum sat at the center of a vast commercial network, and that centrality was the source of nearly all its wealth and power. remove the trade routes, and nothing else would hold the kingdom together. Then in the 7th century, the world reorganized itself around Aksum without consulting it. The rapid rise of Islam transformed the political and commercial geography of the Near East and East Africa with astonishing speed. Arab traders, energized by new religious identity and political cohesion under the early caliphate, took control of Red Sea commerce in ways that systematically excluded Aksum. The ports that had been conduits for Aksumite trade became nodes in an expanding Islamic commercial network. Byzantine markets were effectively cut off by the new political geography. Simultaneously, environmental degradation had been accumulating inside the kingdom for generations. Centuries of agriculture, construction, and fuel gathering had stripped the Ethiopian highlands of forest cover. Soil erosion worsened, agricultural productivity declined, and iron smelting had consumed forest resources that would not recover in a human lifetime. Gold coinage ceased in the early 7th century, the most telling sign of collapse, since minting gold coins requires the commercial infrastructure to make them useful. The capital at Aksum was gradually abandoned as population contracted. The civilization that had erected giant obelisks and adopted Christianity before most of Europe finally, quietly came to an end. Fact 78. The Poverty Point bird, art built for the sky. In our earlier visit to Poverty Point in Louisiana, we marveled at the scale of earthwork construction achieved by hunter-gatherers around 1700 BCE. But one aspect of Poverty Point deserves its own chapter: the recent confirmation through l'IDAR aerial survey, published in 2021, that the site's largest earthwork was deliberately shaped to represent a bird in flight when viewed from above, creating one of North America's most ancient and most recently discovered examples of intentional landscape art. For decades, the Great Mound A at Poverty Point was described as simply a large earthen mound, massive and impressive, but without obvious symbolic form when examined from the ground. l'IDAR changed everything. The laser scanning data revealed that Mound A has a clear bird shape, a body, outstretched wings, and a tail, visible only when seen from sufficient altitude. The design cannot be perceived at ground level at all. It requires either aerial perspective or a comprehensive mental map of the entire structure to understand its intended form. The builders made something they themselves could never fully see. This raises an immediately fascinating question. How did a culture with no written records, no conventional surveying instruments, and no possibility of aerial observation design, and construct a bird-shaped mound accurately enough that the form remains recognizable over 3,600 years later? The answer appears to involve sophisticated ground-level planning, stakes, ropes, and careful sequential measurement, essentially solving a complex geometric design problem requiring coordinated planning across an entire workforce simultaneously engaged in construction. The speed of construction is equally startling. Sediment analysis indicates Mound A was not built gradually over generations, but in a compressed timeframe, possibly as little as 30 to 90 days. Moving approximately 238,000 cubic meters of earth that quickly would have required thousands of workers, carrying basket loads of soil, without significant interruption, organizational capacity that challenges every assumption about the capabilities of pre-agricultural societies. Why a bird? In many Native American traditions, birds serve as messengers between the human and spirit worlds, symbols of sky powers. The people who built this mound could not see it from above, they built it for the sky, and for whatever inhabits the sky, rather than for themselves. It is a monument addressed to an audience that was never human. Fact 79. The Dilmun myth, paradise at the edge of the world. In our earlier journey, we visited Dilmun as a real Bronze Age trading civilization in the Persian Gulf. But Dilmun occupied a unique place in Mesopotamian mythology and religious thought that reveals something profound about how ancient people understood paradise, immortality, and the boundary between the human and divine worlds. The mythological Dilmun is as fascinating as the historical one, and the two versions illuminate each other in ways that still surprise scholars today. In Sumerian and Babylonian religious literature, Dilmun appears as a sacred primordial place, a land that existed before death and suffering entered the world. The Sumerian myth of Enki and Ninhursag describes Dilmun as pure, clean, and radiant. The raven does not croak there, the lion does not kill, the wolf does not snatch the lamb, there is no sickness or old age. It is a place of original innocence, a paradise predating mortal limitation, fed by miraculous freshwater provided by the god Enki, who caused sweet water to rise from the earth and make the arid land bloom with abundance. This mythological Dilmun shares obvious structural parallels with the Garden of Eden tradition preserved in Hebrew scripture, a pure place of original innocence where human limitations did not yet apply, located at the edge of the known world, sustained by miraculous water. Some scholars have proposed that the Dilmun myth is an ancestor or close cultural relative of the Eden narrative, transmitted through the well-documented cultural contacts between Mesopotamia and ancient Israel throughout the biblical period. The structural similarities are too precise to dismiss as coincidence. Most remarkably, the Epic of Gilgamesh places the home of Utnapishtim, the flood survivor granted immortality by the gods, at or near Dilmun. Gilgamesh, desperate to escape death after losing his companion Enkidu, journeys to the ends of the earth to find him. The geography of his journey points toward the Persian Gulf, and Utnapishtim's island maps onto the Dilmun tradition in ways that have fascinated scholars for over a century. The fact that a real, archaeologically confirmed trading civilization simultaneously occupied this mythological role as paradise and the home of immortality is one of the ancient world's most poetic overlaps between commerce and myth. The merchants who sailed to Dilmun to buy copper were traveling in the minds of their own culture to the very edge of the sacred world. Fact 80, the Caral Conundrum, civilization without the usual rules. We visited Caral earlier as the oldest city in the Americas, dating to 2600 BCE in Peru's Supe Valley. But the more archaeologists study it, the more Caral defies the standard model of how civilizations develop, forcing a fundamental rethinking of what civilization actually requires and what drives human beings to build complex societies in the first place. The standard developmental model, built primarily from Mesopotamian and Egyptian evidence, holds that complex societies emerge through a fairly predictable chain. Agriculture produces surplus, surplus supports non-farming specialists, specialists create hierarchies, hierarchies produce monumental architecture, and writing eventually manages the whole system. Warfare typically plays a role in consolidating political authority and motivating investment in defense. Caral breaks almost every part of this sequence. People of Caral had no pottery, they used goods and textile bags as containers. They had no visual art tradition comparable to other early civilizations. Most strikingly, there is absolutely no evidence of warfare at Caral, no weapons designed for killing humans, no fortifications, no skeletal trauma, no destruction layers. A major civilization arose, flourished for 800 years, and declined without leaving any physical trace of organized violence in the archaeological record. What held Caral together instead? The economy appears to have been based on complementary exchange between coastal fishing communities and inland agricultural communities. Caral grew cotton and food crops using Supe River irrigation. Coastal communities provided dried fish and shellfish. This economic interdependence may have been the social glue binding the civilization together without requiring military coercion or the threat of force. Archaeologist Ruth Shady found musical instruments including flutes made from condor and pelican bones and cornets from deer and llama bones, suggesting music and communal performance were central to Caral's social life. Perhaps ceremony, exchange, and shared ritual, rather than warfare and agricultural surplus, were sufficient to build one of the America's earliest cities. If so, Caral suggests that the path to civilization is not a single universal road. It is only one among several possible answers to the oldest human challenge: how to live together, at scale, without tearing each other apart. Fact 81. The Luwians, the Bronze Age people who disappeared into history. Across the vast sweep of the ancient Near East, few peoples were as geographically widespread or culturally significant as the Luwians, yet their name is almost entirely unknown outside specialist scholarship. Inhabiting large portions of Anatolia, northern Syria, and the Levantine coast from approximately 2000 to 700 BCE, the Luwians spoke an Indo-European language closely related to Hittite and left inscriptions across hundreds of sites. They were contemporaries of the great Bronze Age empires, active participants in the world that collapsed around 1200 BCE, and one of the longest surviving cultural traditions of the ancient Near East. Yet they exist in a kind of historiographical shadow, their contributions routinely absorbed into the narratives of the more famous civilizations that surrounded them. The Luwian language is known from two writing systems. The first is cuneiform, borrowed from Mesopotamia, used to write Luwian texts on clay tablets. The second is Luwian hieroglyphics, a completely independent script developed by the Luwians themselves, consisting of pictographic signs carved onto stone monuments, seals, and rock faces. This hieroglyphic script is one of the few writing systems in the ancient world developed independently rather than borrowed or adapted, placing the Luwians among a very small group of ancient writing inventors. The Luwians were widespread across Anatolia during the height of the Hittite Empire. Many scholars now believe Luwian speakers constituted the majority of the Hittite Empire's population, even while the royal family spoke a related but distinct language. After the Bronze Age collapse that destroyed the Hittite Empire around 1200 BCE, Luwian culture reasserted itself. The Neo-Hittite kingdoms that emerged in southern Anatolia and northern Syria were predominantly Luwian in language and culture, even as they called themselves Hittite in tribute to the vanished empire. Swiss researcher Eberhard Zanger has controversially proposed that Western Anatolian Luwians were the mysterious sea peoples described in Egyptian records, the agents of destruction who brought down Mycenaean Greece and the great Levantine coastal cities. This theory remains contested, but it illustrates how the Luwians, when examined carefully, appear everywhere in the late Bronze Age world, a background presence whose influence has been consistently underestimated by a history that forgot their name. Fact 82. The Mississippian Birdman, a religion without a name. Across a vast region of the eastern United States, from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes, and from the Atlantic Piedmont to the Great Plains, the Mississippian cultures that flourished between approximately 800 and 1600 CE shared something remarkable: a set of artistic and religious symbols appearing consistently across hundreds of sites, separated by enormous distances. Researchers call this shared symbolic tradition the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex, and at its heart was a figure who appears again and again in copper, shell, pottery, and stone: the Birdman. The Birdman, a composite being combining human and raptor characteristics, typically depicted wearing a falcon costume or transforming into a bird, appears on copper plates, engraved shells, ceramic vessels, and stone pipes across the entire Mississippian world. The figure is almost always shown in motion, often in a running or dancing pose, sometimes holding a severed head or a ceremonial mace. The consistency of the iconography across such vast distances and across centuries of cultural evolution is remarkable. Whatever the Birdman represented, the concept was powerful enough to maintain consistent visual identity from Florida to Minnesota, from Oklahoma to North Carolina. The meaning of the Birdman has been interpreted through careful combination of archaeology, historical documents from early European contact, and oral traditions of descendant Native American communities. The consensus among researchers is that the Birdman represented a warrior hero figure connected to the sky, the sun, and the spiritual power of the falcon, one of the most aggressive and powerful of North American birds of prey. The falcon's association with warfare, speed, and supernatural power made it an ideal symbol for the elite warrior class that dominated Mississippian political life. What makes the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex particularly fascinating is what it implies about communication and shared belief across Mississippian society. The Mississippian cultures were not a single unified state, but dozens of independent chiefdoms with their own political structures and often competing interests. Yet they shared religious symbolism with a consistency implying widespread travel of ritual specialists, systematic long-distance exchange of sacred objects and ideas, or both. This was a religion without a name, practiced across a continent, connecting peoples who were simultaneously rivals, trading partners, and fellow believers in a cosmic order where the Birdman flew at the center. Fact 83. The Minoans' unread religion, what the frescoes cannot tell us. Of all the mysteries surrounding the Minoan civilization of ancient Crete, perhaps the most haunting is the mystery of their religion. The Minoans left behind some of the most vivid and beautiful religious art in the ancient world: frescoes of athletic young people leaping over bulls, processions of women in elaborate tiered skirts, double-headed axe symbols cut into stone, mysterious figures standing in sacred postures before trees and altars. This artwork is magnificent. It is also, in the most fundamental sense, unreadable, because without linear A being deciphered, we cannot access the Minoan mind that created it. We can see everything the Minoans did. We understand almost nothing of why they did any of it. The bull-leaping frescoes are perhaps the most famous Minoan images in the world: acrobatic figures, seemingly both male and female, performing extraordinary feats over the backs of enormous charging bulls. The traditional interpretation is that this represented a ritual performance connected to religious ceremony, possibly involving real animals and genuine mortal risk. But was it a sport, a sacrifice, an initiation ritual, a demonstration of royal or divine power over animal nature? Without textual sources, we cannot say. Every interpretation is speculation dressed in careful academic language. The double-headed axe, or labrys, appears so frequently in Minoan art and architecture that it has become synonymous with Minoan civilization itself. The word labyrinth may derive from labrys, suggesting the famous labyrinth of Greek mythology. The maze where the Minotaur lived might preserve a distorted memory of Minoan religious sites. Enormous bronze axes were erected as cult symbols in sacred spaces, alongside smaller carved examples in pottery and fresco. They were clearly objects of profound religious significance. What god or goddess they represented remains completely unknown. The Minoans also left behind hundreds of clay and stone figurines, including the famous snake goddess statues, bare-breasted female figures holding writhing snakes in each outstretched hand. Was this figure a goddess, a priestess, or both? Did she represent a specific deity or a category of divine power? Did the snakes symbolize clonic forces, fertility, healing, or rebirth? We see the image clearly. We hear the silence behind it completely. The Minoans built a rich spiritual world and took every word of its meaning with them when they disappeared. Fact 84. The Olmec heartland, Mesoamerica's first city. In the dense tropical lowlands of what is now the Mexican state of Veracruz, where rivers run slow and brown through jungle and marshland, the Olmec civilization built its first great center at a site archaeologists call San Lorenzo, occupied from approximately 1500 to 900 BCE. San Lorenzo is not merely an old site. It is a transformation point in human history, the moment when the Gulf Coast lowlands of Mexico produced Mesoamerica's first true urban center, and with it, the first version of the cultural and religious template that would shape every civilization in the region for the next 2,000 years. San Lorenzo sits on what was once a natural plateau, but the Olmec dramatically modified this plateau over centuries of construction, building it up with millions of tons of fill and reshaping its surface to create a planned landscape of platforms, plazas, and drainage systems. The site covers several square kilometers and at its height housed a population in the thousands, small by later standards, but unprecedented in its time and place. The engineering required to reshape the plateau, build drainage networks, and construct massive stone-faced platforms represents a quantum leap in social organization beyond anything previously seen in the region. It was at San Lorenzo that the great Olmec colossal heads were first created. Of the 17 known colossal heads, 10 were found at San Lorenzo, including the largest and most elaborately carved examples. These multi-ton stone monuments, each depicting what appears to be a specific individual wearing a distinctive helmet, were created from basalt boulders quarried from the Tuxtla Mountains over 100 kilometers away. Moving these stones through tropical terrain with no metal tools, no wheeled vehicles, and no pack animals required organizational and logistical capacity that archaeologists are still working to fully understand. Around 900 BCE, San Lorenzo was deliberately abandoned and its monuments were mutilated. The colossal heads and other stone sculptures were defaced and buried in carefully arranged deposits. This was not random destruction, but ritualized termination, the deliberate end of a sacred site. The center of Olmec civilization then shifted northward to La Venta, where the tradition continued with new elaborations. Why San Lorenzo was terminated rather than simply abandoned, why the monuments were killed rather than left standing, remains one of the Olmec's most enduring mysteries. Fact 85. The Persian Royal Road, the highway that connected an empire. When Cyrus the Great founded the Achaemenid Persian Empire in the 6th century BCE, he created the first true world empire, stretching from Egypt and the Aegean coast in the west to the Indus Valley in the east, encompassing dozens of cultures, languages, and religious traditions under a single administrative structure. To hold this vast territory together, his successors built one of the ancient world's great engineering achievements, the Royal Road, a maintained highway system stretching approximately 2,700 kilometers from Sardis on the Aegean coast to Susa and Persepolis in the Persian heartland. The Royal Road was not a continuous paved surface in the Roman style, but a network of maintained tracks, river crossings, bridges, and royal way stations, rest houses spaced roughly a day's journey apart, stocked with fresh horses, supplies, and relay riders ready to take the next leg of a journey. This system enabled the famous Persian mounted postal service, which Herodotus described in a phrase that eventually became the unofficial motto of the United States Postal Service. Couriers stopped by neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night. Using relays of horses, the postal service could move messages the entire 700-kilometer length of the road in approximately 7 days, a communication speed not matched again in the region for over a millennium. The Persian Empire's administrative sophistication extended well beyond road infrastructure. The Achaemenid kings developed a complex bureaucracy, a standardized legal system applied across diverse territories, and a policy of remarkable religious tolerance for an ancient empire. Conquered peoples maintained their own religions, local languages, and internal customs as long as they paid tribute and maintained order. This policy is documented in the famous Cyrus cylinder, a clay barrel inscription from approximately 539 BCE in which Cyrus describes his respectful treatment of the peoples and gods of Babylon after its conquest. a document sometimes called the world's first human rights charter, though this is a modern interpretation. Yet the Achaemenid Persian Empire, despite its size and sophistication, was conquered by Alexander the Great between 334 and 323 BCE. The royal palaces at Persepolis were burned, the Achaemenid royal family extinguished. The administrative tradition survived in successor Persian empires, but the Achaemenid world was gone, remembered primarily through Greek sources that cast Persia as the eternal enemy of freedom, shaping Western memory of Persia for 2,000 years. Fact 86. The Thracians, Europe's misunderstood warriors. North of Greece and west of the Black Sea, in the region now comprising Bulgaria, Romania, and parts of Turkey and Greece, the Thracians occupied a vast territory for over a millennium, from approximately 1000 BCE to 46 CE, when Rome finally absorbed the last Thracian kingdoms. The Thracians were warriors, traders, artists, and religious practitioners of considerable sophistication, yet they are remembered primarily through Greek accounts that portrayed them as ferocious barbarians, heavy drinkers, and lovers of music and war. The truth of Thracian civilization, revealed through modern archaeology, is considerably more impressive than the Greek characterization suggested. The Thracians left no written records of their own. Their language is known only from a handful of inscriptions and personal names preserved in Greek and Roman sources, insufficient to reconstruct its grammar or vocabulary. This silence means we know them almost entirely through the eyes of writers who were often hostile or condescending. The Thracians' reputation for drinking wine unmixed with water was documented by Greek writers as a kind of moral failing. Greeks diluted their wine, while Thracians reportedly drank it straight, which the Greeks viewed as a sign of barbarism rather than simply a different cultural preference. What archaeology reveals is a culture of extraordinary metalworking ability. Thracian gold and silver treasures discovered in burial mounds across Bulgaria are among the most spectacular in the ancient world. Elaborate rhytons shaped like animal heads, intricate pectorals and greaves covered in mythological scenes, and ritual vessels of stunning craftsmanship. The Panegyrish treasure, discovered in 1949, contains golden rhytons shaped as the heads of rams and a stag, along with a mythologically decorated amphora, all of extraordinary technical quality that demonstrates a sophisticated artistic tradition with its own symbolic vocabulary. Thracian religion is known primarily through Greek accounts of the cults of Dionysus and Orpheus, both of whom Greek tradition associated with Thrace. Whether these were originally Thracian gods adapted by the Greeks, or Greek gods whose wildest aspects were projected onto the Thracians, remains debated. The Thracians gradually lost their distinct cultural identity as Roman provincial administration standardized the region, their language fell out of use, and their descendants merged into the broader Romanized Balkan population. Fact 87. The Cucuteni pottery, reading spirals that have no words. We visited the Cucuteni Tripilia culture earlier in our journey for their extraordinary practice of burning their own villages every 60 to 80 years. But there is another aspect of this remarkable Neolithic civilization that deserves its own exploration: their pottery, which represents one of the most sophisticated and visually distinctive ceramic traditions in all of prehistoric Europe, and which may contain encoded symbolic information that archaeologists are still working to decipher. The Cucuteni Tripilia people, who flourished in Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania between 5500 and 2750 BCE, produced painted pottery of exceptional quality and astonishing visual complexity. Their vessels, bowls, jars, and storage containers were covered on every surface with intricate painted designs in red, black, and white. The dominant motifs were spirals, interlocking, flowing, infinitely looping spiral patterns that covered the entire surface of a vessel with hypnotic precision. These spirals were not random decoration, but carefully structured designs in which specific patterns were consistently associated with specific vessel forms across vast regions and long time periods. What did the spirals mean? This question has occupied researchers since the pottery was first studied seriously in the early 20th century. The most cautious answer is that we simply do not know. The Cucuteni Tripilia people left no writing, and their symbols have not been deciphered. But the consistent association of specific patterns with specific contexts suggests the symbols carried stable, shared meaning. Some researchers have proposed that the spirals represent water, rivers, or rain, cosmological symbols connected to the agricultural cycles that sustain the civilization. Others have proposed connections to serpent imagery or the concept of cyclical time, consistent with the culture's practice of periodically burning and rebuilding their settlements. What can be said with confidence is that this pottery tradition demonstrates remarkable cultural continuity across enormous distances. Pots made in Ukraine shared design principles and specific motifs with pots made in Romania hundreds of kilometers away. This consistency was maintained for nearly 3,000 years, longer than the entire span of recorded European history from Rome to the present day. Whatever the Cucuteni spirals meant to those who painted them, the meaning was stable, shared, and considered important enough to maintain with extraordinary fidelity across scores of generations. Fact 88, the Lost Library of Alexandria, what we actually lost. In 48 BCE, when Julius Caesar's forces set fire to ships in Alexandria's harbor, flames spread to storage buildings near the docks that may have contained books from the famous Library of Alexandria. This incident has expanded in popular imagination into one of history's great catastrophes, the burning of the ancient world's greatest repository of knowledge, the destruction of texts that might have accelerated human progress by centuries. But the real story of the Library of Alexandria, and of what was actually lost as ancient scholarship declined, is more complex and in some ways more sobering than the dramatic fire narrative suggests. The Library of Alexandria was established under the Ptolemaic dynasty in the early 3rd century BCE as part of a larger research institution called the Mausian. At its height, the library held hundreds of thousands of papyrus scrolls. Estimates range from 400,000 to 700,000, though ancient numbers are unreliable. The library's scholars collected texts from across the Mediterranean world, creating critical editions and conducting research across mathematics, astronomy, medicine, poetry, and philosophy. Figures including Euclid, Eratosthenes, who calculated the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy, and Archimedes worked in Alexandria's scholarly milieu. The library was not destroyed in a single dramatic event. Caesar's fire in 48 BCE may have damaged a warehouse with overflow books, but the main library appears to have survived. The institution gradually declined over centuries due to reduced royal funding, political instability, and the general erosion of the Roman-Egyptian state. Further damage may have occurred in 272 CE and again in 391 CE under Christian imperial policy, closing pagan institutions. What we actually lost is impossible to quantify, but staggering to contemplate. We have titles of works by authors whose texts are completely gone, plays by Sophocles, histories by writers known only from citations, scientific works on subjects ranging from botany to mechanics. Approximately 90% of all ancient Greek literature is estimated to be lost forever. What survives is what was repeatedly copied through medieval monasteries and Islamic scholarly institutions, an accidental selection shaped by chance, religious preference, and the survival of specific libraries, not by any systematic preservation of the most valuable texts. Fact 89, the Kerma culture, Africa's forgotten kingdom. Along the Nile River in what is now northern Sudan, approximately 100 kilometers south of the Third Cataract, one of Africa's earliest and most sophisticated civilizations flourished for nearly 2,000 years, largely unknown to the outside world until 20th century excavations revealed its remarkable extent. The Kerma culture, named after its capital city, thrived from approximately 2500 to 1500 BCE, contemporary with Egypt's Middle Kingdom, and developed urban life, monumental architecture, sophisticated craft production, and complex religious practices entirely independently, sometimes in direct military competition with Egypt itself. The city of Kerma was a substantial urban center featuring large mud brick buildings, craft workshops, extensive cemeteries, and at its heart a massive religious structure called the Defufa, a towering mud brick monument rising at least 18 meters, still standing today in partially eroded form. The Western Defufa is the largest surviving mud brick structure in sub-Saharan Africa and one of the oldest standing buildings on the continent. Its interior was honeycombed with passages and chambers whose precise function remains debated, though religious and administrative uses seem most likely. Kerma society was highly stratified, as revealed dramatically by its burial practices. The major cemetery at Kerma, one of the largest prehistoric cemeteries in Africa, containing over 30,000 burials, shows extreme social differences. Royal burials were placed in large circular tumuli, accompanied by vast quantities of grave goods including gold jewelry, ivory, bronze weapons, and most chillingly, hundreds of sacrificed human retainers. One royal tumulus contained remains of over 300 sacrificed individuals, suggesting rituals of extraordinary social power at the top of the hierarchy. The Kerma culture came into direct military conflict with Egypt repeatedly, and Egyptian fortresses were built specifically to contain Kerma expansion. During Egypt's Second Intermediate Period, when the Hyksos occupied northern Egypt, Kerma briefly expanded northward, pillaging Egyptian outposts. Egypt's New Kingdom pharaohs eventually conquered and absorbed Kerma around 1500 BCE. The culture was suppressed, its capital destroyed, and its memory faded so completely that even the Nubians who descended from the Kerma people eventually lost specific knowledge of the civilization that had preceded them. Fact 90. The Vinca culture, the writing that wasn't. Along the Danube River in what is now Serbia, Romania and Bulgaria, the Neolithic Vinca culture flourished from approximately 5700 to 4500 BCE. The Vinca are best known for two things: some of the earliest copper metallurgy in European prehistory, and a collection of abstract symbols incised on pottery, figurines, and other objects that generated one of the most contentious debates in modern archaeology. For several decades, some researchers proposed these symbols constituted the world's oldest writing system, predating Sumerian cuneiform by over 1,000 years. The Vinca symbols are approximately 700 distinct marks found across thousands of objects spanning the culture's vast territory. They include geometric signs, lines, chevrons, spirals, crosses, as well as what appear to be pictographic signs depicting animals, humans, and plants. The symbols are incised rather than painted, suggesting deliberate marking. Certain symbols appear repeatedly across sites, separated by hundreds of kilometers and centuries of time, implying consistent shared meaning across generations and communities. The case for Vinca writing was championed by researchers including Marija Gimbutas and linguist Harold Harman, who argued that the consistent, abstract structure of the symbols constituted evidence of a genuine script predating all other known writing, which would have required completely revising the history of writing and shifting its origin from Mesopotamia to Neolithic Europe. The mainstream archaeological consensus has not accepted this. The Vinca symbols lack the structural complexity required for true writing, the grammatical patterning, the combinations sufficient for encoding speech, and the contextual consistency that would indicate linguistic content. They are almost certainly a sophisticated system of symbolic marking, ownership signs, clan identifiers, or religious symbols, but not writing in the technical sense. The symbols are clearly meaningful and clearly ancient. The world's oldest writing remains Sumerian, and what the Vinca symbols actually meant remains, like so much of this long journey through the dark, beautifully and permanently open. Fact 91. The Mapungubwe Kingdom, Africa's first state. In the northern corner of what is now South Africa, where the Limpopo and Shash rivers converge at the borders of South Africa, Zimbabwe and Botswana, a remarkable civilization arose between approximately 900 and 1300 CE that is only now receiving the historical attention it deserves. The Mapungubwe Kingdom is recognized by many historians as the first true state in sub-Saharan Africa south of the equator, a hierarchically organized, economically sophisticated society that traded with distant civilizations and created objects of art so exquisite that their discovery in 1933 forced archaeologists to completely revise their assumptions about the complexity of pre-colonial African civilization. For decades before Mapungubwe's discovery, the dominant view in colonial scholarship held that the sophisticated stone ruins and gold objects found across southern Africa must have been the work of outsiders, Arabs, Phoenicians, or some external civilization, because it was assumed that indigenous African peoples were incapable of such complexity. The discovery of Mapungubwe, clearly a local African civilization with no plausible external origin, was one of the first powerful pieces of evidence against this colonial myth. Mapungubwe society developed a clear hierarchical structure visible in its spatial organization. The ruling elite lived on top of a sandstone hill, rising dramatically from the surrounding landscape, while the general population lived at the base. Access to the hilltop was tightly controlled, suggesting sacred kingship in which rulers were separated from ordinary people by elaborate ritual protocols. The hilltop cemetery revealed burials of extraordinary richness, including the famous golden rhinoceros, a small wooden rhino figure covered in gold foil that has become the symbol of both Mapungubwe and of the South African National Awards system. Gold, glass beads from India, and Chinese celadon ceramics found at Mapungubwe demonstrate participation in the Indian Ocean Trade Network. The people of Mapungubwe were not isolated. They exported ivory and gold to distant markets and imported luxury goods in return. Around 1300 CE, the kingdom declined, possibly due to climate change reducing rainfall and agricultural productivity, and its population migrated northward to a new center at Great Zimbabwe, making Mapungubwe the direct predecessor of one of Africa's most famous archaeological sites. Fact 92. The Andean quipu, writing made of knots. In the high Andes, across the vast territory administered by the Inca Empire and by the cultures that preceded it, a remarkable information technology was developed that bears no resemblance to any other recording system in the world. The quipu, a Quechua word meaning knot, consisted of a main cord from which dozens or hundreds of pendant cords hung, each cord tied with specific knots at specific positions using specific techniques. These knotted cords served as the primary information storage and communication technology of a civilization that built thousands of kilometers of roads, administered millions of people, and coordinated the construction of some of the most impressive architecture in the Americas, all without any conventional writing system. The basic numerical function of quipus is well understood. The Inca used a base-10 positional number system encoded in knots. The type of knot, its position on the cord, and the distance from the main cord all encoded specific numerical values. Tax records, census counts, and inventory numbers could be recorded, read, and transmitted across the Inca road network by trained quipu specialists called quipu kamyuks, men who could create and read these knotted records with the fluency of a modern accountant reading a spreadsheet. This administrative use of quipus is thoroughly documented in Spanish colonial records. But researchers have long suspected that quipus could encode more than numbers, that some quipus contained narrative or historical information that has not yet been decoded. The evidence for this includes the existence of quipus with far more complex structures than simple accounting would require, colonial period accounts describing historical information being stored in quipus, and the persistence of quipu-like objects in Andean communities long after the Spanish colonial administration imposed alphabetic writing for official purposes. In 2023, a remarkable breakthrough came when researcher Sabine Hyland and her colleagues proposed a partial decipherment of some quipus, suggesting that specific chord color combinations and not sequences encoded phonetic syllables rather than numbers, implying some quipus may be a genuine writing system rather than purely a numerical record. If confirmed, this would mean the Inca possessed a form of writing that no one recognized for 500 years, hiding in plain sight in museum collections around the world, in knotted cords dismissed as mere accounting tools. Fact 93. The Kingdom of Punt, Egypt's mysterious trade partner. For nearly 1,500 years of ancient Egyptian history, spanning from the Old Kingdom to the New Kingdom, Egyptian texts refer repeatedly to a distant and wondrous land called Punt, a place described as the source of incense, ebony, gold, exotic animals, and aromatic resins that were among the most prized luxury goods in the Egyptian world. Egypt sent trading expeditions to Punt, depicted these expeditions in magnificent temple reliefs, and regarded Punt with a reverence that went beyond ordinary commercial interest. It was described as the land of the gods, the ancestral homeland from which the Egyptians believed their civilization had ultimately derived. Yet despite this extensive documentary record, the location of Punt remains one of Egyptology's most debated unsolved questions. The most celebrated depiction of a Punt expedition is found in the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahri, dating to approximately 1470 BCE. The reliefs show the arrival of Egyptian ships at Punt, the exchange of goods, the vegetation and animals of the Punt landscape, and the loading of expedition cargo, including living incense trees in baskets, the first recorded attempt to transplant living trees from one region to another. The ruler of Punt and his wife are depicted, the woman notable for her unusual body proportions that have been interpreted as depicting a medical condition or a stylized representation of an idealized figure of wealth. The location of Punt has been debated for over a century. The most widely supported hypothesis places Punt in the region of modern Eritrea, Ethiopia, Djibouti, or northern Somalia, based on the products associated with it. Frankincense and myrrh grow in the Horn of Africa region, and on the navigational evidence suggesting expeditions traveled through the Red Sea. Other researchers have proposed Yemen, Sudan, or even a combination of locations. A 2010 study analyzed baboon remains from ancient Egypt that were labeled as coming from Punt and compared their strontium isotope ratios to those of baboons from different African regions, finding the closest match to the Eritrea-Ethiopia region. The mystery of Punt is not just geographical. The emotional and religious weight the Egyptians attached to Punt, the idea that it was a primal, sacred place connected to divine origins, suggests that the relationship between Egypt and Punt was never purely commercial, but carried mythological significance that we, lacking access to the Egyptian inner life, can only partially reconstruct. Fact 94. The Sangsingdui New Discoveries, China's Bronze Age Shock. In our earlier journey, we visited the Sanxingdui culture of ancient Sichuan province, the Bronze Age civilization that produced enormous bronze masks, towering bronze trees, and mysterious figures bearing no resemblance to anything else in the ancient Chinese world. But since 2020, Sanxingdui has erupted back into international headlines in spectacular fashion. New excavation pits discovered at the site have yielded finds so extraordinary that Chinese archaeologists describe them as completely unexpected. Objects that deepen the mystery of Sanxingdui rather than resolving it, and confirm this ancient culture as one of the most enigmatic in the entire global archaeological record. The new pits, numbered 3 through 8, have yielded thousands of additional artifacts deposited in the same ritualized manner as objects from the original pits found in 1986, placed deliberately in the ground, sometimes after being ritually burned, as if the entire sacred assemblage of a civilization was being interred at one defining moment. Among the most extraordinary new finds is a bronze altar structure over 1 meter tall, decorated with composite human-animal figures in complex symbolic arrangements, whose meaning remains entirely opaque. Gold objects including a mask larger than any previously known from the site were recovered, indicating gold played a far more central role in Sanxingdui ritual life than previously recognized. Most intriguing is what the new discoveries reveal about Sanxingdui's connections to the broader Chinese Bronze Age world. Some objects from the new pits show clear stylistic connections to the Yellow River region, Shang Dynasty bronze vessel forms, jade objects in recognizable Shang styles, yet combined with distinctly Sanxingdui elements. This hybrid material culture suggests that Sanxingdui, rather than being a completely isolated phenomenon as once thought, was in active cultural exchange with the broader Bronze Age Chinese world, while simultaneously maintaining its own utterly distinctive artistic and religious identity. The identity of the people who built Sanxingdui, what language they spoke, where they originated, what became of them, remains unknown. Ancient Chinese texts mention the kingdom of Shu in Sichuan, but provide nothing that clearly connects to the archaeological site. Genetic analysis of human remains is ongoing. For now, Sanxingdui remains what it has always been, a window into a mind so different from anything else we know that looking through it feels, in the most profound sense, like looking into another world entirely. Fact 95, the Antikythera mechanism's hidden secrets, still being decoded. We opened our journey with the Antikythera mechanism, the extraordinary Greek astronomical computing device recovered from a Mediterranean shipwreck and dated to approximately 100 BCE. But the story of the Antikythera mechanism did not end with its discovery in 1901, or even with the decades of subsequent analysis that revealed its remarkable sophistication. The mechanism is still being decoded in the 21st century, and recent breakthroughs have revealed features that make it even more extraordinary than previously understood, and raise new questions about the civilization that created it. For most of the 20th century, the Antikythera mechanism was understood as an astronomical calendar, a device that tracked the cycles of the sun and moon, predicted eclipses, and coordinated the Greek civil and religious calendars. This was impressive enough. But in 2021, a team from University College London published a new analysis based on detailed CT scanning of the mechanism's remaining fragments, proposing a reconstruction of the device's front plate that had been missing since antiquity. Their reconstruction showed that the front of the mechanism displayed the positions of all 5 planets known to ancient Greek astronomy: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, as well as the Sun and Moon, all moving at their correct relative speeds around a model of the cosmos. If the UCL reconstruction is correct, the Antikythera mechanism was not merely a calendar, but a full mechanical model of the known solar system, an orrery predating the next known comparable device by over 1,000 years. The device would have modeled not just cycles and eclipses, but the actual positions of planets in the sky on any given date, allowing its user to look at the mechanism and see where every visible celestial body currently was, or would be on any future date. The deeper mystery is not the mechanism itself, but the civilization that produced it. The mechanism represents an application of theoretical astronomy to mechanical engineering that implies a tradition of precision instrument making that left almost no other archaeological trace. Did Greek craftsmen make other devices of comparable complexity that simply have not survived? Was the Antikythera mechanism exceptional, or was it one example of a broader tradition of precision mechanics whose products were made of perishable materials or melted down for their metal? These questions remain open. One object from one shipwreck hints at a lost technological tradition whose full extent we may never know. Fact 96, the Aksumite Christianity, the church that time forgot. We have visited the kingdom of Aksum twice already in our journey, for its obelisks and for its economic decline. But one more aspect of Aksum demands its own exploration: the extraordinary form of Christianity that took root in the Ethiopian highlands in the 4th century CE and survived in remarkable isolation for over 1,500 years, developing its own theology, its own liturgical language, its own biblical canon, and its own architectural and artistic traditions in profound separation from the rest of the Christian world. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church is not a relic or a curiosity. It is one of the oldest continuously functioning religious institutions on earth, and its version of Christianity preserves practices and texts that elsewhere disappeared in the great theological controversies of the early church. Christianity came to Aksum around 340 CE through the figure of Frumentius, a Syrian Christian who was shipwrecked on the Red Sea coast, worked his way into the Aksumite royal household, and eventually converted King Ezana, Aksum's most powerful ruler, to the new faith. Ezana's conversion is documented both in Aksumite royal inscriptions and in the writings of the early church historian Rufinus, making it one of the best documented royal conversions in early Christian history. Aksum thus became one of the first kingdoms in the world to adopt Christianity as an official state religion. The Ethiopian church subsequently developed in ways that distinguish it from all other Christian traditions. It maintains practices abandoned elsewhere, including the observation of Saturday as a holy day alongside Sunday, dietary laws similar to Jewish dietary restrictions, and the veneration of the Ark of the Covenant, which Ethiopian tradition holds is physically present in a chapel in Aksum. The Ethiopian biblical canon includes books not found in Catholic, Protestant, or Orthodox canons elsewhere, the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilees among them, preserved in the ancient Ge'ez language when they were lost in their original Greek or Hebrew versions. Most remarkably, Ethiopian Christianity maintained its own traditions through centuries of geographical isolation, the rise of Islam cutting it off from the broader Christian world. When contact was eventually re-established in the medieval period, European Christian visitors were often astonished and occasionally troubled by how different Ethiopian Christianity was from their own, evidence that separated from Rome and Constantinople, a major branch of Christianity had developed along its own entirely independent path. Fact 97, the Scythian gold, art from the edge of the world. Throughout our journey, we have encountered the Scythians, the nomadic horseback warriors of the Eurasian steppe, as a backdrop presence, the civilization that raided Urartu and left frozen tombs in the Altai Mountains. But the Scythians deserve their own dedicated chapter, because the material culture they left behind, recovered from burial mounds called kurgans, scattered across the vast Eurasian steppe from the Black Sea to Central Asia, represents one of the ancient world's most spectacular artistic traditions, a tradition whose beauty and sophistication have consistently astonished those who encounter it. Scythian art is defined by what art historians call the animal style, a distinctive approach to depicting animals in which the creatures are shown twisted, contorted, interlocked, and transformed in ways that emphasize their power, movement, and vitality. Stags with enormously exaggerated antlers curling back over their bodies, panthers with legs curled beneath them in a hunting crouch, predatory birds with heads turned sharply back, and elaborate scenes of animals devouring other animals. These motifs appear across Scythian metalwork with a consistency and energy that makes them immediately recognizable. The technical quality of Scythian goldwork is extraordinary. Greek craftsmen working in colonies along the northern Black Sea coast produced gold objects for Scythian patrons, combining Greek technical skills with Scythian iconographic preferences to create hybrid objects of remarkable beauty. The great golden pectoral from the Tolstoy Mogila kurgan in Ukraine, dating to approximately 350 BCE, is one of the most celebrated objects from the ancient world. A curved gold breastplate decorated with scenes of Scythian daily life, mythological animals, and plant motifs executed in granulation, filigree, and casting techniques that represent the absolute summit of ancient goldworking. The Scythians left no writing. Their language, an Iranian language ancestral to modern Ossetian, is known only from names and a handful of words preserved in Greek accounts. Their beliefs, their stories, their understanding of the cosmos and the afterlife are accessible only through the objects placed in their burial mounds and through the observations of Greek writers who viewed them from a great cultural distance. They were among the most powerful and geographically extensive peoples of the ancient world, and they passed through history leaving trails of gold and bones. Fact 98, the last mystery of Easter Island, what Rongorongo really is. We visited Easter Island, Rapa Nui, earlier in our journey for its iconic moai statues. But Easter Island harbors another mystery in many ways more profound than how the statues were built. A set of wooden tablets covered in an undeciphered script called Rongorongo that may represent one of the very few instances in human history of writing being invented independently. If Rongorongo is genuine independent writing, it joins Sumerian, Egyptian, Chinese, and Mayan as one of only a handful of scripts ever invented from scratch by human beings. If it is not, it tells a different and equally fascinating story about how even the idea of writing, when glimpsed from a distance, can trigger entirely new cultural creativity. Rongorongo consists of sequences of small glyphs, both geometric and representational, carved into wooden tablets. The glyphs include human figures, animals, plants, celestial bodies, and abstract symbols. Around 120 distinct signs have been identified. The script is written in reverse boustrophedon. Each line is read left to right, but at the end of each line, the tablet is rotated 180 degrees before reading the next, so the reader alternates between right side up and upside down orientations as they progress through the full text. The origin of Rongorongo is fiercely contested among scholars. One possibility is that it was developed entirely independently before any European contact, which would make it one of history's rarest and most remarkable intellectual achievements. Another is that the Easter Islanders, after encountering Spanish documents during a 1770 expedition that formally annexed the island, were inspired to create their own version of writing, a phenomenon scholars call stimulus diffusion, in which contact with the concept of writing prompts an independent invention of a new script. A third possibility is that Rongorongo was always a mnemonic device rather than true writing, symbols helping priests remember specific chants rather than encoding language directly. Only 26 Rongorongo tablets survive, scattered across museums worldwide, despite generations of scholarly effort and sophisticated computational analysis. Rongorongo remains completely undeciphered. The people who could read it, the educated priest class of Easter Island, were devastated by Peruvian slave raids in the 1860s that killed or enslaved nearly the entire literate population. The knowledge died with them. The tablets now stand as perhaps the most poignant monument to intellectual loss in the entire story of lost civilizations. Fact 99, the Bronze Age collapse, civilization's greatest mystery. We have circled around the Bronze Age collapse throughout our entire journey, mentioning it in connection with the Mycenaeans, the Hittites, the Minoans, the trading city of Ugarit, the Luwians, and the mysterious sea peoples. But this defining catastrophe of the ancient world, the near-simultaneous collapse of virtually every complex civilization in the Eastern Mediterranean between approximately 1200 and 1150 BCE, deserves its own chapter, because it remains, over 3,000 years later, one of the most debated and least understood events in all of human history. In the space of roughly 50 years, the following things happened. The Mycenaean palace civilization of Greece collapsed entirely, its palaces burned and never rebuilt, its linear writing abandoned and forgotten. The Hittite Empire, a dominant superpower for centuries, disintegrated, its capital sacked and never reoccupied. The great Levantine trading city of Ugarit was destroyed so suddenly that an unbaked clay tablet was found still in the kiln, a letter describing enemy ships attacking, never finished, never sent. Egypt survived but was severely weakened, never again achieving the heights of the New Kingdom. The causes remain intensely debated. Early theories focused on the mysterious sea peoples, raiders or migrants described in Egyptian records as attacking from across the sea. More recent scholarship proposes a systems collapse model. The late Bronze Age economy was a tightly integrated, interdependent network of trade. Tin for bronze came from Afghanistan, copper from Cyprus, grain from Egypt. When disruptions hit multiple nodes simultaneously, climate change causing drought, earthquakes, political instability, and the sea people's migrations, the entire interconnected system collapsed like dominoes. The Bronze Age collapse is a warning written in ruins. The most sophisticated globalized civilization the ancient world had yet produced was destroyed in a generation. Writing systems, palace economies, long-distance trade networks, and diplomatic relationships between great powers, all of it gone. It took 500 years for the Mediterranean world to rebuild comparable complexity. And the new civilization that eventually emerged, classical Greece, had almost no memory of the world that came before it. Fact 100, what the lost civilizations leave behind. We have come to the end of our journey. 100 civilizations, 100 mysteries, 100 voices speaking from beneath the soil of the world we live in. We have traveled from Göbekli Tepe, built 11,600 years ago when the last mammoth still walked the earth, to the ruins of cities that fell within recorded memory. We have visited deserts and jungles, Arctic tundra and tropical lowlands, mountain highlands and coastal plains, standing before undeciphered scripts, unexcavated mounds, vanished religions, and lost languages. Before the countless things that human beings built with extraordinary effort and then, through catastrophe or choice or slow erosion, lost. What do the lost civilizations leave behind? The obvious answer is their ruins, but ruins are only the beginning. Lost civilizations leave behind their descendants. The vast majority of people on Earth carry genetic and cultural inheritance from civilizations whose names they do not know. The person whose ancestors came from southeastern Europe carries Vinca culture DNA. The person whose family is from the Nile Valley carries Kerma culture inheritance. The person reading in Arabic script writes in letters descended from Nabatean traders who led camel caravans through desert silence 2,000 years ago. We are all the inheritors of worlds we have forgotten. Lost civilizations leave behind the questions they could not answer and the questions they leave us. Why did the Bronze Age collapse so completely and so quickly? What did the linear script say? What did the Sangsingju figures represent? Why did the people of Carol need no walls and no weapons? These questions are not mere academic curiosities. They are invitations to understand what civilization requires, what threatens it, and what it truly means for something as vast and intricate as a culture to simply stop. And lost civilizations leave behind a particular humility. Every civilization that has ever existed has believed itself, in some sense, permanent. The Mycenaeans built palaces they expected to stand forever. The Hittites, the Minoans, the people of Göbekli Tepe, all lived in the present tense, as we do, without knowing they were building something that would one day become a mystery. The soil remembers everything. The soil is patient. And somewhere beneath the cities we live in today, the evidence of the next lost civilization is already accumulating, quietly, waiting for archaeologists who have not yet been born.